Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Slush Day 2 and to the Serene Stage, where we had the great opportunity to listen to founders, startup builders, investors sharing their stories of building global conquering companies. And it's great to be back here for Day 2.
Definitely, yeah. I'm excited for today. And like Jessica said, we have a lot of great stuff coming up. And never mind if you maybe found a couple of good parties last night, maybe feeling a bit tired. Serene Stage, of course, is all about taking it easy and relaxing against these very nice, a bit longer programs. So we're ready to get started, I think.
Definitely, definitely. And as you know, this is the Serene Stage where, it's all about also getting into some of the relaxing topics, enjoy fantastic keynotes, panel discussions, and fireside chats. And I think, we're ready to get started. And what better topic to start the day than fashion blogging?
So, David Fisher founded Highsnobiety, a passion blog, in 2005. But by the time Zalando acquired it earlier this year, the platform had expanded to encompass media, commerce, and consulting. David will be joined by Fredrik Kort, founder and managing partner at Felix Capital, to discuss David's journey and how external capital played a role in executing his vision. So please welcome David and Fredrik.
Well, morning, guys. I'm actually glad to see anybody at 10 a.m. here.
Good morning.
Very cool.
Okay, David, good to see you.
Fredrik.
Good to see everybody here. Thank you for making it. So my name is Fredrik Kort. I am a founder of Felix Capital, venture capital firm. One of the privileges and probably the best part of our job is to work with entrepreneurs who have each their individual journeys. So today we're here to talk about David's journey, founder of Highsnobiety, which started almost 18 years ago, so 17 years ago.
A while ago, yeah.
So you were clearly a tiny kid then. So can you tell us about Highsnobiety? So maybe before we start, how many of you follow Highsnobiety on Instagram and all other channels? Okay, good.
Great. Maybe we can win a few more today. As you said, I started in 2005. I was studying business at the time. Was always really passionate about fashion and the lifestyle space, and was almost a little worried that I wouldn't manage to make my way into my passion in many ways. And at the time, I started discovering blogging. It was kind of the early days, especially in Europe, in regards to blogging, and eventually got so hooked that I thought, okay, I'll give it a shot myself. And essentially, this new world opened up itself to me at the time, and it was a space that I guess we would call today streetwear. It was sneaker culture, street fashion, largely informed by America and Japan, and I was just fascinated by the creativity and the entrepreneurial spirit of the founders and the creatives that were active in that space, and that were essentially reinventing fashion at the time. And I guess in retrospect, you can say those were the people, the brands, the products that were really ahead of culture in 2005.
Was actually streetwear a term at the time, or?
it's funny. The term streetwear was, I think, always by the people within the space was always seen, as a bit of a negative, because they never wanted to be restrained by that definition. But yeah, it was certainly one way of describing it, and it was. Again, we're talking about the early days of brands like Supreme, the early days of sneaker collecting, the early days of men's fashion, So a lot of things that I think are today normal, are multi-billion-dollar businesses, are phenomenons. You're wearing sneakers, I'm wearing sneakers, my parents, grandparents, everybody, I think it's hard to comprehend how niche the topic was when I started in 2005. It was, and the world was also a different world, right? If you look back, we started 3 months before YouTube, right? So it was, and we unfortunately didn't become nearly as successful, but still, it was a completely different time. Like there was no Instagram, there was no Twitter, Facebook was just kicking off. So also, how to build an audience was very different back then. So that coupled with the fact that I was also operating in a really big niche in a niche setting back then was quite interesting.
So what was the operating model? Because you were a student and you started.
I just started blogging, right? And surprisingly, in a matter of 6 to 12 months, I was getting inbound requests for advertising. And so that's really how things kicked off, And I don't know, the first advertiser paid $50 a month, and the second advertiser paid $200 a month. And so step by step, the business, grew a little bit. The beauty is, and I always like to point that out, there was no pressure or expectation that it would ever become anything, right? It was me blogging. Nobody believed in blogging. Nobody believed in men's fashion. Nobody believed in sneaker culture or streetwear. So it was a complete blank page in essence.
So you created your own job. You never got a job elsewhere.
Absolutely, I created my own job. I created my own business model. So the business model, was primarily advertising in the first few years, and then over time, with the growth of social media, it quickly evolved into branded content. So that was kind of the big next wave. Then we went from focusing on branded content to advising the brands and supporting them on actually creating the content, right? Because we told them, yeah, your product is right for the audience, but your content is not right for the channel. So why don't you let us produce that content? And so suddenly we started building this creative agency structure behind our publishing after a few years, and then it really became a business that constantly transformed. It went from doing production and creative work to then adding talent to the mix as well, to then adding experiences, because clients wanted now to not only do things digitally with us, but they also wanted to bring it into the real world. And so step by step, we really started working with these brands very much 360. And on the content side, our focus became very much that intersection of street culture and luxury, right? That kind of became the one thing that you could really find on our channels from the early days, and again, something that was very unique at the time, right? Luxury brands didn't really want anything to do with sneakers or streetwear until they realized many years later that they're completely missing to market to a very important consumer.
So was there a plan for you, or did you kind of build it as the opportunities came?
The truth is there wasn't. So you kind of build it along the way. I think the very simple principle of promising our audience that we will always keep them ahead of the curve, and by definition always covering and interacting with what's next in culture really allowed us to constantly evolve our brand, our business, and what we were doing. And yeah.
And so we'll talk about the culture later, but you talk about the audience. So you had to follow your audience across multiple channels then, because initially they were coming to the blog, and then in what order did you do things? And maybe also for the audience, it would be good to have a few numbers on the scale of the audience and the type of models.
Yeah, again, I mean, I remember in 2005, I met my wife as well, and I had to explain to her what I was doing with this blog. And I was insanely proud to report to her that 2,000 people a day were coming to this blog, right? So that was quite funny in retrospect. So today, when we look at, Heist and Mighty being obviously still on .com, we have our own app, we have TikTok, we have Instagram, we've got Facebook and Twitter, and so we're reaching about 100 million people a month, right? So which shows, I think, on one hand, I think it shows two interesting things. One, how big a niche can be, because I would still, in a positive sense, describe our audience as a niche, but a gigantic niche. And I think it also shows you that you can be really focused on a niche and still build a quite sizable business, right? You don't need to address the whole world. You don't, you can be very specific in who you are as a brand and in who you target, and and be the one place to go for that specific audience. And in a day like today, in a world like today, where you reach the whole world through social media and a variety of channels, that's actually completely fine.
And so you started with content, but then you went into commerce. I mean, you're wearing a cap.
Yes.
So tell us about that journey from content to commerce. That has been a major trend.
I mean, essentially, if you look at the business today, there's the editorial and the storytelling, which is still very much at the heart of everything that we do. And then we have the client services business, which is the one that we started building earlier. And then much more recently, which is one of the big reasons why I think the two of us started working together as well, we started going into commerce. And I think ultimately we saw the opportunity because we were speaking to millions of people that come to us for fashion discovery and fashion advice, and a lot of it had to do also with curating products for that audience. What type of product they should be shopping, where they should be shopping, and so we thought, okay, why don't we kill the bridge, and just bring it all over to our own platform, and bring content and commerce. The opportunity that we saw in the market was bringing content and commerce significantly closer together, and really embedding product in amazing storytelling like nobody had ever done before. And that's sort of the mission that we walked into the commerce space with, right? And then so we started in 2019 with commerce. So we launched a drop platform. So we dropped really exclusive products that we worked on with brands, or that brands gave us exclusively. We built storytelling environments around these products to build a certain energy and heat around the product, and really, once again, first of all, transformed our business in an interesting way, but also built our own way of doing e-commerce. Right? Because I think we were also aware at the time nobody needs just another retailer, and we felt like we had a quite unique take on the subject matter.
Because you were not only curating other people's products, just like you were curating stories, but you're also creating your own products.
But that's the journey. That's now the e-commerce journey of the last 3 years, right? Where we went from dropping other brands' products to collaborating with other brands on products, so where we become our own designer, our own curator, and even designing our own product, right? So you're wearing one of our sweaters today, I'm wearing one of our hats, so it's of course amazing also for me, as an entrepreneur, to see that, we can now express ourselves in so many different ways. And the dream, quite frankly, and I almost only realized it a few years ago, but the dream from the beginning was to create a place where you can discover and shop what's next in culture in many ways. And that dream is now slowly coming together in a 360 way. And ultimately, Heist and Mighty exists because of our obsession with brands and products. And so how amazing is it for us now to be able to create our own, right?
So how has it changed your way to work with brands by adding that other layer on top of the media?
So, I mean, if you look at the journey on our client services business, essentially, I sort of mentioned, it was a media business. That media business then transformed into a creative business. So we would essentially bring together content creation for our clients and the distribution of that content. And then
maybe can you give us one or two examples of brands you work with to make it more concrete?
I think you see quite a few things here also on the slides. So it's kind of a mixture of our own content for our own product line, but you also see content that we create. Here you see, for example, the Gucci Adidas campaign, or we worked on the Gucci the North Face campaign as well. Here you see one of our most recent NFT projects where we dropped our first digital product. So we essentially do for brands everything from more simple digital content to full global campaign work. And I think what makes it unique, of course, is that we are not just another creative agency, but we're essentially a publisher that speaks to this audience 365 days a year, right? So we have a quite unique understanding of what the audience reacts to, what the audience is into, what tastemakers and talent the audience is following that we can build into our campaigns. So the insights that we can generate from the audience are rather unique and allow us to be a much more hands-on partner than your usual agency. Then what happened a few years ago, much like other publishers, you tend to pitch all the time your ideas to brands or to media agencies, and we realized that it's not the most efficient way for us to work, because you cannot live and die by your ideas, right? Sometimes you have the best ideas, sometimes you don't, and so often we were giving away our ideas for free. And so we actually embarked on this really interesting insights and data journey about 5-6 years ago. And really started building an insights team to generate true consumer insights from our audience that we could then apply to the solutions for our clients. And we built a strategy team that would enter the conversation with the client much earlier than your usual media partner, right? So we would actually support brands in building their brand strategy, their collaboration strategy, their rejuvenation strategy, depending on what they were working on. And that actually completely changed the way how we work with brands. And it's a service that we call cultural consulting, because we're essentially supporting brands in becoming culturally credible for their audiences.
And you also talked about connecting to the cultural pioneers. So that would be a subset of your audience that are particularly hard to reach, but that will be more valuable for the brands.
Yeah, so essentially, to go back to that insights journey, so we started 5-6 years ago by defining our world, and we called that world new luxury, because what we could see is that a young audience understands luxury very differently from how it was perceived in the past, right? So usually luxury is about craftsmanship and about price and about heritage. And suddenly you had this new young audience that was also very much into luxury, but they were more thinking about knowledge, about access, an audience that would value a limited edition Air Jordan sneaker as much as a Louis Vuitton bag, and I think that's our first white paper in that space around the world of new luxury. I think really opened everybody's eyes that, okay, wait a moment, there is a young consumer that can afford luxury products, but that understands luxury differently, and we're not speaking to that consumer whatsoever, right? So that was sort of the big learning with new luxury. And then in the next phase, we wanted to define the consumer of this new luxury space, which you just mentioned, which we then called the cultural pioneer. So and the cultural pioneer is kind of your coolest friend, cool friend, like an early adopter, somebody that brings crucial heat to brands and products in the early phase when they enter the market. And it's people that have a significant social following. It's people that disproportionately recommend brands and products to their surrounding. And therefore they have a lot of impact, and it's somebody that you really want to reach as a brand. And quite frankly, as a brand, no matter what brand you are, if you're a digital brand,
there will be people in the audience,
absolutely,
running starting companies or running a smaller emerging brand. So any tips or advice to reach that audience or to be more culturally relevant, because that's very much a lever on the business.
Absolutely, and again, the beauty is because you have to imagine that for a long time we were, of course, always like, oh yeah, it's this cool magazine, it's this cool agency, but who really knows how impactful it is, And so the beauty with our research became that we could really prove black and white that the brands that understand the cultural pioneer, the brands that market to that person, the brands that understand how to be culturally credible are actually growing 2 to 3 times as fast as the ones that don't, right? So that was black and white findings that we could, present now to our brand partners. And so I guess after figuring out the person and how that person ticks, we then in the next step wanted to figure out, okay, how can we now create a roadmap that brands can follow to trigger that person, right? And that's where we kind of came to the terminology of cultural credibility, right? So what does it mean to be culturally credible? What does it mean for a brand to to mean something and to align with the values of your consumer in the end of the day, right? And so, and essentially we came up with this 3-part, with these 3 cornerstones, so to speak, of cultural credibility, which are made of world building, right? So you need to create a world around your brand that allows the cultural pioneer to embed themselves in your world, right? So that they can access your brand through many different avenues. That access can come through specific events, it can come through specific product collaborations, it can come through content, it can come through talent partnerships, many different ways. But you need, as a brand, you need to understand that you're not just a brand, you're not just a company or a business, but you're a universe, and you need to curate that universe. The second thing that we found was that you need, in order to be culturally credible, you need to become an expert curator, right? So you need to understand that you're not the only brand that lives in the world of your consumer, right? So I don't know, if you're a Bottega Veneta and everything that you do is about quality and craftsmanship, then you probably speak to a client that also cares about the car they drive, they also care about the food that they eat, they also care about the travel that they do. So how can you curate a world around your brand where the values of these different spaces align? That's the second thing that we really zoomed in on, because as a curator, you're essentially contributing to culture and you're not just taking, in a sense. And that's something that's really, really important to everything. And then last but not least is entertainment, which is of course all about inspiration, because the culture pioneer is all about constantly being inspired. The main reason being that they actually make their purchase choice while being inspired, right? If you look at the purchase journey of any consumer, there's the inspiration phase, there's the research phase, the purchase, and then the post-purchase. So the culture pioneer actually decides to buy something when they're being inspired. It's a general trend that you also see across generations as generations get younger. So it's more present with Gen Z, it's more present with Generation Alpha. And so as a brand, you need to constantly inspire your consumer. And so the idea is, the example that I always love to give is, if a culture pioneer goes out and wants to buy a belt, right? Then it ends up in a department store with 25 different luxury brands offering a belt. The decision to buy the Gucci belt is not made in that moment, but the decision was built over many, many months when Gucci hosted a special fashion show on the Sunset Boulevard, when Gucci launched a collaboration with Palace, when Gucci curated a young up-and-coming film festival. So all that knowledge is sucked up by the consumer, and in the back of their mind, the choice to commit to that brand is being made. And when they then stand in front of the belt, the choice becomes very clear, and you choose the Gucci belt, in a sense, right? And so, in the end of the day, what you're trying to do by being culturally credible is you want to do exciting things as a brand, and you also want to do things that maybe live outside of your main field of focus. So what you need to do is you need to give a clear narrative to your consumers, so that when you do things that are maybe not exactly what you usually do, they still see that it's you.
Yeah. I'm taking mental notes because also as an entrepreneur, building a business and building a brand as an investor, there are many things we could do different. So I'll go back and think more about it. Talking about venture capital and your journey, you started with bootstrapping your business for over a decade. What made you decide at some point to work with investors, raise money, and then maybe you can tell us about what happened after and the rest of the journey up to
Yeah, I think
today.
In that sense, we probably had a bit of a unique journey, to your point, right? I think especially in an environment like here at Slush, it's very the usual path is, you have an idea and either you raise money, you try to raise money directly, or a year or two into you raise money. So Helsinki had been around for 13 years when you approached me, or 12 years when you approached me, 13 years when we started working together.
A cold LinkedIn message,
Exactly. And so, I have to be honest, I personally very enjoyed that I got to see both sides, in a sense, because the first 10, 12 years of the business were just a normal business, like you make money and you spend money, in a sense, it's not that I was,
in that order.
Yes, in that order. It's critical that it's that order. But it's not like I was sitting there and thinking about raising, or thinking about or thinking about bootstrapping. It was just I was just running this business, in a sense. And I think 6, 7 years into the business, I started realizing that there is actually no ceiling to the business, right? So it took me a little bit of time to realize that this doesn't have to be a blog, it doesn't have to be just a magazine, but it can be something that is actually significantly bigger. And that's also when we started growing the team much more substantially. And then in 2017, 18, when we also started talking, I think we were kind of arriving at this ceiling in regards to, we had grown the business almost 100% year over year for 3-4 years in a row. And we just couldn't keep up with that growth. And yet, at the same time, we were still seeing so much opportunity. And then, at the same time, we, of course, started thinking about, okay, do we want to go into e-commerce? Doesn't that make sense as part of our offering as well?
And that required capital to take
and that,
that
of course, required a completely different capital needs. It required different tech needs as well. We needed to build a global e-commerce platform on Helsinki. So our tech team became significantly bigger, and so raising money at the time made sense, and it was. In retrospect, a different but also equally amazing experience, because, I got to meet you and many other great people, and people that were constantly pushing us to think bigger, and never, to allow us to think that, the growth that we were seeing right now was, the end of it all. And so I think that's what venture capital did to us. And at the same time, I think because we had been a bootstrap business for so long, it also gave us maybe a bit more balance than you may see in other businesses, right? So we could appreciate the push from the outside, but we were also still valuing a certain stability in the business overall, right? And
we just have a few less than a minute to finish. So, a few words. Next thing for Helsinki, so now part of the Zalando group, but running independently.
Well, I think the exciting thing is two things. One, we continue to operate completely independently. So, we continue to build. The vision that we had for our business 6 months ago is still the same today. And, we're moving into increasingly women's, because 50% of our audience today is women's. With that, we're moving into beauty, into new fields. So that's really exciting. And then on the Zalando side, what's of course also very exciting is we have a seat at the table now at the biggest fashion retailer, e-commerce fashion retailer in Europe, and suddenly we get to apply all the learnings, all the things that I was just speaking about. We get to apply new luxury, the cultural pioneer, cultural credibility, our consulting and creative muscle to this gigantic business, and we get to do it long term, right? So we really get to be one of the people that support the transformation now of Zalando, which is, of course, super exciting.
Well, thank you, David. I love to hear your long-term vision, and I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
All right, very fascinating. Thank you very much, David and Frederick. So Jessica, I know you're an expert on digital content. Any takeaways?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the insights and importance of companies to build culture credibility. What about you? Anything a B2B marketer like yourself can take away?
Well, I think this case of high snobiety shows that strong brands need to focus on content, and that's true for anything. So if you do fashion or bearings and seals, that's the way to go, definitely. But now it's time to move on with the program. Next up, we'll talk to people about people operations and people who lead people in people-centric organization. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. And they're very appropriate for our next fireside chat to be called People People. Coming up on stage, we have Nadia Singer, who's the Chief People Officer at Figma. She has formerly worked with people operations at companies like Quora, Meta, and Google. She will be joined on stage with Danny Reimer, who's a partner at Index Venture, who led the Index investment in Figma. Let's get them on stage. Welcome, Nadia and Danny.
Hello, folks.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Danny.
Hello, Nadia. Such a pleasure to have you. I'm so excited to be able to interview Nadia, as you heard, Chief People Officer at Figma. I think that if Dylan hadn't had a great experience at Slush a few years ago, being interviewed here, I would have had more difficulty convincing you to come.
It's very easy.
But no, it's really great to have you. And it's been such a pleasure to work with Figma for over a decade now. So needless to say, we're not going to be talking about the great acquisition that has been announced with Adobe, which definitely made the news. But I think what it pointed out was how outstanding Figma is, and that the product, the primary product design, but now FigJam as well, that you folks have developed, is created by outstanding people. And so it is perfect to have you, because you are absolutely one of the most important secret ingredients at Figma. So how many folks are you at this point?
We will be almost 1,000 in just a few weeks, so about 975 right now.
Fantastic. And how many do you know by their name?
How many do I know by name? So I started when we were about 150 people in March 2020. I think I got to about 500 or 600 before I stopped remembering everybody's name. When you look at org charts all day long and you approve every single offer that goes out the door, you get to know every single person that works at the company. So it was wonderful.
Okay, so folks, I don't know if you find this quite unusual, but to know 500 to 600 names of your colleagues and recognize them is not something that I hear every day. And it's truly something that many of your colleagues have noticed. So I want to get to the roots of that. And I do know that you used this superpower in previous lives.
Yes.
So can we talk about Starbucks?
Yes. My memory happens to be my superpower. It's also a little bit of a curse. I think my husband would wish that I didn't remember quite as much as I do. But back in college, I worked at Starbucks. I was desperate to be a barista. I worked at 4:30 in the morning every day before going to school. And I really wanted to, I think this is like when I actually started building community, had regular customers every single day. I would see them pull into the parking lot, and I would try to make their drink before they even got into the store. Nice. So by the time they came to the store, they just had to pay, their drink was ready to go. So not only did I remember all of their names, I remembered all of their beverages too.
And so how did you perform from a tip standpoint?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
Starbucks has a shared tipping system, but I can say that my tips contributed heavily to the shared tipping system of the store.
So, I mean, clearly customer service is something you understand very well.
Yeah.
How important is it, not particularly for your function, but when you think of the folks that you have guided into Figma, how important is that trait in people?
Well, for us, it's one of our values is build community. And so I think for me, from a very young age, customer service, being friendly, being open, learning from people was core to who I was. And so at Figma, it's also core to who we are, both internally building community for our Figmates, but also externally with our users. We have a user base that absolutely loves us and adores us, but that we also love and adore. We listen to their feedback, we listen to what they have to say, and we build for them. Similarly, internally, what our employees have to say, what our Figmates have to say, really helps shape the policies and processes that we make as well.
Super. So if you could just walk us through what is a chief people officer and how does that relate to community? How does that relate to what you're trying to do?
So what is a chief people officer? I started in this role about 3 months ago. So prior to this role, I was leading our recruiting team from March 2020 until about August. People at Figma oversees all of recruiting, all of traditional HR, so your people partners, your processes, but also oversees workplace and IT engagement. So for me, when I think about what my role is at Figma, it's how do I make working at Figma meaningful for everybody that works at the company? How do I make someone's career better? How do I make sure that they're leaving Figma better than they started? And we do see people leave. Not everybody stays forever. But really, how do we make it meaningful for every person as a career decision? Because it is. Where you spend your career is such a big decision for people.
And so one of the aspects that I've really appreciated about you is how you handle difficult decisions on people and and on how Figma is in a rare situation where you're still aggressively hiring, but of course, most companies out there are having to lay off a substantial amount of their folks. So how do you approach difficult conversations? How have you learned how to do that? Do you prepare the person, or do you immediately launch into difficult? What are some of the recommendations that you would have on that?
It depends on the person and the situation. I wish there was a one-size-fits-all for everything, but that would make life too easy. I think it's who are you talking to and what are you talking about? We have been very lucky that we are still hiring aggressively and we haven't had to go through layoffs, but it doesn't mean that we don't have difficult conversations around what's happening in the business. And so, I approach every conversation that I have thinking about the person first, and thinking about what is their biggest concern and trying to quell that and then have the conversation.
But does it serve a purpose to have small talk before difficult conversations, or just give us a sense of that, because
It depends. I'm not one for small talk usually, which is maybe a surprise as a chief people officer. I love people, but I like to get to the heart of the issue. And so I think that, I think it was Brene Brown who says, clear is kind. And so I think as you're approaching conversations that might be difficult, the sooner you can get to the point, the clearer you are, the kinder that is to the other person in the room.
And when you talk about your team and all of the interviewing that they do and supporting the execs interviewing for the respective teams, how do you help them get to the heart of the matter and really understand the folks that they're interviewing?
Yeah.
Are there some tips there?
So I will just say that it's a huge shout out to our entire team. I'm the person that gets to be up here, but we cannot do this alone. And our motto is always be recruiting at Figma. And so I think the way that I think about helping them, and maybe one of the tricks that people think that they should do but maybe shouldn't, is a lot of people like to ask, what do you do for fun? What do you do outside of work? And that might be a great icebreaker, but it's also a question that can really open up the conversation for a lot of bias. And so I try to steer our employees to focus on the conversation around what do they do at Figma, what excites them about working at Figma, and how can this person come in and help, instead of things that don't really apply to work. And when you actually get Figmates talking about what makes them excited to work at the company, most of them just light up. And so that's, I think, the best way to connect with someone when they are interviewing with us for a role.
I mean, one of the amazing things that you did, which I don't think is evident to folks, is that I really first met you. Sorry, I should have offered you some water.
No, it's
I'm not
okay.
doing a good job here. I first met you over Zoom because it was
Yes.
the deepest depths of COVID. And so a lot of the work that you did, including meeting all these people, was virtual,
Yes.
which only makes you knowing other names even more crazy. But how do you have you incorporated the Zoom interview versus a face-to-face interview in the whole process? Were there learnings there that you folks use going forward and companies should use?
Yeah. Well, when I think about, it's interesting, we went overnight from everything was in person. At Figma, we had 99% of our employees were in San Francisco in the office 5 days a week. When I started 2 weeks after the pandemic hit, we were all virtual overnight. We had to figure out how to interview. We had to figure out how to have our company meetings. We had to figure out how to do everything. I've really seen a lot of our teams, the standard process used to be a recruiter phone call, a hiring manager phone call, and then an on-site interview where the candidate would come on site. Now, almost all of that has actually moved to Zoom instead of a phone call, and it depends on both the candidate and the person. Zoom can be exhausting. Looking at yourself can be exhausting all day. I highly recommend hide self-view. If
Yes.
you have not hidden self-view yet, it helps a lot. But we've actually seen a number of our recruiters find that it's more personal. They get to knowing the candidate even better by doing that first call over Zoom instead of a phone call. Also, my team loves WhatsApping all of their candidates, which when I was doing this a very, very long time ago, we didn't do, but they're all texting with their candidates and trying to make everybody feel like this is casual and comfortable and that they can ask for help, really taking down the barriers of interviewing, because interviewing can be scary. That's what we've been focused on in the last couple of years.
Well, yeah, definitely in my job, I mean, we've talked about it, I view myself as a glorified recruiter. And what we have found when interviewing founders is that the folks who can shine in like this screen size is really amazing. So the folks that we've been able to interview and calibrate versus others, and somehow are able to tell their story, over this form factor, tells you that there's something special about them.
Yep.
But now you have multiple offices. So you have London, New York, Paris,
Let's see if you can name them all.
Tokyo,
Yep.
San Francisco.
Yep.
Am I missing?
Berlin.
Berlin.
And not an office yet, but our first person in Singapore.
Wow. So let's talk about, culture and community is so essential. How have you ensured that travels?
Yep.
And how unique does it get to, how does it maintain its presence on a global basis, but also on a local basis?
Yeah. This was one of my biggest focus areas when I started. So when I joined, we had one person in London, but we had decided to send someone from San Francisco to London to help seed that office. That was a really important decision for us, and I highly recommend that if you're opening up a global office and you've had an in-person culture before, to have your culture carriers go to your new offices. And so she went to London and helped build the team from scratch. We also had the two recruiters that were helping us build the London office come to San Francisco for a week and try to soak up as much as they could as well. And so as we've thought about building the rest of our offices in these global environments, we're probably going to do the same thing for Singapore. We hope to have a few people from our different offices go. But I just spent a few days in London with our team, and I was talking to our workplace manager, and we were talking about how one of the things that she loves so much is that we have this global culture, but then she has the ability to plan things locally as well for what works for the London office.
Yeah.
The London office is about 100 people right now, and it's very different. It's a very different culture than San Francisco, the working culture. They do a lot more of organized personal events than we might in San Francisco. Our Tokyo office is now just 16 people. As you're getting an office starting, you have to do more to build that culture and to help seed it so that they know also what are Figma's values. And so through our onboarding process, we embed the company-wide values and the company culture, but then locally we let them decide as well, what is Figma Tokyo? But it's been amazing to see that we have these both similarities across all of these regions, but also these individual cultures starting to slowly get created as well.
And I would be curious to know, when you joined, how difficult it was to hire versus now.
Yeah.
And like the concept of an employer brand.
Yeah.
And how, I mean, you worked at Quora, which had this moment of being a phenomenal brand as well. So how much do you proactively think about that, and how do you measure success on that?
Yeah. When I started, it's hard to imagine a time when Figma wasn't this global brand that it is today, but when I started, it wasn't. And so it was also right in the depth of early COVID. And so companies in 2020 were doing layoffs. It was not easy to recruit back then because I think people they were seeing what was happening in the global environment. They wanted stability. We were right when I joined, we raised our Series D, I think, in 2020. And we weren't this super, super known entity, but we did a pretty good job, I think, recruiting.
Yeah.
Now we have a brand that is so much more known. But I think what's amazing about an employer brand is, one, it's tied to the overall brand. It is what is our Figma brand first and foremost. But then the employer brand is really, what do your employees say about working? It's not something that you get to create and write out of thin air as a comms person. It is, what does a Figmate say about what it is like to work there? So I think about it a lot because it matters to me how people describe what it is like to work at Figma. I want it to be, again, that meaningful experience. And so, obviously we look at, in terms of measuring it, we look at our acceptance rates, we look at inbound traffic, how are we seeing applications go up over time? When we enter a new market in particular, it's especially important. When I think about going into Paris and Berlin, it was really hard because our brand recognition was fairly low. So we had to build the Figma brand, and then we had to build the employer brand as well.
And in many cases, like in the case of Quora or Google, the engineering culture and the engineers are placed on a pedestal in relative terms to the rest of the organization, which creates a sense of first-class and second-class citizens, which can actually be helpful if you're trying to build a certain type of company. That is not the case with Figma.
No.
And so is it is it something that you check in with and have to combat, or is it naturally not a situation where you have these different fiefdoms, trying to make the importance of their group more significant?
I think it's been fairly natural, and I think potentially some of it comes from the fact that we were building a tool for designers. And so how could you say that one group was more important when we were actually trying to serve this up? I wasn't there the earliest days, but that is like a hypothesis that I have. But I think we have, again, when one of your values is build community, you can't actually then put some people on a pedestal and others not. And the way that, I'm a little bit cheesy, as my team knows, and we talk a lot about one team, one dream. We can't do anything that we do at Figma without every single person on the team. Whether you're a designer advocate, whether you're in marketing, whether you're in finance, whether you're an engineer, the business doesn't work without all of us. And I think that community mentality has meant that we don't have these wars of we're more important, you're more important.
And the other aspect is, which I respect you tremendously for, not just you, but the whole company, is you've been quite vocal on societal issues and have taken stands, for instance, with abortion and relocation. Can you talk about how to get to that decision, how to implement it, how to plan for reaction?
Yeah. Well, so we have the privilege of having, I believe today now, 9 employee resource groups. And so we partner incredibly closely with our employee resource groups in a bottoms-up approach as well as a tops-down approach. What is an employee resource group? An employee resource group is an employee-run group. They have help of someone full-time at Figma as well, focused on communities that are generally underrepresented in the technology industry. So we have our LGBTQ Pride group. We have parents, which they go by Second Shift, which I love that name. We have our Black community at Figma, women. We have our neurodiversity. So we have a number of ERGs. And they actually also help us figure out when it is that we need to take a stance. But most recently, we had a midterm election in the United States, which was just about a week ago. And we try to keep politics generally in a specific channel as an opt-in. But we've also realized that so many things are about personal identity, and it's not about politics. But voting is something that I think everybody can agree on is really important and is a privilege and a right that we all have. And so for the midterm election, both Dylan and I really emphasize with the employee base, exercise your right to vote, have your voice heard. And so it's a combination of having our employees help us and having the leadership team get together and decide when it is that we want to take a stance on something.
And how often do you get the pulse of what's going on? Like, how do you measure how well you understand what the feeling within Figma is?
Yeah. So officially, twice a year. We have an experience survey that runs a full big old survey that we send out. Then we have a pulse survey that is actually happening right now to test engagement and understand how are people feeling. But we have so many informal touch points and so many amazing, through our ERGs, through our communities, different ways for Figmates to have their voice heard. We're a very transparent culture, very open, very public. Our Slack channels, which we have, our AMAs, are always lively. And so we feel like we have generally a pretty good pulse on a regular basis.
And what's unusual about you is that you've scaled from the...
There's a lot of unusual things about me.
And I'm going to get to some of them. But that you can scale from very early startup all the way to this big role. So one of the questions I was going to ask you, how would you implement this pulse? How early?
As early as possible.
Okay.
as early as
And how about these employee resource groups?
as early as your employees have passion to do it.
Yeah.
Community, working at a company is amazing. It's even more amazing when you have a friend or a buddy. I think we know that people are generally happier at work if they have at least one friend, but if they have two, they're really, really happy. And so, as early as you possibly can.
Okay, so I've heard from folks in your group
Oh boy.
that there are certain times that Nadia should not be spoken to. Can we talk a bit about what that is all about?
What those times might be. Well, first of all, I'm always approachable. I am always around for my team. They know where to find me, and they're not shy at all.
Big but.
Big but. If I'm a big sports fan, some European sports, a lot of American sports. If my team is in the playoffs and if they lose a big game, I tend not to be in the best mood after. So generally, people give me a little bit of space to recover.
Okay. And that lasts days or weeks?
When I was younger, it lasted days.
Yes.
Now that I'm a little bit more mature and I'm growing into, what it is to be an adult human being, maybe a few hours, maybe a day if it's really bad.
And finally, your team for the World Cup?
My team for the World Cup. I guess I have to.
You don't have to say,
I'm rooting for Messi.
Okay.
I want his, it's his last World Cup. I would love to see him go out on top. So that's what I'm rooting for.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nadia and Danny. Now we're moving into an entirely different field. How NFTs have spread and what opportunities they present.
Yes, to tell us more, we have Zishan Feroz, Chief Strategy Officer at MoonPay, and joining him is Ophelia Brown, founder and partner at Blossom Capital. They will guide us through, we're using hands-on terms, how users are onboarded to Web3 and how MoonPay bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. So, welcome on stage, Zishan and Ophelia.
Morning, everyone. Hope you're waking up after last night and ready for a good conversation with Zishan. Let's start at the beginning, just in case people aren't familiar with MoonPay and what you do. Do you want to give a brief introduction?
Absolutely. So MoonPay is what we, as a tagline, call a Web3 infrastructure company. Now, what that means, so it's useful to talk through the journey for MoonPay a little bit to talk about how we ended up there. We started off as a infrastructure company for crypto businesses. Any crypto business that wants to operate ends up having to invest in a significant amount of regulatory stack, infrastructure, operations that takes a lot of time and effort and money to get up and running. So we launched as a business that was this shared layer, this turnkey layer that you could enable to accelerate your go-to-market times in a compliant manner from like a year and a half to a few hours. And we've followed that journey as the Web3 ecosystems evolved. We've added to that stack. We found that 80% of it applied to this emerging space for NFTs. And we've continued to build on that. So we are today what I would describe as a end-to-end Web3 infrastructure company. We come in, we've even got a division now called MoonPay Studios, and that's designed to be really the first point of contact where a brand or a creator is thinking about Web3, and the studios team can then go in, help formulate that strategy, then provide the building blocks, the regulatory pieces, so the entire stack that's needed to take your Web3 strategy to market. That's what we do.
And before we get into the exciting products that you're launching and how MoonPay is going, I don't think anyone can sit on stage and talk about crypto without talking about FTX and the fallout. And I'm sure everyone's been following that story. But what's your view, what this means for the industry and what it means for MoonPay specifically?
I think it's incredibly sad what's unfolded, because I've worked in crypto now for 7 years now, and I have, it's incredibly sad for the people who've been affected by this. I have close friends who've lost a lot of funds in this process, so it's certainly a setback for the space, I feel, and I feel for the individuals that have, and actually we're seeing the fallout across the ecosystem and other companies as well. So, but it's also a moment for us to pause and reflect on how you prevent something like this happening again. I think as the contagion spreads and we continue to see this fallout, we realize that there were bad decisions made, but the system allowed for these to be made. And I think moving forward, you'll start to see more regulation in this space. You'll start to see, historically, if you look, at whenever a big player in a space catastrophically collapses like this, it's followed by additional regulation scrutiny, and it also creates a general sense of awareness, a healthy sense of skepticism around who you work with. So I think this, if anything in the long term, will be a turning point for the crypto space in terms of regulation, in terms of who folks trust and how they do business. And I think we at MoonPay, for us, we continue to build on what we've been building from the start. So MoonPay's always been designed to support businesses that don't have this type of inherent risk. They're generally, we work with, as an example, one of our biggest client base is non-custodial wallets. So all of the big non-custodial wallets out there. So we're driving the ownership element of it. And that's what we continue to build on. The Web3 piece of the equation, that's honestly less about crypto NFTs. That's about solving real world use cases. It's about utility. So for us, for me personally and the people around me, it's been a tough time. But I think generally for MoonPay, it is heads down, continue to build the right business with the right regulatory framework in terms of what this next era for crypto looks like, for Web3 looks like.
So coming back to MoonPay, you obviously started in payments and had a phenomenal business there. I mean, your first institutional round of capital that you raised was at a 3.4 billion post, and you had the financial profile to prove it. You were doing exceptionally well. Your customers included the likes of OpenSea and SoRare and others. And then you came to the market with another equally exciting product, which has potentially even bigger application than the MoonPay core products. You launched Hypermint, which is a platform that allows brands to create, manage, mint NFTs. And before this, we were kind of thinking, well, NFTs just digital collectibles. Are they just meant to be PFPs? What's the use case of them? But you've been having some really exciting conversations with brands. You've launched with Universal. Tell us more about Hypermint and the applications or use cases that you see for NFTs going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So the space is quite nerdy. We like to use a lot of technical terms like smart contracts and blockchain and NFTs. It's quite nerdy, and we like we like this sort of terminology. And I think what we were trying to achieve with Hypermint was to bridge between the technology and the infrastructure with a mainstream enterprise solution that abstracts away all of that complexity and focuses on the problem, the challenge that a creator or a brand's trying to solve for. So you could, when we launched Hypermint at NFT NYC, we did a drop during the announcement, and we wrote a smart contract right while we were there. And I think that's what it does. It demystifies and takes away all of that complexity and turns it into a simple product that is designed for both everything from individual creators, musicians, artists, the full spectrum, all the way to mainstream brands. So we've partnered with, as you said, Universal. We're doing and we're exploring lots of really interesting use cases. So while it may have kicked off with some again, nerdy photos and JPEGs to begin with, but it's turned into utility use cases with the likes of Universal, who we did a small project with around folks that take rides at two of Universal's parks, for example. We're working on memberships, token-gated memberships. We're working on a really broad spectrum of use cases around even things like with Allo Yoga for certificates of authenticity. So we're trying to. And the narrative isn't about what can you do with NFTs. The narrative is what problem are you trying to solve for and how this technology can help you. So we're trying to also shift the conversation from, hey, we've got some cool tech, to actually, we have a solution that could supercharge loyalty, that could supercharge memberships. It could strengthen the relationship with folks that your customers and your brand followers.
And it's still very early for this space, so I'm sure there's still a lot of skepticism, or brands don't quite know how to use the technology. What are the biggest challenges that you need to get them to overcome in the conversation, and what are they hesitant about?
Yeah. It's funny, so the number of people or brands and conversations where we've had, where people have turned up and said, we'd like to do something in Web3. But that's as far as the conversation's gone, in the sense that they haven't planned out what they'd like to do. It became a buzzword, and it was something that everyone wanted to get involved in, but didn't really quite understand it or didn't really know what they wanted out of it. So we've been working with several brands in helping. So again, MoonPay Studios, a lot of what we've created came out of necessity. So while we were offering a technical tool, people were trying to use it, but they weren't quite sure on how to apply it. So we had to create studios that helps create that strategy for the brand in terms of what KPIs, what metrics are they working towards. It's ideation in that sense. So what we're finding is, again, we're shifting the narrative from, I want to be in Web3 because it's cool, to here's a use case that might be useful for your type of product in line with your objectives. So, and once we've established that, you can then start to go, we've got the fiat rails, the licenses, the minting infrastructure, the full stack that's needed to go then execute on that. So that's how we're finding our engagement with brands. And I have to say, some of them have been incredibly refreshing. So we've got one huge brand that actually name dropped us, but we're not allowed to talk about it, but they mentioned Nike mentioned us in a Twitter space where there's a lot of coverage around their strategy and the .swoosh IDs that they're launching today. So I think it's those types of use cases which they don't even contain the word NFT. It's about delivering an experience, and that's what we're helping brands realize.
And coming back to MoonPay and the original product, I mean, one of the questions that was often asked was like, what's the value that MoonPay is providing for your partners and merchants? Because you've got some really big ones, as we mentioned, like OpenSea, but then you've got lots of small startups coming to market and wanting to facilitate their customers being able to exchange fiat to crypto. Perhaps break it down for the audience, like why use MoonPay?
Yeah. So, just, I guess, in order to answer that question, I'll tell you my story in the sense that I was CEO for Coinbase's international operations, and I was the first employee, and I spent the next 4 years fighting to build infrastructure. It was convincing banks that we're not a shady operation. It was convincing payments providers to not offboard us at 30 days notice. It was convincing regulators. So, but all of that effort and work was contained to lift the Coinbase ecosystem. MoonPay, we're building that exact same stack. We're building all of those constituent parts that businesses need, but anybody can build on it. So it's not a walled garden the way it is in, say, the way some exchanges do it. And that to me felt incredibly powerful because you could accelerate the pace of innovation if somebody could come up with an idea and take it to market in 2 weeks, rather than, if anyone's gone through a regulatory application, you'd know what I mean. Rather than spending the next 12 months in filling out forms and interviews and policies and procedures. So I think the value, and this extends to NFTs and everything that we cover in this space for MoonPay, is we're not a payment provider, we're not a regulatory cover, we're not just a fraud engine, we're all of the above in a plug-and-play cohesive package that you can just build on top of. I think that really is the essence of what we try and do. I do also think it's incredibly wasteful to imagine if there's 1,000 businesses in this space applying for their own licenses, managing them. It's wasteful, it's unnecessary. So I think that's where MoonPay is powerful, is that we just abstract away that complexity and we help you to build, both as for small businesses, creators, and big brands.
And the exciting thing with the launch of Hypermint is that you can now offer to merchants or to partners, really everything in terms of the suites of products. You need payments, or you need your smart contract, etc. Or the customer doesn't have a wallet, or let them spin up a wallet. Now you've moved from being payments infrastructure to Web3 infrastructure, as you call it. How do you think that changes your position in the picks and shovels space in this market? And where do you see your competitive advantages, and how much is brand a part of that?
I think in light of events from the last few weeks, brand has become even more important than ever. It's our competitive advantage, and again, I've seen this in crypto, it sometimes does live up to its reputation of the Wild West in many ways. You get a spectrum of businesses that range from ones that operate out of jurisdictions which are unregulated, obscure, and ones on fully regulated, licensed. So I think the MoonPay approach is picks and shovels. We're building the stack that you build on. But we're not the fastest moving player because we're trying to do things the right way. We've got the licenses, again, the payments relationships, the banking relationships. Even on the smart contract side, the internet is littered with stories about exploits and how they weren't audited properly, for example. So we're trying to bring maturity to this, and that's what we want the brand to represent. We want it to be seen as safe, as enterprise grade, trustworthy. Here's a small funny story. We started in crypto, with crypto businesses. Most of the deals we did were with the likes of, say, Telegram. We're done over Telegram, right? You can be texting somebody, you can say, yeah, we'll go with you. We were talking to a brand recently, and they sent us a 200-page InfoSec questionnaire that we'd never seen before. And we had to sit down with the security team to run through it, and it was all fine. But we're making that transition into working with the bigger brands and having the maturity to be able to respond to the questions that's expected of a robust infrastructure stack. So I think that's what that's what we were trying to build. It is picks and shovels, and the great thing about picks and shovels is we want the ecosystem to succeed. We're not picking winners. We're not choosing who we work with. It's as long as what you do is reasonable and legal, we'll provide the building blocks and the infrastructure for that. And you've been through a crypto winter before. In fact, most people at MoonPay have experienced this, and it's a very experienced team. Who knows how next year is going to look with recent events. What's your advice for, I'm sure there are founders in the audience thinking about building or are building, how to navigate the next
be it months, could be years.
Yeah.
What's MoonPay's approach going to be next year?
So we continue to build on incremental gains on what we've done so far. So we're spending a lot of time, again, going back to my earlier point with brands. So next year, what we expect to happen is, just generally in the crypto space, we expect there to be more regulation. I think there's going to be more regulation. I think for us, is to drive utility and use cases. It's to continue doing the types of partnerships that we've done in the later half of this year into next year. I would love to move away from conversations around NFTs and more around we can supercharge loyalty for you, or we can create a new style of membership program for you. I also, and this is more of a personal opinion, I also think developments around the metaverse are exciting, and I'm not endorsing the Facebook side of things over here. I'm just talking about the concept of the metaverse, and I think being able to express an identity and being able to have ownership in this emerging universe is incredibly powerful. And NFTs are, and blockchain and token-based ecosystems, they're the building blocks. They're the foundational pieces you need for that to exist. So our focus is in continuing to build reliable infrastructure for that, that allows the ecosystem to continue pushing the boundaries and innovate.
And another common factor bonding the audience today, and for yourself as well, is building in Europe. As you mentioned, you were previously CEO of Coinbase Europe, and now MoonPay's origins are in Europe as well. Talk about the crypto ecosystem over here versus in the US, and what are the advantages of being central to Europe?
So I spent a lot of time split between San Francisco and being over here. If I can express an opinion, I like the ecosystem here a little bit more. So one of the big differences I see here between the two is the Silicon Valley approach is incredibly blue sky, and it's, you know, you're aiming for really the stars. Whereas, and often there's not thoughts around monetization or revenue. It's about how can you capture as much as quickly as possible. Whereas I think the European approach is a little bit more balanced. I think, so MoonPay as an example. MoonPay was revenue generating right from the start. It was bootstrapped, it made money as a business. So for me personally, if you should always start off with an eye on the future on how something's going to turn into a business. And I see more of that in the European crypto ecosystem. I have friends, I'm an advisor to a whole host of businesses in this space, and they're heads down, they're a little bit more subtle, but they're still building at the same scale and pace as you're seeing in the US. So you have hubs. So MoonPay's now we've got what we call moon bases, and we've now got them in Barcelona, in Lisbon, and London. So we've kind of found those three to be the homes of the most talent. So I find it exciting to be here in Europe. I find the culture and the entrepreneurial spirit to be as powerful as anywhere else in the world.
And as you've leveled up and brought in some amazing talent for the C-suite and your exec team, that's actually shifted towards the US. And I think a common situation for companies to find themselves in and scale-ups in Europe is that the more senior talent inevitably ends up being from the US. How did you think about that journey to finding your CTO, your COO?
So hiring was hard up until maybe 6 months ago. It was really an employee-driven market, and I had fairly humble beginnings. But when I looked at some of the exact numbers and asks that were coming out, I was blown away. It was tough. It's also tough hiring for. We're not a big business. We're not thousands of people. We're about 300 people. And we're not like a 20-person startup. So you're looking, we're in that awkward teenage phase. We're in between. And so you're finding people who've got the experience of taking the company to the next phase, but who are also willing to roll their sleeves up and work on a spreadsheet with me to figure out what went wrong. So that's a difficult type of talent pool to find from an exec point of view. You'd layer on crypto and Web3 and all of that together, and it was challenging. So we're lucky. We've hired some good people. We, again, I think the fundamentals for the business was strong. So we were financially sound. We also had a good business model, and there was clearly a vision on how to solve the challenges that the space is facing. And then we ended up creating finding the right sort of structures for how to bring execs in terms of educating, onboarding, how to help them think about what they do to get the business, to integrate into the business. And that's kind of been it. Yeah, it's been I wish I could say we applied this formula and everyone should do this. It was really just looking for the right person, and fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. And you mentioned these hubs, which is something we're increasingly seeing with startups who want to have a remote-first culture, but people still want the one-to-one interaction. It's important for gelling as a team. Tell us a bit how the hub model works and why the hubs you selected.
So MoonPay was a COVID baby. We were born during COVID as a remote business. That actually, what I didn't realize, so in my previous roles, we'd gone through transitioning to some sort of remote culture. You're making a transition, so you're changing a mindset. But if you're born as a remote business, actually, the disciplines and the habits and the practices were all designed for a remote business. So we've actually been quite effective. So to give you an example, I live in Spain, our CFO lives in the UK, our CEO is in Miami. So we're a fairly distributed business. Our CTO is in San Francisco, across different time zones, and we've found a rhythm on how to make that work. However, there is something to be said to sit across somebody, shake their hand, and to spend some time working with them. So we've found this model where we've created these moon bases, and we use them as hubs for us to come together. So that's where usually most of our teams are concentrated. So what we're doing is we're creating almost like a co-creation space for the teams to come together. There's no obligation to be in the office, but in this space, we're trying to find the balance between being remote, but also being able to come into an office and work together.
And you're still going to be hiring next year. MoonPay's story is still one of growth. Let's leave this in a word of positivity and for others. And why are you still excited about the future of crypto? Like, why are we going to, MoonPay's big vision is bring the next billions into Web3. Why does that still hold true for the next decades?
So it's not really about crypto. It's not really about the tech. It's about what we can do with it. I think there's a natural fit for use cases that we are driving, and that's what is exciting for us. Also, every time you shake out the bad actors, that ultimately long-term, that's a good thing. Like that for me is right. Now is a great opportunity for us to double down on what we've done, what we feel good about, and continuing to solve real problems as we have conversations. So we almost feel like we've got a responsibility to continue, building the right type of infrastructure that the next version of crypto is going to need.
Wonderful. Zisran, thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful audience.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Zishan and Ophelia. So next up on the Serene Stage, we have Mikki Kuusi, co-founder and CEO of Vault and also former CEO of Slush. It's going to be a fireside chat, but it's not exactly business as usual.
Definitely not. We're going to do something completely different now. And as far as I know, this has never happened on Slush stage before. Joining Mikki, we have Harry Stebbings, and we are going to record an episode of 20 Minute VC right here, live on stage. As many of you know, 20 Minute VC is an iconic TV show in VC and startup podcasting. Harry started the series in 2015, and during these 7 years, he released over 2,750 episodes, which gets more than 1.3 million plays per show. Quite an interesting setting of a fireside chat. What do you think?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, let's bring them out.
Yes, let's press play. Mickey and Harry, the stage is yours.
Thank you, my friend. Oh, wonderful. This is very exciting. At 20 VC Live, I've done, what, 3,000 podcasts. I think I've done one live before, so this is like the very, very minority. So, Mickey, thank you so much for doing this with me.
Thank you for doing it to me as well. Like, are you getting stage fright?
I'm terrible stage fright, not used to the moderating thing. So let's start with a little bit on you. So we see Walt today in many countries, household name. Just take me back briefly. Founding moment, how did it come to you, and walk me through that?
Yeah, like, I kind of realized starting in university in 2009 that, like, I thought when I started at uni that the world is ready, and like now we get to live in it. Like someone founded IBM 100 years ago, and now all we get to do is work at IBM. And to my delight, I realized that the world is actually changing quite a lot, and it's changing quite a lot right now because the world is going online. So I kept on thinking from 2009. I did a few years of Slush. I ran it from 2011, 2014. I kind of realized that we're living through this industrial revolution. Everything is going online. Most industries are not very online. So I kind of started thinking that, how is this going to impact industries that are not online? And I started thinking about local services and cities and what's going to happen to shops and stores and restaurants and so forth. And that was kind of the early thesis of Walt. Like, how do we take the city, the local services online?
Now, we've spoke many times before, and you said something to me that I loved, and I think it's important for us to unpack today, which is we kind of have this myth of the superhero CEO. And so when we think about the myth of the superhero CEO, I'm just going to mic drop this one. How do you feel, Mickey?
So I think there's an unhealthy, cult of the founder or myth of the superhero CEO in the tech industry, where, you hear these stories of, hey, I'm the CEO of this 1,000-person company. I still interview everyone who joins the company, and that, ultimately there's going to be this all-knowing founder that knows everything about the industry and the company and everything, and is going to be the right person to make every decision. And I think the reality is that, my philosophy when it comes to this is that, our job as CEOs and founders is to ultimately create a team with great culture so that people like to work together and they can create an impact, and ultimately empower that team to make the decisions, to be closer to the problems and to figure out what we need to do. And I think whenever I hear a CEO saying that, hey, I'm still interviewing everyone when there are 1,000 people, I'm like, you don't trust your team. Your job is to create a company that succeeds whether you're there or not. So I think the goal is not to be the superhuman CEO. The goal is to build a team that is able to ultimately succeed without you.
You said a really interesting word there, which is trust. And I'm glad, I put the phone down so we can leave the schedule. But trust, do you start with a lot of trust when you have a new hire and it's there to be lost? Or is it starting low and it's there to be gained? How do you embrace that?
Actually, both. So there are certain things that are very close to my heart, where the reality is that I want to see someone new starting in that role really get it before I'm willing to completely let go of it. I'll give a few examples, brand. Alo, who runs brand for Walt, we had a very long onboarding time together, and he's absolutely amazing. But it's one of those things that is very close to my heart and something I've always done at Walt. Product, very similar topic. I used to run product at Walt. Vincent, who runs product today at Walt, he joined us in 2019. Not an easy role to join into, but we would never be 550 people doing product and engineering at Walt if I would be still running it. So in those kind of things, trust has to be earned. Sure. But then the default in a lot of other places is trust. That it's yours to be lost, but there's a starting assumption of trust when you join.
So we've had a discussion before, and
we discussed trust versus safety and kind of aligned it to, are you running a team or like in a team, or are you in a family? Can you talk to me about how you think about trust versus safety and team versus family when it comes to company building?
So this is one of the things I learned in Supercell back in 2012. So I worked at Supercell, which is a 35-person company. I got to see the development of games like Clash of Clans and Heyday, and that time I spent at Supercell is one of the foundational experiences that made me who I am as a founder and as a CEO. And Ilkka is the founder and CEO of Supercell. Someone I really look up to when it comes to being a great builder of culture and a great CEO. He always liked to say that he wants to build a team, not a family. So you might ask, what is the difference between a team and a family? Ilkka is a huge ice hockey fan. So if you're building a team, your goal is to build a winning team that is able to win the Stanley Cup, the biggest prize in NHL. So the difference between a team and a family is that there's a lot of things they share. Like you support each other, you go through the thick and thin. You're going to be there on the rainy day and the sunny day. But a team doesn't exist if you don't win. So a team is defined by its capability to win matches. A team that doesn't win is not going to be a team for a very long time. So in a team, you need to make difficult decisions. You don't make similar difficult decisions with your family. You're not going to fire your little brother because they fucked up. But in a team, you have to make difficult decisions so that you have the right players in the right spots, being able to play together to ultimately win. And I think when it comes to also our company culture, we support each other. We're there for each other. We celebrate, we grieve together. We make mistakes, we learn from those. But at the end of the day, we also have to make difficult decisions about who is not the right fit for the team, or who used to be a right fit for the team, but they're no longer the right fit for the role in the new context of the company. And I think that allows you to have a culture of trust, because that means that you don't have to micromanage your people. You don't have to create these systems in place where you're trying to catch the person that is not exactly the right fit into the company, and you make everyone's life a lot more difficult. So trust over safety.
I'm using this purely for advice now. Obviously, I run a media company as well. What's the difference between a mistake and a mistake too far? And then you also hear the advice commonly given, which is, when you feel something's wrong, you know it already, and when you have doubt, there's no doubt. So how do you think about a mistake versus something you really need to act on?
So if you have a culture where it's not okay to fail, where it's not okay to take ownership over the things that go wrong and say hey, that's one's on me, you're not going to have a very powerful culture when it comes to learning and when it comes to ultimately being able to do the right thing. So you have to have a culture where it's all right to put up your hand and take complete and full ownership over everything, over the good things and the bad things. So that's like the starting point. But mistakes, I've never really seen a person be let go because they made a mistake. It's more about trust. It's more about trust, because if someone is making mistakes, they're learning from it, they're going forward, they're taking risks, but ultimately they have the right attitude, they're doing the right things, things happen. But if you see that someone no longer has the trust that we can trust their judgment, that they're going to make good decisions, that they're going to learn from their mistakes and so forth, that's not going to be the right person for the team. So I don't think it's about mistakes, but it's about trust in the person's judgment. And how to have that trust is to behave in the right ways if you do make mistakes. Own the mistake, recognize what we could have done differently, how we're going to learn from it, and move on. And then you're going to retain that trust, because people see that even if this person does a mistake, they're going to own it, they're going to learn from it, they're going to fix it, then they're going to move on, and the trust remains.
This is all part of culture, and you've mentioned culture many times, and it's kind of part of trust and safety. I think culture is quite a fluffy word, to be honest, thrown around today. And you said to me before that compensation can be used as a driver or a tool in building culture today. How do you use compensation as a tool in building culture?
So every now and then I see companies that say that, hey, we have a culture where everyone's in it for the company, and everyone is taking ownership over the obvious, and fixing whatever they see that is broken and trying to help the company succeed. And yeah, how are you compensating your people? Yeah, we have this stock option program, but it's only eligible to these and these people. And hey, we have these goals that, if you hit your sales quota, you're going to get a bonus or more stock options and something. And you're effectively saying that you want your people to be in it for the company and to be missionaries, but at the same time, you're compensating for people to do this thing. So it's not very surprising if the end result is that people are optimizing for the things that ultimately lead to like a good outcome for them. I think one thing we got right with Volt since the start was that we had a very simple philosophy when it came to like ownership. Like every single employee joining the company for a very, very long time was given like stock options in the company. The stock option terms were as clean as we could make it. Like every now and then I look at companies and their stock option programs, and there's all these weird clauses around if you leave the company, how long is the subscription time and how is the strike price being defined and so forth. And I'm like, you don't really win that much as a company in putting these things into place, but you're violating a lot of trust with your employees. And at the same time, like, I'll give you an example. Like, remember when we were launching Czech Republic, and I was visiting the market before launching, and I noticed that one of our Baltic restaurant partner managers, like salespeople, was there onboarding the first Czechian guy. And I was like, hey, Mantas, fancy seeing you here. And Mantas is like, yeah, we needed someone to help with the new guy being onboarded here. So, I got a call that, hey, can you come to Prague for a couple of weeks? And yeah, I've been going to meetings with him now for a while, and it's actually not that different to do this in Prague than it is to do it in the Baltics. And the point is, Mantas was not incentivized because of how many restaurants he was signing in his home city, trying to get to a quota, and ultimately, being focused on that. Mantas was incentivized as a shareholder of the company by, ultimately the company succeeding. Obviously, there's a performance component that if they do well, they're going to get like, bigger ownership in the company as well. But I think compensation sets the foundation for culture. And if you want to have a culture where people are committed, where people give you more than is expected of them for the company, where people think beyond their role and scope, you also have to make sure that your stock option programs are set up in a fair way that if something goes wrong, if the person leaves, you're not going to be like, we're going to take everything away from you. So I think it's a two-way street.
What are the biggest mistakes that you see founders make today when it comes to culture setting and maintenance?
So the thing I learned at Supercell is that culture is very small things. I'll give you two examples from Supercell. When Heyday was released to testing, if I remember correctly, it was Canada, and we started getting early data about it. We had a bi-weekly management meeting, and the head of analytics asked Ilkka, the CEO, that, hey, we're getting this data of like Heyday, how it's going, like who should we send it to? And Ilkka thought about it for a split second and said, everyone. A lot of companies say they want to be transparent, that people need to have the context, and people need to know, but like that decision, that split-second decision of like, how are you sharing that information and to whom is a foundational part of what kind of a culture you have. Yeah. So I think like my default in Volt has always been that if I'm sharing information, I always ask, what is the biggest audience I can share this to? Is there some reason I would only share this with management, or could I share this, for instance, with the whole company? And I've always tried to default to the largest possible audience. Make sure that everyone has an overabundance of context available to them. Another example is that at Supercell, when I was there, we killed one of the games we had been working on. It was a small team. I think it was 5 or 6 people that had been working on this beautiful game for 4 or 5 months, and we decided it was not the right game for us anymore. It didn't work out. The data didn't show that okay, this is going to be something that customers really love or gamers really love. And I remember when the game was killed in an all-hands call, there was this presentation about everything we learned making this game, and the team was making it, and some of them were crying, explaining like the design and the philosophies and the learnings. And at the end of it, like Ilkka gave everyone a bottle of champagne, and they got a week off. And then when they came back from the week off, they would move to new teams and continue building new games. And that was celebrating failures, celebrating the fact that we as a team and as a company became better because of the work these people put on the table for the company, and they worked hard for it, and we should celebrate it. So these kind of things drive culture. Culture is hundreds of these kind of small things that usually start with the founders and the CEO.
So we've got culture, we've got the team there. But we're told that the best founders can hire the best talent. And universally, founders are told, look for people that have done it before. Look for that branded sales leader, marketing leader, you name it. You've said before that that's not the right way to go. So talk to me, why is that not the right way to go? And how do you advise founders on the right way to go?
So Case Coolen, who was the early CEO of Booking.com, I think today the biggest software company out of Europe, he was an early investor of ours, and I spent a lot of time with him after he led our Series A back in 2016. And Case told me a story of like how they ended up launching in Spain. So they had a Spanish customer support representative that was like 22, 23 years old working in Amsterdam. And they had like business already in Spain, but they didn't have like any office or any people in Spain. So this young girl came to pitch the case that like, hey, we should start an office in Spain. We could do so much better if we did like things in Spanish with local people on the ground and so forth. And Case was like, let's give it a shot. And this 23-year-old woman ended up scaling booking from basically 0 to 2 billion GMV in Spain. And what Case taught me was that a lot of companies are looking for, okay, we need to launch in Spain. Let's find someone who's been reading a business in Spain or who's launched a business in Spain previously. And that's kind of how you start to think about profiling. But what many companies don't realize is that you don't actually want to find the person that did it successfully before to do it for you. You want to find who that person was before they did it. And that's the person you're going to be looking for. Like, very few people do these kind of things 2 times in their life.
So where do you go for that? Do you look for the deputy of someone who's done it before? How do you try and figure out who that person is?
So one thing I spent a lot of time on was trying to figure out who were world-class benchmarks for the type of people that we needed to hire.
Yeah.
And I would look at those people and I would look at what they did before they ended up on that track, coming that person that we now benchmark. Because I'm like, we need to find that person when they're young and hungry and they have the right kind of capabilities and the right kind of smarts to be able to do it for the first time with us.
Can I ask you, does changing technologies change that profile type? So if we look at CMOs today, you could look, 4 or 5 years ago, they could have been, I don't know, the best email marketing experts, the best SEO experts, but I think now the rising stars are actually the best short-form video experts, the best TikTok experts, you name it. Does the technology change the pathway to that profile, and does that make it harder?
So when I was at Supercell, I was 2012, I was 23 years old. After half a year I spent on free-to-play games, I realized, like, Ika told me one day that, Mickey, you do realize you're one of the top experts on free-to-play gaming in the world. Like, yeah, it makes sense because free-to-play gaming is like half a year old. So there's not going to be too many experts on that. And I think like the reality in technology companies is that you're working on a lot of things where it hasn't been done before. There's no university curriculum saying that, how to do these things. There's very few companies where you can hire people from that are going to know how it should be done at your company next. So I think overall, there's a more broad thing for the tech industry. You need people that figure out with your company how these things should be done. You need people like, we do like a world-class logistics optimization today as a company. It's a very complicated set of like technologies we built to be able to do what we do, like live traveling salesman optimization, real time in each of our cities, real time optimizing every couple of seconds. What is the right way to solve the city? Did we have like, in our founding team or early employees, like, PhDs in logistics optimization or whatever? No, like we had people who became subject matter experts by learning with the company how to do this.
Yeah, I think when I listen to you speak, Mickey, the thing that kind of is very prominent for me is like you just seem like a very innate leader. The question is though, it's always challenging with every stage of leadership. What was the most challenging stage of leadership for you personally to grow into, and how did you overcome it?
That's a very good question. So up until when Volt was like 30 people, we didn't have any like middle management. Like everyone I was technically everyone's boss. I was amazing at it for 30 people. I was the person like responsible for kind of everyone and everything. And after 30, 40 people, we started building hired a COO to took over like the business side of it. And we set up like, our current CTO as like, head of engineering, and he took over the engineering team. And that was like, I think one of the most difficult transitions you have to do as a founder is to let go of being so hands-on with everything. Because like, a lot of founders are like really bloody good at what they do. They really know the product. They're really passionate about the industry. They're really passionate about the details and so forth. But that doesn't scale. Like if you're going to be that person still at a massively bigger scale, you're not going to build a great culture. You're not going to have a team that cares and owns these things with the same level as you do, because you don't give them the room. Yeah. So this balance of setting up new people, trying to onboard them, teach them, and giving them space to be worse than you, to make mistakes, and you're like, you want to go in there and you want to like change things. But like the thing is, if I continue doing this, like it's going to be 100% result. And I set up someone and maybe they do like 70 to 80% result. But if I allow them to keep on doing that, they're going to get to 100% and eventually like 120 or 130%, because you as CEO, you have to do like tens and tens and hundreds of things. You can never be truly world-class long-term in all of these things. So you need to set up people that are going to become world-class.
And the thing I noticed, it's just the reluctance to do it the first time. If you can stop the first time, it's like almost going to the gym for the first time. You go to the gym the first time, the second day seems easier. If you don't jump in the first time, not jumping in the second time, so much easier.
But it's difficult because sometimes you have to jump in, and sometimes you maybe even to change the person, or like it's a difficult balance to get right. And like I think as CEO, what is the CEO role like? The CEO role is basically identifying things we're not doing as a company, taking ownership over those things, trying to figure out the thing, a person internally or externally do those things with you up until a point where you're like, they kind of got it now, can you please continue doing this, and I'm going to do something else. And like I've done this at Wolt like 100 times. I still remember the time when Case told me in 2016 that, Mickey, your most important hire is going to be a recruiter. Because if you build a growth company, growth companies are glorified recruiting operations. Like we've hired since that moment, we've gone from like 50 people to 7,000 people today. So you need to hire a great recruiter. I'm like, great recruiter, let's do it. I've never worked with a recruiter. I've never seen a recruiter in my life. Supercell didn't have a full-time recruiter when I was there, which was my only benchmark.
So
Slush.
how did you know what great recruiters look like, and how did you go to hire it?
So first of all, it's very uncomfortable. You're like, someone tells you this is the most important thing, and you have no idea how to do it, and you're like, am I the right person to be even the CEO? Like, I have to get a great recruiter, and I don't know what recruiting even is. So like what I did was that I kind of tried to figure out that, okay, I need to figure out some other great recruiters that like, what does a great recruiter look like? And I tried to find companies that, allegedly are great at recruiting and people that are doing that there. And I tried to get a call or talk with them and try to kind of learn that like, what does this person do? Where do they come from? How do they talk? To create a picture of what a great recruiter looks like. And you just like start learning step by step. It's like the only way, like I have a good saying that, when in doubt, just take the next short step forward. Like it's oftentimes you have this scary big goal. Like, I remember we raised our Series B and we're like, we have to raise a Series B round of financing in 6 months or we go bankrupt. And with my CEO, we're like, we have no idea how to do this. We have no idea what the data room looks like, what the deck looks like, what the investors want to hear about. And I still remember being at home at night, being like, I have no idea how we're going to do this. I was scared. I was like, everyone's looking up to like, Mickey, he's going to do the thing. I have no idea how to do it. And then next week, we sit down in a room, we're like, let's make V1, version 1 of the deck. We talk with some investors. Retention is really important. Yes, let's pull up retention. And you kind of learn step by step by step until like 6 months later, we raised a round of financing.
Final one before we do a quick fire. When you felt scared and insecure in that moment, who did you talk to?
So when I was the CEO of Slush, I was the CEO that like had all these fears going for me that, what if we don't sell enough tickets and we're going to go bankrupt, and the production was very scary, and like all these things I was concerned about. And I kind of kept them to myself. Yeah. I was like, if everyone in our team knew all the things that I would know, would they be here? Would they be like, oh, this is not a very good operation to stay as a part of? And it was very heavy. So when we founded Wolt, I had a very simple philosophy. Everything I know, everything I'm concerned about, everything I'm fearful for, I'm going to share 100% with my co-founders. I'm going to share 100% with my kind of lead investor, our chairman of the board. And when we became bigger, that extended to like the whole of our management team. So I've kind of like, since the starting days of Wolt, operated with 100% transparency, with the people close to me. What it means is that your best people not only know kind of the full context, but you have all these smart people figuring out these difficult problems together with you. And I think like a lot of CEOs try to carry too much stuff on their shoulders, or they don't really have like this transparency with their board, so they're kind of afraid about the board and trying to sell. Like one thing I see a lot of entrepreneurs doing is that they're selling. Yeah. Like I'm an investor in one company that is doing really well, but like every time they send this investor update, it's like another record month and we crushed it and amazing and this and that and so forth. And I'm like, that's great, but like, I know for a fact they're gonna have things they're concerned about, things that are getting fucked up and so forth. Like, don't go to this mode of like, you already sold the investors so they invested. Like, make sure that you're using them to help you figure out the difficult stuff.
I think what people are scared of is uncertainty. It's not actually knowing, it's just the uncertainty of not knowing. Quick fire round. So I'm gonna give you a couple of short statements. We have 2 minutes, okay? What's your biggest strength? What's your biggest weakness?
One of my co-founders says well that usually your biggest strength is also the source of your biggest weakness. My biggest strength allegedly could be said that it's energy. I'm able to drive energy into people, into doing things, into solving difficult problems. The downside of energy is that you also have to stop. You also have to listen. Not everything should be done very quickly, but sometimes you have to pause and you have to think, and that's what I have to kind of try to balance with.
Why did you decide to sell to DoorDash?
That was actually a very difficult decision. So for background, over the years, we had multiple opportunities to sell the company. Like, this was not the first time we had the opportunity to sell the company. However, how this was different was that this was the first time we felt that we can do something more by going together with DoorDash than what we could do on our own. That was the first time where it kind of felt that if we don't take this, I'm gonna be afraid of regretting that I didn't go for it, because I'm gonna see after the fact all the things that we could have done that we couldn't do on our own.
What would you most like to change in the world of startups? Dramatic effect.
I love the startup world. Like, I think like there's a lot of very difficult problems we need to solve. I think one thing I don't enjoy is that, like, if there are customers wanting to use some service, pay for something, that is something that is valuable to do as a starting point. Doesn't apply to everything, but that's as a starting point. And I think like what I don't like in the startup ecosystem today is that there's a little bit of this snobbiness every now and then, that like if you're not fixing climate issues, like you're not working on something relevant. I think we need to fix the climate issues, but we also need to work on a lot of other things. So I think generally speaking, I don't grade entrepreneurs based on what they're working on. I grade entrepreneurs based on their output, what they are able to get done. That's the important thing.
So we have 10 seconds left, so we'll probably get another 10 seconds in. Wolt in 10 years, what does it look like then?
I mean, I think people are going to laugh at the fact that companies like us started with restaurant food delivery, similarly to how we kind of laugh about Amazon starting with books. So I think it's incredibly early for retail becoming e-commerce, and what mobile and kind of this real-time delivery is going to do for the world. So buckle up. I think it's only getting started.
So I've done 3,000 podcasts. I think Mickey is universally one of the best guests I've had on the show. Thank you so much, Mickey, for doing this with me, and it's been fantastic.
Thank you, Harry. That's a wrap for 20-Minute VC. Thank you so much, Miki and Harry. And now it's time for our first panel discussion of the day. We can all probably think of an example of a company where the leadership is split among co-CEOs. At face value, it's obvious there's different consideration, but what exactly goes into planning and operating these kind of startups? I think this next one will be very interesting to hear.
Definitely. We're quite lucky to learn more about the lives of co-CEOs with an example like Infuse. Next, we have the co-founders and co-CEOs of Infuse, Monika Liikamaa and Denise Johansson, taking the stage. Joining the discussion is Amy Lewin, editor at Sifted. Let's give a warm welcome to Monika, Denise, and Amy.
I didn't hear the warm welcome, though, applause. Did you?
No.
Ah, thank you, awesome. So great to be here.
You are in for a treat because these ladies are very fun, as you are about to find out. They're co-CEOs. They come in matching outfits. We've coordinated. We've got the blondes on either side and the brunette in the middle.
Yeah, we got the brains in the middle.
Okay. Well, excuse me.
That's your problem.
So, ladies, you're co-CEOs. Take us back to the beginning. How did you meet? How did this beautiful partnership come about?
Your version of mine. Let's take yours.
Let's mine. Mine is the grander version, and then she'll give it to us anyway. Yeah, well, as I am, as you see, the older one. I used to be building a bank in Finland called S-Bank, and at that point I was the CIO of the bank, and then we had a core banking service provider called Crosskey Banking Solution, and I kept hearing about a very, how should I say, ambitious and strict young lady working over there, and they call her Denise, and I was like, Denise said this and Denise said that, and I was like, I wonder who the fuck that Denise is. Then, fast forward a couple of years, we met, and I decided to join the dark side, so quitting at the bank and joining Crosskey, and that's how our paths crossed, and we've been working together for, I think it's like soon 15 years. And she's my better half in business and in life also. So we were never friends, but now we are more than that because we share the same ambition level. So that's the true, and now she's looking at me, that this is the short version.
No, yeah.
And how did you come to actually start a company together? And whose idea was it? Who suggested it?
It was Monica's idea. She called me one day in February, 6.5 years, almost 7 years ago. But from the day she joined the dark side, she immediately asked for me to join her team, and I said yes. And from day one, it just worked so good with us. We knew where we had each other, even though we didn't actually know each other, but we sensed, like, business-wise, ambitious-wise, values-wise, we knew exactly. So we worked together there for 6-7 years, and when she quit, we never said goodbye. We said that we are going to work together again. Let's see when in time and with what. And it took less than 3 months. I was on maternity leave, and she just called me, should we? And after 1 year home with a child, I was like, yes! What shall we do? Start a business? Yes, let's do. So we did.
So you've been co-CEOs right from the start.
Yes.
Was there ever any?
Yeah.
What does that mean in practice? Apparently Salesforce now has co-CEOs, so you've
they probably heard about us.
You've set a real trend.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work in practice?
Yeah, and that's many levels, but I think the really important thing is the 110% trust. So meaning that I just got a question yesterday that if there's some agreement that needs to be signed, do you need to see it and blah, blah, blah. I said, no, because we are on a mission. We are building Enfuse to be the best and fastest and globally scalable payment service provider. We want the world to be a better place with an Enfuse in it than not. So that's where it all comes from. And then we're so fucking awesome that when, like, for example, here at Slush, we've been meeting all the investors who want to pump in money into us. So instead of me having only 12 meetings, we could have that double up. So that's how we work. So we execute faster and better because there's two of us who really knows how to get shit done.
And have you sort of divided and conquered? Are there things, what are you better at than her?
I'm better at structure. I'm better at planning. I am. And I'm better to concretize when real things needs to get going. But she's visionary, energy, and tech. But no, we haven't like split it on a paper. This is Monica, this is Denise. But anyone who works with us, they need like, how many minutes did you get with us? 5-10 minutes. and you saw the dynamic between us. Like, you don't need to spend more than a few minutes and you sense what we are and how we work together. But if we need to generalize, numbers, me, tech, Monica.
So that you haven't, are there any things you've had to put in place to make it make sense for the team?
No, well, put it like this. We actually decided now, when we are scaling, and we've been fortunate enough now to hit numbers in a way that we could take in our Series C last year and take in now next level people. So what we realized is that we need someone to help everyone in the management team understand each other faster. So we have a so-called mental coach, or he probably has some better name, I don't know what, but Jari, we call him Santa Claus. But he's really good. So what he does is that he coaches each and every one of us to understand ourselves better, so that when we communicate, it becomes faster. So the trust built between us for the past 10 plus years, we need to boil that down faster. So that's what we are doing in order to become better and faster.
So have you done anything else to kind of make that trust between you even stronger? You have mentors?
No, not between the two of us.
No.
Like, we talk way too many times a day. We text each other even more every day. I do think that I spend more, like, I share more words with her than with my husband most of the time. So, and I think that's what you need to do. You need to keep the communication open and honest, and it needs to be 100% transparent at all time.
Are there not times though when you could argue that as a CEO, if you didn't need to kind of keep each other on top of what you're both doing, if you didn't have to keep sort of updating the other person, you'd be able to just get more stuff done?
No, because you would probably get more shit stuff done, but when you need to get actual shit done, like awesomeness, who is ever best? You need to have someone to bounce the ideas, because often, like especially with Denise, when she comes in, it's more like this is how I'm thinking, this is what we should do, because this is the target we're going for. Well, it makes sense, couple of questions, and then speaking it out clarifies it to yourself.
Yeah.
So actually I believe that that's the secret sauce, that when you have someone, and I often use this dialogue, example also, that we're like parents, because when you have a lot of kids, they try to play you. So I always say it's me and her against the rest of the world, but meaning in a way that since we are aligned, everything becomes much faster, because it doesn't mean that we okay, I'm going to sign this, what do you think, or should I have this? No, it's the big picture ticket items that matter.
Yeah, and have you had instances in the past where members of the team have been like, she'll let me get away with this, but the other one won't?
Yes, they try, and I think as an
but they don't survive.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
So they really don't survive.
And some people have a really hard time. Like, even though if you meet us, if you spend some time with us, and you still think that actually I'm going to play this way because then my career, or it's always then personal based. I can't understand how you can be that stupid, that you would believe that some random could actually come and break what we have.
Because people are actually stupid in that way. They try to play you against, because they think that because I am a bit more open like this, talk a lot more, that I would be some level more easygoing. But actually what it's for me is I am very nice until I'm not. So I really don't like people that don't deliver. And what then happens is that I just start, they kind of die for me. So I'm okay, I'm not wasting my energy on that. And then it's hey, you can't do that. You need, okay, so I think that's also the good thing.
Yeah, and is the open is just communicating constantly the key thing to make sure nothing ever gets.
Yeah, and not living in the same place.
Oh yeah, this is crazy as well. They don't actually see each other.
No, that's why I'm excited here. I'm are you excited to be at Slush on stage? So that, woo. But I'm excited to be with Denise, because since we live in different parts, We've been remote first, but I do think that that's what keeps it fresh.
I don't think.
I don't want to.
So you think the long distance co-CEO relationship is the right one?
Yeah.
Yes.
What would happen if you spent too much time in the same physical location?
I think I think like this, the energy burst that comes from having this. I think I would just, burn out. I would die. I was like, fuck.
I actually think that we would just spend too much time with each other.
Yeah.
So we actually wouldn't have families on the side. And it is the families that keep us sane throughout this journey.
Yeah.
So we would probably burn them out, and then it would be just the two of us, and then we would burn out.
True.
Do you think you kind of do you think you have higher standards for yourselves because you are co-CEOs? I have a deputy editor who I run Sifted with, and she's such a fucking star that I don't, you have those days where you're like, I just want to take it easy, but I'm like, Eleanor's not taking it easy, so I've got to step up to the mark as well. Does it feel a bit like that?
You should step up, Amy, now.
I know, I do. She set a high bar.
Yeah. I understand the question. Doesn't mean I relate. What I'm trying to say is that, of course there are days like when the other one is more like, fuck. But you wake up every morning, IPO 2027. How do we get Enfuse to become the company one? Because that's where we are going. That's the goal. So being tired is not an option. And I think one thing that I have had to learn is that I need to be more. I can be merciful to us. Like, okay, let's take. Yeah. But I think one thing that I need to be better at, and Denise helps me with that, is the communication side also, because I know that everyone doesn't have to be like that. Enfuse is also a lot of great people. Every one of them aren't founders, so it is different.
But Monica, I need to disagree with her a little bit.
Good.
And this I'm good at, disagreeing with her. I do hear what you say, but if it would be just me, would I wake up and do all the shit every day, 365? No, probably not. So I do think it helps that you have someone with a high standard. Could I let myself down? Probably yes. Would I let Monica down?
No, never.
It's the same with the family. Like, could I let myself down? Would I let my kids down?
No,
never.
So
I do think it actually helps.
Yeah.
And now you agree with me.
Now, yeah, because I
agree.
understand it. Because she's explained it better than you.
She's a better communicator.
Amy, tips from the coach.
It's not like I'm a professional communicator.
Yeah. How's it going for you?
Is being a co-CEO something that has to be put in place right from the start, do you think? Or is it something, if someone had a superstar CPO or COO, is it something that a founder CEO could elevate someone to that position? Or do you think it needs to be there right from the very beginning?
Now I'm going to take this. I see what you are going to answer. But I'm going to say no. I don't think that it needs to be in place. And even though this is the way we have been leading the company from day one, we haven't officially been the co-CEOs from day one because we didn't understand co-CEO was a concept 7 years ago. Like one of us had the title and we shifted it a little among the years, and we have a lot of companies. But then when someone actually said it out loud, that the co-CEOs, and we were like, what did you say? That actually makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then we officially became it. So I do think that it's more about the foundation in the relationship and the common goal and vision than it is like place in time when you have to say it out loud.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenging part. Like, how do you get a successful? So if we were sitting here now and being investors and going in to invest in something, would we say that you should have a co-CEO? No, because there has to be dynamics, and then the title becomes just like, but this is what we are. This is how we run the show, and then you get that. So I would have a hard time understanding how you could find that dynamics, because in the end of the day, it's about absolute trust.
Yeah. What did you've raised a lot of money, and you must be one of the only female-founded companies in Europe to have raised that much. So congratulations.
Thank you. You're learning.
Was being co-CEOs ever a kind of sticking point for investors? Were they like, but which one of you do we put under the thumb? There's two of you.
No, it was actually, the latest investors, so Vitruvian Partners. They were the one putting a name on what we are.
Yeah.
And they, after everything was done, they admitted that it was the dynamic between us early in that journey that they saw that the two of them, they have something that we rarely see. Let's make this investment. They did play hard all the way around, so it wasn't
and
easy
they still
round,
do. I mean, like, there's no walking in the park.
But yeah, so no, they more embrace, like, what can they see in companies, what do they see in founders that could make that company become bigger than most of the rest. That's what they are looking for. And for us and for Enfuse, it was the dynamic between us and the energy and how much we can get going in a short period of time.
This is a bit boring, but are there like legal complexities that come with being co-CEOs? You know, do you find there are bits of paperwork where like, you just have to put one of your names down?
Yeah, and like, so we are both CEOs, because the Finnish law doesn't recognize a co-CEO, and it's all about who goes to jail. That's the ultimate, like.
So who goes to jail?
I go to jail if
for one company.
For one. So Enfuse is two companies.
Yeah.
It's the financial services that does the payment processing as a service, and then we have Enfuse license service that has the EMI license, etc. So if the license and the FSA becomes pissed off, she goes to jail, and if something else goes to shit, I go to jail.
Okay, so that's how you shared it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know of, well, now we know Salesforce has co-CEOs.
Yeah. Who's going to jail? That's probably the reason. They want to shift who goes to jail. Let's Google that up.
Maybe we'll find. I can't confirm this, by the way. But the other startups I know with co-CEOs, it's all women. I mean, do you think there's anything in that? Do you think it is more natural? Do women like to share more, or do you not want to?
No, I don't. No. Probably have. I can have many thoughts. I've been a woman in a very male-driven industry for a very, very long time, and I said that the ones that I've had the most challenges with hasn't been men. It's been women. So I really think that it's great if it is so. Because we women need to learn to support each other much more. So I don't know. There are probably a lot of stuff written about it, but I do think that men in general are better at supporting each other. So maybe they don't need the structure, because there is the CEO, deputy CEO. I don't know. But in the end, I don't really care as long as it works for us.
I guess you don't have a point of comparison, but it must be, I mean, do you think it's less kind of stressful when you talk to other founders, or less, you know, the burden is shared?
Yes,
100%.
You know, if you have a shitty pitch meeting with an investor.
Never had that.
Never had that. Really?
Can't relate, but.
You've never had a shitty pitch meeting with an investor?
Yes, 2019.
I mean, like, the investors are shit, not us.
Oh, no,
that's
no,
what
no.
okay, that's fine.
Not
Okay.
you guys, obviously not you guys.
But yes, we have had a lot of shitty.
Okay, I was going to say that is except we've got a news story here.
Yeah, my bad. You really need to step it up in explaining what you mean, Amy. But yeah.
But does that help? That there's always someone else who you can be like.
Yes,
that's the best part.
Yeah, and then I have to say, when I was working with her at the previous company, she actually bought me a birthday gift, which was this piece of paper that had a voodoo doll that I could write the name of the person that pissed me off, and then like draw. And I was like, fuck, I love this woman. Like, so yes, we've talked about investors also.
Yeah. What's the worst bit about being co-CEOs? I mean, right now I'm like, if ever I was mad enough to start a company, I want a co-CEO. Look at this. This is awesome. What's not so good about
No, but I don't have anything bad to say about it. I wouldn't do this journey alone. No, but I wouldn't do this alone. Because so much shit happens to you
Yes.
as
every
a
day.
founder. Every day.
Shit hits the fan every day. And it's good that someone comes with the umbrella, like, hey, Monica, shit is flying in your face. So got your back.
Yeah, but it's also like, because I don't think that you should put all that burden on the rest of the people around you.
Yes.
I think you should limit, like, that's your burden as the founder and as the CEO. But to carry all that weight, all that shit weight on your own, like, how do you get it? Like, those that are alone, how do they survive?
Exactly. Like a small example, we had a small thing called COVID hit. We had the war starting, the downturn coming. You can't go to the company and say, hey, this is going to shit. It's not going for us anymore, thankfully. But like the first 4 years was very hard, so that you can share that. I think it keeps you sane, and it also puts things into perspective. Because like I am a person, I'm like, okay, is anyone going to die? No. Okay, but then it's a positive thing. And then we start like rolling back from that.
But do you have anything bad? Come on.
No, I think the only thing, she keeps bitching about me being so much older, but like she would do that regardless of the title. I mean, like,
So if someone here is thinking about setting up a startup, or they're a crazy serial entrepreneur and they want to set up another one, what are some like practices, routines, things you do every week, every day as co-CEOs that really helps? Like, you talk all the time. What else do you do? What else is different from a sort of normal CEO week to week?
we talk all the time. I'm like serious. I talk a lot anyways, but I put it like this. We don't talk all the time, we communicate all the time. So I think like once we had 15 meetings with investors in one day, a fucking nightmare. And between that we shared like 35 WhatsApps and stuff. So I think it's about, but like, especially her, Denise is very to the point, like no BS, like allergic, mega, and I'm just so fucking lazy at reading stuff. So I think my tip is like, spend time with each other. And I think that's what we always said, like every time we spend time. So we actually have this system that at least every quarter we spend quality time together.
But I need to add to that.
Is it sauna?
Champagne.
And champagne. Nice. But I need to add to that, because what I do think that we do, and maybe more me than her, but it's also like, what is the most important for us to get done this week? That's Monday morning. And what bullshit will she have in her calendar that we can clean away?
Yes.
Because that's her calendar, not mine, because I decline everything. So if you are declined by me, I don't mean anything bad, but I just do it all the time. And she accepts. And then every day, like, are we on the track to get this week's most urgent actions done? And what do we need to get done today? So I think every morning we need to know, and that's not like me or her or co-CEOs, that's company-wise. What will Enfuse need to do today?
And tomorrow and this week.
Yes.
To reach where we are going.
Just reminding yourself and your partner in crime of that every day. That's how you keep the focus. That's how you keep moving forward, I think.
But we have like every Monday, 8:15, starts with, okay, what the fuck needs to happen this week? Because then stuff will start happening to you.
And what stuff do you do together? Like, what stuff is it important or better that there's both of you? And what stuff do you divide and conquer?
It's not too much that we do together. I think it's mostly internal stuff. So how do we want to structure like real stuff within the company when we both look at things from very different perspectives? So then it is actually better to get two brains on that. But if it's external meetings, if it's events, we don't need to be both there. Then we decide sometimes, like, now we just need to get some energy, or join me on this one because of something.
But sauna sometimes. I'm more a sauna person than she is, but we.
But I'm good at champagne.
Yeah, exactly.
I can drink that.
What are the questions that people ask you when they find out you're co-CEOs? What does everyone always say, like,
how does that work?
Yeah, yeah. It's like, how does that, especially if they met her first, then they met me, or the other way around. They are confused.
Yeah.
You can see it in their face. They're like, how does this, nobody has died. If they die, it's not none of us that's going to die, it's someone else.
But I think also if you meet only one of us, then they're like, how does that work comes more often than if you meet us as a
at the
duo.
same time.
Because then it's like, okay, something makes sense. I don't know exactly how to read the two of them, but something makes sense around them.
Is there, as part of onboarding, is there a like, Monica and Denise 101, how the hell this thing works?
Probably there will be going forward a bit more that we have the onboarding to tell the journey and the reason why we're founded, and then of course all the natural
But I'm
stuff.
doing that because if she joins in on that, it will be 1 hour of bullshit. So I do want them to get the full story of where we started, where we are, how the concept of co-CEOs work.
In 15 minutes. Yes.
But there is,
Is it how much do people sort of bring it up when you're hiring? Is it a key part of your employer brand? Is it a reason people want to join? I love it when journalists apply and they're like, we really like that it's run by 2 women.
Yes.
I'm like, tick.
Yeah, I do think that it comes up quite often. If you are going to work close to us, then of course you want to understand even better how does that work?
Yeah.
Who do I report to? How do we run meetings together? How do we get fast decisions? Yeah. But I know that it's also most often by females though. Like they can comment that, oh, I want to work for a company with co-CEOs, women co-CEOs.
Yeah.
Do you have any? We have 3 minutes on the clock and they're very strict on timing.
Yes,
Slush.
we're in Finland.
Yeah, good old Finland.
Yes.
Do you have any final bits of advice or perhaps warning for people who might be considering this? What kinds of people just should not attempt a co-CEO relationship?
I would say that if you have a need to be the one signing off things, if you think that there is an absolute value for you as a human being to be the one, then you shouldn't be a co-CEO. But for us, the absolute value is to get infused to be where it can be, because then we build jointly together something that we can be proud of, and that's why we are working.
And I think you need to know yourself inside and out. Like, what are your deepest core values? As a human being, what do you believe in? And how do you translate them into your everyday business life? Because in the end, again, when shit hits the fan, like that's going to exactly when someone needs to hold the umbrella for you. It's going to be based, though fast decisions are going to be based on your deepest core values. And if you are far away from each other on those, then it won't work when things get hard. And for us, like they were a perfect match. So the same discussions that you may have with the spouse you are thinking that should we have children with, all the same discussions you should have when it comes to business with a partner that you consider being the co-CEO together with you. So what do we do if we are faced with bankruptcy, if we are faced with
firing a lot of people, or if we need to scale and move abroad or whatever. All those discussions should be held that when, not if, when shit hits the fan, you take the right umbrella, not the one with the holes and it goes in your face, but that's really the tip.
Yes, you need to talk through the worst, most difficult stuff you might have to go through and check that neither of you is going to do something the other one would be like.
Yeah, and I would say that when it comes to for the early days, when we did the shareholder agreement, we put all those structures in place, not to protect us as single individuals, but to protect the company. So if we would ever have some, brain fart and start thinking of doing something stupid, we would understand the consequence. And having all that done gives us the focus to focus on what actually matters, and that's execution for Enfuse.
So prenup in marriage, shareholder agreement with your co-CEO or co-founder, definitely need to be in place.
Amazing. Ladies, this has been the most fun probably of any slot.
You
at
probably
Slush
say
this
probably
whole year.
yes.
Yeah. No, that's never been said
In your
before.
lifetime.
My whole lifetime, agreed. And when is the IPO coming?
2027.
All right, we're going to be on stage
Yes.
at Slush 2027. It'll be the end of the year.
Yes.
You'll have got it done, won't
Yes.
you? It's
Sure.
November.
Deal.
There's two of you.
Deal.
Great.
Deal.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you, Monica, Denise, and Amy. Let's move on with the agenda. We have a great opportunity to hear from a founder who has seen the online marketplace industry from so many points of view. Nicolas Dodifre is the founder of Anchor Store, a B2B marketplace where over 250,000 retailers come to find new products and differentiated shopping experiences.
Joining Nicholas on stage is David Saintif, partner at Global Founders Capital and an Anchor Store investor. He's worked with Anchor Store since its founding, so I bet we'll hear very great stories about what's gone into building this business. Welcome, Nicholas and David.
Great. Nice to see you, Nicholas. It's good to see you in Helsinki. I think it's been like 3 years since we last met, actually, in Paris. And I remember at the time, you were just a couple of people just sitting in an office right above us. And now you're, 600 people. You're across 24 countries, work with 100,000 retailers, 30,000 brands. So it's been quite a journey, in a short 3 years. But first of all, tell us a bit more about Anchor Store. Like, what do you do and what product you provide?
Thank you, Thomas. It's great to be here with you. And indeed, thanks for having been with us since the early beginning of this incredible journey at Anchor Store. And so what Anchor Store is about, Anchor Store is a B2B marketplace between brands and retailers. And so what do we do as a business? So as most of marketplaces, obviously we help brands and retailers connect and transact on our marketplace, but we also go beyond pure transaction. We provide a lot of services to these small businesses across Europe. And the two main services that we provide them are first logistics services. Again, we are talking about small businesses, so they have a lot of needs. And we are active in, as you said, 24 countries across Europe. So it's sometimes very difficult for them to manage this logistic network. So we invest a lot in logistics for them. And we also provide payment terms to our brands and retailers. Cash is king, especially in current times for our small businesses active on Anchor Store. And so we allow retailers to pay after 60 days when they buy products on our platform. And brands are paid when the goods are delivered. So we help both sides of the platform with our payment terms. And so the mission of Anchor Store, as you understand, is to really enable these independent retailers to thrive. And the reason why we believe this mission is so important is, you know me a little, I am a father of 4 kids, and I don't want my kids to live in a world where we would all sit on our couch and order everything from Amazon. We are living in Europe. We know that since many centuries, our European cities are great, are thriving, and it's the same for all our villages. And at Anchor Store, we believe that independent retailers are the blood of these cities. And so we want them to be successful. And in order to be successful, I think in current times, they need great technology, they need great brands, and they need great terms. And so that's what we are about at Anchor Store.
So before we talk about Anchor Store, let's talk a bit about you first and your background. So you started in consulting. It's not your first rodeo. You built a business before called A Little Market, which you sold to Etsy. Decided to go at it again. Can you tell us a bit about your path, to entrepreneurship? What did you learn from consulting? Why did you decide to start Anchor Store?
So indeed, yeah, it's not my first company, and I started my career as a consultant. But the journey from consulting to entrepreneurship was, I would say, an easy one because I always knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I am from a family of entrepreneurs, so this was really in my DNA. But where you are right is, I think these are two very different worlds. And so switching from consulting to entrepreneurship, I think I had to de-learn quite a few things that I had actually learned at Bain, where I was working before. And maybe the two most important things that I had to de-learn is, first, as a consultant, you tend to believe that once you have the plan, the roadmap, then it's done. I learned the hard way that actually the work is starting once you're here. And so as an entrepreneur, you absolutely need to build the operating system of your company to determine how it will execute, how the communication will flow in the company, and this is extremely important. Like, having good ideas is not enough, execution is the key, and so that's the first thing that I learned the hard way, making this transition. And the second thing that I learned the hard way is when you're working for big companies in consulting, like every single percent that you can gain here and there for your customers are very important, and so you really try to be pixel perfect everywhere for them. But as an entrepreneur, you have many opportunities everywhere, and so the opposite is true. You need to be very focused, and so I spend my days at Anchor Store still today seeing opportunities everywhere that I could, like optimization that I could make everywhere, but I'm like, okay, no, this is not the most important thing. I need to be focused on the most important thing, and so what I learned is, not being pixel perfect in the entrepreneurship world, focusing on what really matters and accepting to leave a lot of things not perfect.
Yeah, actually doing the work is much harder, I imagine.
Exactly.
So something that got us really excited about Anchor Store is when you think about it, you're actually providing tooling, right, to brands and retailers to be more efficient and effectively compete against Amazon. So can you tell us a bit more about how do you think about competing with Amazon and the big tech companies, and how do you view that relationship?
Yes, that's a great question, and indeed that's my personal, I think, professional mission. I really want to build tools and technology to enable independent businesses. To me, that's one of the most beautiful business models that the internet has created, this idea of marketplaces. A marketplace is basically allowing you to put together a lot of independent people and like give them a power that they would not have if they were on their own. So for example, if you think about an independent retailer in Helsinki, of course it's very difficult for them to get access to the same kind of logistics services, to the same kind of financing services that big companies like Amazon or all the big box retailers. But when you put all these independent retailers together, and we have more than 100,000 of them on Anchor Store, they're actually bigger than Amazon in terms of scale. And so we, as a marketplace, we can go to UPS, we can go to DHL, we can go to our financing partners, and we can negotiate great deals for them. And that's really something that is indeed very exciting to me. And coming back to your question of how do we compete with Amazon, actually, our conviction at Anchor Store about retail is that retail will polarize around two segments. One segment is really about the commodities. That's where you want to go when you want to be delivered fast, some cheap products that you need immediately. And here Amazon is incredible, very difficult to compete with. And we are not playing in this field. We are playing in the other segment of retail, which is to us about the experience. That's where you want to go when you want to have a great experience, when you want to find unique and great products. And this is where we want to play, and this is where we believe independent retailers should play. They should not compete directly with Amazon, they should play on their strengths. And at Anchor Store, we are building the operating system for them so that they can not only play on a different field, but also have the same kind of logistics, financing, software tools that the big box retailers do have. And so that's what we are all about, and we believe that everything in the middle in retail will struggle. And we already see this happening in a lot of industries. An example that I love is actually in the bookstore industry. So bookstore, we all know, is really where Amazon has started and where Amazon is so strong. And so, for example, in France, in the bookstore industry, Amazon is, of course, thriving. But the independent bookstores is the other segment of this market that is thriving. All the actors in the middle are struggling, but independent bookstores, it's a double-digit growth in France. So that's, I think, exactly our vision of how retail will evolve in the coming years, and why we believe that independent retail will thrive in an Amazon world in the coming years.
Okay, great. And talking about marketplaces, so you've started two marketplaces, and it's notoriously difficult to start a marketplace because you have to build demand and supply at the same time, find liquidity, etc. And how did you think about starting the marketplace? And when did you think, at that point, I think I have product market fit? Like, what were the signals?
So indeed, a marketplace is, I agree with you, very difficult to start because of this chicken and egg problem. And so this is making your question all the more relevant. I think you don't want to start a marketplace if you are not convinced that you are solving a really big problems for at least one size of the marketplace. And so if you are not convinced that you will find very strong product market fit, you should not go. And so coming back to your question, how did we convince ourselves that we were solving a big issue? So you were mentioning, it was my second company. So when I left my first company, I was looking for new opportunities. And as you know, I wanted to find something meaningful. I wanted to build another marketplace. I wanted to continue to empower independent business owners. But I was exploring several opportunities. And one of my former colleagues from Etsy had a lot of experience in wholesale. He had spent 10 years in wholesale in Europe. And he was keeping on telling me, why don't we build the Etsy of wholesale? I am a wholesaler. I see a big opportunity here. You want to build a marketplace. You know marketplaces very well. Why don't we build this together? And so I told him, yeah, okay, let's explore this. Let's meet some people active in this industry today. And he organized 3 meetings for us. We met first with one procurement person in a department store, one person working for a trade show, and one agent representing some brands. And I remember very well these 3 meetings because we had nothing to show, no website, no platform, no slides, just explaining our ideas and what we believe we could change in the wholesale industry. And actually, after these 3 meetings, the 3 people that we met, they all proposed us to resign from their job to join us. And so I was really like, wow. This, I have never seen this. There is apparently some big pains to be solved in this industry. And that's really the difficulty when you are exploring new ideas. Like, how do you know that you have product market fit? And here I was like, wow, here I know. Because when you say to your friends, your mother, here is my ID, like your mother telling you that your startup ID is good is not a sign of strong product market fit. Meeting with some people, having worked in an industry for 10 years and then they want to resign to join you because they believe in the idea, I think this was really key to convince us that we could build a beautiful marketplace in this industry.
Interesting. So let's talk about the beginnings actually, and this is a true story. So we find this great team, decide to invest. 1 month later, COVID hits. And obviously you're targeting physical retailers. So, big wave of panic. Almost think about shutting down the company. So can you tell us a bit more about that defining moment in the company?
Yes, so of course it was not a great time for our investors, us, and also most importantly our customers. So indeed, I think we had launched a platform maybe 3 months before lockdown started in Europe. And as we had product market fit, we were actually growing quite fast. But in 1 week, we lost 90% of our business. And so I indeed received at that time many phone calls like, sorry, you picked the wrong industry, it's shutting down just 3 months after you launch. What are you going to do? And I'm actually quite proud with Insight in the decision that we made also with your support, with the support of our investors, because I think we did 2 important things at that time. The first thing is we were providing payment terms, as I was explaining earlier on. And so we had many of our retailers owing us some money. And we knew that they would have to repay us this money during the lockdown, so while they would be shut down. And so the first decision that we made the day after the lockdown was announced is, okay, we'll postpone the payment. And for us, we were a small company, it was a big deal. But I think it helped a lot create the trust between us and our community. So quite proud of this decision that we made. And the other decision that we made is we were 10 in the company when COVID hit, but as we had just raised some money with you guys, we had hired quite a lot. And so we had 20 people that were supposed to join us during the lockdown. So we lose 90% of our business, we triple the size of the team, what do we do here? And so we kept everyone, and we refocused the whole company on the brand side of our marketplace. So we said, okay, retailers are closed, but let's focus on the brands. They are like us, they need to reinvent themselves, their customers are closed, so they need to think about new ways to do business. And so we focused the company, we built a great portfolio of brands with a lot of energy in the company during these 2 months. And actually what happened is when shop reopened, they needed to replenish their stores. They were looking for new ways of working. All the trade shows which they were using they were used to go to buy for their stores were cancelled. And so actually we exploded after the COVID, thanks to the choices that we had made during this period. So I think it's a great sign that when a crisis hits, it can actually be a great time for entrepreneurs to make big moves, bold moves, and to create big differences. When everybody is doing well, when there is a lot of cash everywhere, it's difficult to create big differences. But when everybody is afraid, that's where you can make these big differences. So crisis can provide great opportunities, and for us, of course, we were not happy about what was happening to our customers, but in the end, it was a great opportunity for Anchor Store.
Yeah, very, very timely advice. Now let's talk about scaling. So you survived the crisis, now you go in hyperscale. And so when you scale across Europe, it's always painful because different languages, logistics, payment methods, hiring people all across Europe. So how do you think about tackling Europe? And did you have a kind of a European first mentality from the start?
Yes, so first, the complexity of Europe is also our opportunity. As a marketplace, as a tool, we can abstract all this complexity, especially for small businesses. Like having a lot of complexity is actually an opportunity for tech company. We can extract this complexity. So we saw this as an opportunity. And the reason why we decided to be European first for day one, I think that there were 3 reasons. Because where you're right is tackling the complexity of Europe day one can slow you down. But we still decided that we needed to do it for 3 reasons. The first one is we wanted to build something big. And France, as any other European country, I think is too small to build something really significant. So we wanted to be European first. The second reason is, I think, based on our first experience as entrepreneurs with my co-founder, Nico Cohen, at a little market. It took us 3 years before we went international, and we saw that it was actually very difficult and very costly to make the move at that time, so we wanted to do it day one. And the third reason is DNA. We wanted the DNA of our company to be European rather than French. And this is very important because if you start as a French company, you hire mostly French people. The language in the company is French, and when you want to expand to international talents, it's very difficult for international talents to thrive in that kind of environment. So we wanted day one to hire mostly non-French people, English being the primary language of the company, which is not always the case, unfortunately, in some French company. So that was also for us a DNA decision.
Okay, so now you scale, and then we're hitting a second crisis, but more on the macro environment this time. Do you have any advice on, how do you manage crisis and how do you adjust to different macro environments?
So yes, indeed, the environment has changed quite a lot in just 1 year. So I think the first advice and the first very important thing is to face reality. Sometimes maybe it can be difficult to understand such a big change in the macro environment, but I think it's very, very important as an entrepreneur to very quickly face reality, understand that, I mean, what you were seeing 1 year ago will not come back anytime soon. So very, very quickly adapt to this new reality. So in this new macro environment, like financing is much more difficult. So you need to take this into account and so pay a lot of attention to your cash. You want to make sure that you have enough cash to develop your vision. So that's the basics. But then, as I said, crises are great and provide great opportunities to make big differences in the market. Our customers, I think they will need us more than ever. And so we need to be there for them. And so I actually believe that once you have, like, okay, I understand this new reality, I have made sure that I will survive through this, then let's tackle the opportunities that this crisis will create. As always, crises are enabling amazing companies to be built.
Do you have any more advice for entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs in the room on how to build businesses, since you've built two successful companies?
So my first advice, but is more an advice as a citizen rather than as an entrepreneur, but I am a firm believer that a lot of the issues that we are facing as a society, like climate change, like inequalities, all these issues, I think will be solved by entrepreneurs. So my first advice would be, we need entrepreneurs to tackle very big issues like that. Second advice, I already shared it, but that's the most important one. Make sure that you solve big pains, big issues. There is nothing more sad to me than seeing a great team working really hard on a not important problem. And so make sure that you solve a very big pain, a very big issue. And then once you have this, I think what is really important is to surround yourself with amazing talents. That's what we have done from the very early days of Anchor Store, and it has been amazing to have incredible talents around us, and this is very important in the early days of the company. And then last thing is be bold. Be bold. You need, when you are so small as a startup and you want to tackle a big issue, you need to make bold bets, be very focused, and be bold.
Mm-hmm. And what about people? Because so the company actually grew pretty fast from a handful of people to 600 people today. You had to do a lot of hiring. So for more mature businesses and companies that are going through a hyperscale phase, do you have any advice on how to hire people, how to manage this kind of change in scale?
So my first advice about hiring is don't hire if you don't have product market fit. I think that's a big mistake that sometimes people are making, but don't hire if you don't have very strong product market fit, and don't hire if you don't have a clear distribution channels for your product. But then if you have this, indeed, it can be great to accelerate your business. The way we did it, I think, is, as it was our second company, we were very conscious about the need to have very clear operating guidelines for the company. We wanted to make sure that the company was well structured. We know how we wanted to operate. We had clear operating principles. We had clear guidelines for hiring around the kind of people we were looking for. So we really actually spent a lot of time at the beginning to define this, to make sure that when we would go on a big hiring work, we would be ready. And the second thing that we did is we built a talent team very early on to make sure that we would be very professional about how we would go about hiring, so that we could provide both a great experience for the candidates, but also so that we could make sure that we would hire the right talents for Anchor Store.
And do you have any specific thoughts actually about the European tech ecosystem? Because you've been an entrepreneur for almost 15 years. You've seen different waves of companies, and I think European tech is the most exciting place to be at the moment. But do you have any observation of how it's changed over the years?
So indeed, it has changed quite a lot in 15 years. And I think for a tech ecosystem to thrive, you need first some financing, and for our first company, overall we raised 2 million euros. For Anchor Store, we raised more than 350 million euros. So financing, I think now is available in Europe, and so we can build giants out of Europe, and I think that's a very important condition. You need also entrepreneurs with big ambitions. And I think, for example, as far as we were concerned for our first company, as I said, we started as a French company. And so I think it's great also to see all the European entrepreneurs willing to build giants day one. And so this change in mindset is very important. And the third big change, which I think is enabling this European tech ecosystem to thrive finally, is the talents. If you want to build a great company, you need to have the talents who have been through this journey already, so you can learn from them. And here I think we are still late compared to some other ecosystems, but as more and more big European tech companies are thriving, a lot of talents are actually getting the experience that the future European startup will need to scale, because it's actually very difficult to scale a company to a very big number, to a lot of countries with a lot of employees, and so experience matter a lot. And so, yeah, having the right talent pool is also very critical. We are still, I think, a bit late in Europe, but like the change in 15 years is incredible and very promising for the future.
And just a final question. So if I'm a marketplace entrepreneur today, do you have any specific tips, any specific areas I should target? Any secrets you can share?
So yeah, so I shared a few advice for entrepreneurs in general, and this of course apply to marketplace entrepreneurs. But for marketplaces specifically, I would say there are two other things that are important to me. The first thing is you need to understand very early on what side of the marketplace you will be constrained. Will it be more difficult to get the supply, or will it be more difficult to get the demand? So very important to understand this very early on so that you can focus on the side that will be the most difficult to make sure that you will crack it. And the second thing that is important to figure out quite early in a marketplace is about disintermediation. Like, how do you make sure that you will not get disintermediate? And so you need to also figure out this very early on in your journey as an entrepreneur in a marketplace environment to make sure that you will not only build a great marketplace, but also have a good business model behind it to finance your growth.
Great. Well, it was great to have you, and
Thank you, Thomas.
Thanks so much for sharing your insights.
Thank you, Thomas. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That was super interesting. Thank you, Nicholas and David.
Thank you. Our next fireside chat is a story about a unicorn, and not just any kind of unicorn, the second of a kind from Lithuania, and one of the few ones that achieved unicorn status after their first funding round. Sounds magical, but it definitely isn't fiction. This is Nord Security, and its founder, Tom Oakman, is here today.
Tom founded Nord Security back in 2012, and it now employs more than 1,700 people, serving millions of users worldwide. You might recognize some of their products like NordVPN, NordPass, and NordLocker. What you might not know is that they bootstrapped their funding for a decade and didn't raise their first funding round until this year. Joining Tom on stage, we have Ian Martin from Forbes. He covers startups, technology, and venture capital. I think we're getting a pretty good industry perspective on what have been the secrets of success here. Let's get them on stage. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you for everyone joining us, and also for Tom. to share some of his stories about his journey building Lithuania's second unicorn, Nord Security. So Tom, can you start by maybe telling us what it was like in terms of the environment as a founder in 2012 when you started Nord?
Yeah, so hey guys, excited to be here. Well, you know, we started well before that together with my fellow co-founder, Amos. He's also here. So, you know, we've been doing many things until we found Nord. We are counting that we've done maybe 30, 34 projects before. And you know, my background is I was working in an ISP, and Amos's background is, you know, working in marketing, and we saw that privacy and security is becoming a thing. And you know, internet was designed to be a place where you know, it's a global thing, created thing where people can access. It shouldn't belong to anyone, and it should be also safe and not, you know, a place where everyone is scared to be online or get their picture stolen and have to pay money for their data to get it back, right? So we thought that, and the idea behind the internet is when, you know, Sir Tim Berners-Lee created it to create a World Wide Web, that it has to be free and open. So that's why our mission is to create a radically better internet. And in 2012, we've started NordVPN out of Lithuania. Yeah, we launched first servers. We launched everything on WordPress, our website, and we started selling our services and products to our users.
Was there even a conversation about, at that time, should we try to find investors? Should we try to find a way to raise seed capital? How did you get that ball rolling?
Yeah, I mean, we knew what we want to do, and I checked the stats before. It's in 2012, it was 54 million only dollars invested in all Baltic ecosystems: Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And this year is 2.4 billion. So basically, it's a dramatic shift for the market, we just, you know, there was no access to capital back then. Everyone was focused elsewhere, but also we immediately started, you know, selling a premium product. So basically, we started getting revenue at the beginning, somehow we think that we have investors, and we had investors, and these investors are our customers. So we call, you know, customer financed growth, and we've got lucky and excited. Category grew, and we bootstrapped the business up to today.
That's great. I think for many founders at that time, certainly in London or England, the conversation would have been, do we need to move closer to Silicon Valley? Do we need to go to the Valley to raise, or do we need to move the business either to New York or San Francisco in order to have the founders there, maybe keep the engineering team in Europe, but to have a presence on the ground to be connected to those investors to raise? Was that ever a conversation for you?
No, I think, I think our secret sauces, and I really advise this to all other founders and that I meet, that people really want to be part of something that you create in local ecosystem, and, you know, things that you basically create local but ship global. We're out of a small country of Lithuania. We have, you know, close to 2,000 people, and they're, you know, majority of them are still in Vilnius or in Kaunas in Lithuania. And, you know, when these superstar, everyone, we have so tens of millions of users all around the world, that when we see, you know, even US celebrities or anyone else using your product that you've created, everyone is proud. And we really have that culture, and I think it really that led us to create products that people love and enjoy. So I'd say definitely depends, you know, what you're optimizing, and I never suggest to optimize for, you know, the happiness of investors. I suggest to optimize for your business and, you know, for product and the kind of the people that you're serving. So for that, Lithuania was key to success and is key to success to date, and we had no plans of moving out of there.
That's great to hear. Can you maybe share just like sort of what are the challenges in terms of bootstrapping a business? Obviously, you're a digital business, but like you're talking about installing servers, you're running your own VPN network, you need some infrastructure as well.
I mean, obviously mistakes are being made when you're doing this first time, right? And no one knows, we don't know, I don't know how to run this big infrastructure of 9,000 servers all around the world, how, everything works. So we learned by doing. Obviously, these mistakes come, but also we learn super fast and be, agile. In the same time, sometimes, network was a problem. Reaching some folks or people all around the world out of Lithuania was pretty tough. Now, after COVID, Zoom became a thing where, or remote video, so you can reach anyone in the world way, way quicker and easier. Luckily, we can be back in conference like this, and so I think there were some challenges, but I wouldn't say that without, there's nothing instrumental that really slowed us down, and it's good to have challenges always.
That's great to hear. Now, if the funding environment was different, do you think you would still bootstrap, or do you think you would have looked to take on investor capital earlier?
Yeah, no, we've been fundraising when obviously the markets were okay-ish, and it all depends at the stage of life and your company and what you want to achieve and what you want to do. Obviously, if you need the cash, so you're going to fundraise whenever, doesn't matter about the markets, whenever the time is right. But if you're good, you're just thinking about partners. In our case, we were looking not for money, we were looking for partners, friends that could support us in the next level of journey and supercharge us in some things that were not strong enough. I'd say now, for the current period, we're good. We've always been growing in a sustainable way. We're going to continue doing that. And we're very happy that folks, that join, institutional investors, and also founders, like 20 founders and friends joined the round. So from here, Miki from Volt and Ilka from Supercell. So all of them, from here joined our round and are now friends. And and we're good. We're very, very happy to have them. So I'd say, depends on every company's journey, but it's very easy to get into the hype loop when you see articles all in the news. Everyone gets raises on billion-dollar valuations, and you want to do so, but you have to think more about the business and not just about the, the cover, how it looks like. So.
I'm curious, sort of, how did you sort of balance sort of growth and also sort of maintaining the finances of the company? Do you think you could have grown faster?
I think, so in Europe, I think in Europe we were much more conservative even throughout the last couple of years. When in the US, it was, you get all the money, and investors and everyone, the mantra was that basically you get as much money possible, you grow hundreds of percents, you hire so many people, and then you will figure out about the revenue and profits later. In Europe, I think companies and businesses were much more cooled down, right? They were not pushing that hard. So, and in our case, nothing changes. We like to grow sustainably. Sometimes, you miss the opportunity to grow 5 times a year, but in the long term, now every market has shifted back to companies like this, where 50% growth or 70% growth, but being cash flow positive is okay back again. But I think this is a big difference, and in Europe we've been doing this for a while, not just us, but many companies, and that's why a big shift is much more happening in the US, in my view, in nowadays rather than in Europe.
Can you tell me about the decision? You sort of obviously are very well known for your VPN product, but you've since launched several other functions as well.
Yeah.
Can you talk about sort of expanding away from like having a core profitable product into new areas? How did you assess those risks and opportunities?
again, it all comes down to our mission. We really want to create a radically better internet, and currently our product suite consists of VPN, NordVPN. Then we have a password manager called NordPass, and then we have cloud storage, encrypted cloud storage called NoLocker. And what we saw, and that VPN basically protects your network, but then we want to protect your identity online with NordPass and passwords, and then also files with NordLocker. And then we want to create a software where you download, activate, relax, and it works in the background, and a single click of a button, and you enjoy a free and open internet. So I'm excited that it gets really great traction, and customers are adopting it really well. And we started offering the same now for businesses. For small and medium businesses all around the world. So yeah, it's just the next path that we decided to do and go. And now, when basically you get Nord, you can immediately get all of the products at once.
That's great. As you started to grow Nord and you started to build traction, you must have got a lot of inbound conversations from investors looking to see if you wanted capital or if they could help you grow. How did you approach those conversations?
Yeah, it's a nice dance that you dance, right? But the reality, it takes time, but you have to build a relationship, because then you'll understand over time who is the right partner you want to partner up and work with, who helps you. And there are many investors, and kudos to them, that helped us, me personally, even if they didn't invest, or even the fundraise was not open, but they've been supportive and helping, and you can really get value and learn from them, and get the right questions, and then these questions lead to good answers and good decisions later on. So we've been in touch with many investors along the years, but we never got into a kind of a place where we started the fundraise with one or other. And when we were just ready, we kind of kicked off the process, selected, I'd say, 30 firms that we went and talked with. We didn't go wide, that we really liked and we've met over the years. And and we started those negotiations and talks. It was not easy. It took time. But yeah, we learned lots of good things. And it really is a full-time job. So founders also have to be very careful not to spend too much time on fundraising, because the core is to build product and build great culture. So I think that's even more important than relationship with investors.
Can we maybe talk more about that decision? Because in this sort of startup ecosystem, it's very unusual to have a 10-year-old company raising a round for the first time, almost 10 years after the start of its journey. So, why then? Why then did you look to raise that capital?
First of all, to prepare for a fundraise is a process that you have to engage, and again, it will require lots of your time. So we decided that. We want to do this this year, or end of last year, this year, that we could definitely focus and load up before any downturn that it might happen. So we kicked off the process, and we really were looking mainly for partners. We've got a 100 million investment, and we haven't touched the cash yet. So basically, we're focusing on really long term here, and to add the fundamentals for the future opportunities and the growth, and not to miss them. I think you can't do a first ever fundraise in 1 month or 1 week. If it's follow-up rounds, that might be a bit easier, but for the first time, it will take time to get to know you, investors. And when you're looking for partners and optimizing for that, it definitely gonna require more time. So we've kicked off the process, and and we found the partners that institutional investors that are in our core markets are in the US, UK, Germany, and also again 20 founders and friends that joined the round personally as angel investors. And we did it in a very simple fashion. We even we had higher valuation offerings from others, but we decided to go with these guys because we thought that's the right fit. They've been super supportive, founders themselves, being built, the same things. So we had really good chemistry, and I know you know the guys as well pretty well. They're great people, and and that's how it happened. And we're now working together. I think I saw a couple of them here as well. So we're gonna continue building together.
That's great. Is there adjustment, though, for you as a founder, where you had obviously very high ownership, very high control over Nord? To some extent, it's your baby, it's your business. Is it difficult now to sort of share that with investors and with the boards, these decisions?
No, totally no, because they're very, very supportive. They're very founder-friendly. I mean, and again, another advice would be that when we've got even higher offers, there were much more governance included. But with these guys, they trust us. They've been, we've been doing this for 10 years, and we definitely need some help in some areas, but in some other areas, we know the gig and we know what to do. And I think we all agree on this one, and we continue building together. Obviously, that there are some more reporting and other things, which is also good, because you see they identify the weak parts. Maybe you have to look. Maybe as a founder, you wouldn't look at them in on a regular basis every month or every quarter, and it really makes you stop and think a bit and answer those questions, which sometimes even we don't want to answer, or you don't want to think too much about it because it's hard. So it's really good. It's very healthy, but also it has to be a balance. For other founders that are out here, I think it's key to find the right partners. Do not optimize for valuation, in my view. Optimize for governance, for support, for partners, friends, how they're gonna help, and don't optimize. And valuation, it's if you get a bit lower valuation, but then they're gonna be more incentivized to support you because they're gonna be more in the money on the exit scenario, right? So I think, and if for the companies that raised last year at the crazy high valuations, it's extremely hard to do another fundraise now, right? So you have to think long term here and really find folks and people that you want to hustle and work together every day.
Obviously, there's a very large round, $100 million. Like, how do you plan to use that money? Well, it's currently just on the balance sheet, but sort of, what are your plans for that round?
Yeah, we were making fun that at the office that we can now throw a good party, but in the reality, I think markets are gonna be very interesting, and we'll see how the shifts happening in the next 6 to 9 months. But I think, investments stopped, and I've spoke here with multiple investors, and I'd say the average deal size that they've done already this year was like maybe 1-2 deals in a year, when it was 10 a month or something, or 5 a month. So, and there are interesting opportunities in the market, and if there are some companies that have some run rates left for the next 6 to 9 months, and it's all good with these companies, but then maybe if we combine forces, or if we buy some company together with synergies, we can make even bigger businesses. So I see lots of opportunities in that, and I think for founders here, you can be very you have to look carefully, but it might be that the acquisition costs will go down, because even the big tech firms will start reducing their marketing budgets. And there's a good saying, I think, in Formula One racing, Ayrton Senna, the famous driver, said that you cannot you cannot pass 10 cars when it's sunshine, when sun is shining. You can only do that when it's heavy rain. It's raining heavily. So I think now it's really opportunities, and where you can do, and so much movement in AI, in even in Web3 and other things, that we can definitely look, and it's going to be very, very interesting time. And we'll see, and really many companies will come out stronger. Lots of good companies going to come out as well here.
Obviously, you've grown a unicorn with very tight capital controls. Do you have any lessons or tips you can share with founders or investors here about growing a company with these constraints and what you've described as a very tough environment to raise?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what's better, to bootstrap or to raise, because we've done only one side of the equation, and neither what's good or bad, right or wrong. But yeah, I mean, it was our gig. We started it early. We started it out of a small country. We didn't hire expensive people in New York or San Francisco, and we continued to do that. I think we also started a premium product. We immediately found the product market fit, and I think the advice is really to focus on product market fit. It's very hard to raise, especially in this environment, in early stage before product market fit. Because investors want to see the traction in the revenue, and if you get that, it's going to be way easier. So immediately you get out of the door, you try to find those first revenues, and then you'll see the traction, and you'll see a really good opportunity from the markets and the investors. And also what we did, we started with the premium product. So we immediately started selling, and again, customers were are our main investors that we focus on. And I think it's became Mickey told this a bit earlier in the stage as well, that it shouldn't be a job of startups fundraising or the founders, right? It should be a job of creating something, of disrupting some industry, of solving a problem, and not, fundraise shouldn't be a goal, right? It's just a step how to create a really great product and on a mission. So focus on mission, have that set and written and believe in it. It has to be very ambitious, and work about the products, talk to your customers, iterate, and then I think the investment and everything, it's going to happen automatically. All the good companies now, doesn't matter the markets. I wouldn't focus on the markets evaluations, especially in early stage. I think where it matters in growth stages or pre-APO, where the pricing is important. In early stage now, still investors gonna be looking out. And if you have the product market fit early, if things are working, and if you're creating a great product and you're talking with your customers, you're gonna do the fundraise no matter what. So, and try to, fundraise at the beginning very little. Don't dilute yourselves. It's a big opportunity, and don't get, out lots of equity at the beginning. You're gonna, you'll have time to do it later. But keep it to yourself as much as you can, and then, try bit and a bit. So these are my advices, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't fundraise, but if you can, stay as long as you can, bootstrapped, solo. And that's going to happen just automatically.
Very good. Now, to play devil's advocate, if you were to start a new business today, would you bootstrap this, or when would you look to raise?
Yeah, again, hard to say. It depends on what capital intensiveness you would have. We've been a big fans of bootstrapping, and definitely what I would do, I would, and what we're doing now, as well with other our kind of brands internal like NordPass, Nordlock, or others. So if I start a new startup now, I would definitely start getting some, traction, revenue as quickly as possible. Find that product market fit, great numbers, and then depends what kind of a capital intensiveness you need, right? But if you're in some space where you need so much cash to deploy, definitely we would go and fundraise. But if you could stay a bit longer, it's good now to bypass these next 2 years or something when the markets are a bit volatile. But again, I think in early stage it doesn't matter. If you need to raise and onboard the right partners that could support you in future growth, in sales, in network, in connections, I would definitely go for those ones. It's if you find the right folks, right people, right friends, you have to do it. If not, then do it, alone. If you know what you're doing, do it. So that's the plan, and we'll see. But hopefully it's helpful.
Very good. Well, Tom, thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your lessons from founding and growing Nord into Lithuania's second unicorn. Can you just maybe, in a lightning question, what's next for Nord?
we have big ambitions, so we'll see. We continue to focus on our mission and driving forward, and we continue to serve our customers. I know there are some people using here in North, so big thank you for that. We're very open for any feedback, so reach me out either on Twitter or whatever, Instagram or email, for anything that I can be helpful. Really excited to be here. And yeah, we'll see what the world brings us next year.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Good? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom and Ian. Let's keep the ball rolling. We've got another big panel coming on stage right now.
Exactly. We have 3 VCs from 3 funds with different focus areas joining us to ask and answer questions that people have always wanted to know but never dared to ask. The VCs on this panel are Judith Data, General Partner at La Familia, Huey Lin, Venture Partner at GGV Capital, and Ted Persson, Partner at EQT Ventures. Joining them on stage, Oskar Höglund, co-founder and CEO of Epidemic Sound. Welcome Judith, Huey, Ted, and Oskar.
Perfect. Dear panel, welcome. And dear audience, welcome into what you've always wanted to ask the VCs. We have the distinct honor to hopefully have and earn your attention during the next 30 minutes. And we will do so by talking about a subject which is very close to my heart. Super brief intro from myself, because then this is what we'll want to hear more about. My name is Oskar. I am a serial entrepreneur and I run a company called Epidemic Sound, but that's basically it on me. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce our guests, and I'm actually going to let our guests introduce themselves. So I think maybe Huey, we'll start here.
Thank you so much all for having me. I'm Huey Lin. Previously, before sitting in the seat as a venture partner at GGV Capital, I was an operator. First, I started my career as one of the first product manager at PayPal. This is way in the early days. I ended up staying there for about 12 years, helping it expand across Europe and then Asia. Subsequently, I actually joined another effort called Affirm. I was the founding chief operating officer and helped build it from the ground up, from basically no customers to millions of customers. And my latest operating role was with a company called Flexport, where I led Asia. And so I joined a GGV recently for about a year now, so this is still fairly new to me. And just wanted to share a little bit about GGV itself. It's a fund that is over 20 years old. And what I love most about it is that it's ambidextrous. It knows east, it knows west, a little bit like me. And so the other thing I would say about GGV is that with 20 years of history, it actually has learned many, many lessons, have seen many ups and downs, and it's able to actually help a lot of entrepreneurs apply those lessons across the world. The other thing that we pride ourselves is that we are sector focused. We are nerds to the core. We're unafraid to go into the detail and really, really understand a particular sector, including just how much capital is really needed to help shepherd it all the way through. And then last but not least, the other thing that we're very proud of is that there's a platform team there that is willing to support and able to support companies through all the ups and downs with us.
Cool.
So that's me in a nutshell.
Very glad to have you. Ted.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself. Hey.
I will. Swedish, just like you. Ex-product person, ex-designer, ex-entrepreneur that stumbled into venture capital. And I did so 8 years ago after having built both companies and digital platforms for companies that I did not found. I work at EQT, and EQT is a big private equity firm, one of the top 10 investors in the world in terms of size. And we're kind of like the kids' table of this big firm, doing venture capital investing. And we got going back in 2015, 2016. Now we're on our third fund that we announced last week. And I think EQT is now 2,000 people, and on the venture side we're 40 people. So we do everything from early stage investing, venture where I work, growth, mid-market. They actually invested into Epidemic Sound, which is your company, infrastructure, private equity, like basically like a buffet of options. And just since you didn't plug your own company, I will do it for you. So Oscar founded Epidemic Sound, which is the place to find music for whatever you want to do on the internet. Royalty-free, super smooth, YouTube, gaming, TV, whatever. That's not the official pitch. I'm sure you would have done it better.
It's a great pitch. But we're here to talk about all of you. And Judith, I'm very excited to hand over to yourself. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Judith. I'm with a venture firm called La Familia. We are not the mafia, but an early-stage venture platform based in Berlin, investing across Europe and the US. We have a portfolio of 70 companies, including companies like Deal, Personio, Forto, really specialized in B2B. So we like to think we can help our entrepreneurs go to market, in various industries. We have really, really deep industry networks. And so in B2B, it's most often going from 0 to 1, that kind of first customer, that big enterprise sale. We can really kind of supercharge our founders with the platform that we've built. I have a background in sales and data, used to work at Facebook. That's probably also something we could discuss today, but just looking forward to all the questions.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining and for introducing yourselves. And as I'm sure the audience can acknowledge, this is an incredible panel because they both have an operator side and a VC side. So last night, I was living my best life in downtown Helsinki. I was in my hotel room. I was watching East European male gymnastics as they were doing somersaults across the television. And a thought hit me, which was that I find that there's this interesting dynamic within entrepreneurship, because as we all can attest to, being an entrepreneur is about treading your own path, building something unique and doing something very different. However, I've found over the last couple of years that the VC investing is less unique and it's becoming more of a process. This is a seed, this is an A, this is a B round, this is a C round. It's becoming very sort of structured and well organized, which you could argue is the opposite of why we started to build companies to be unique and different and a flower. So do you agree with this way of sort of that perception and that's happening? And are there ways to try and mitigate this and workarounds? And have you come across this as a trend? And maybe, Judith, I'll start with you.
I love that you just said a company being a flower, because in March of this year, I backed a company called Flowers, and they literally think they are kind of a flower workflow automation platform for SMBs. Check them out, they're amazing. But so, I mean, overall, I would agree with you. I mean, there is kind of a professionalization curve that VC has undergone, and I think there's more maturity in the ecosystem. I actually still think that the most important thing when it comes to connecting with founders is not being too schematic, right? For me, it's about having a conversation. I hate, the kind of pitches where founders come with 20 minutes of input, and then I'm, supposed to ask 3 questions about your TAM and defensibility, maybe kind of a couple of questions on team. And so for me, it really is finding that one common connection conversation. And I really try and take the time, to get to know the person and to really kind of have that conversation, because honestly, that's the best use of my time, and that just makes days really special, right? But if I get to talk to 4 or 5 amazing personalities that most founders that we encounter are, I think that's really kind of the magic that I try to preserve in VC, even though, of course, with deal flow increasing, more and more amazing companies being founded in Europe and the US, there is a certain schema that, we kind of also have to adhere to, because otherwise it's just quite impossible to get a hand of all the deal flow. And so I think what you're saying is right in some way, but I do think there's like ways of keeping the magic and just connecting with the person that's most of the time a face in a box on Zoom, and trying to find kind of, emotional connection as well. That is then what forms relationships. We actually have an interesting little feedback form that we have. So every single founder that we interact with, we trigger an anonymous survey where they can give us anonymous feedback. And some of the feedbacks are really hard. I mean, they're like, basically, the conversation sucked for this and this reason. And many feedbacks are, the conversation was amazing for this and this reason. And for us, it's really important to have that anonymous feedback kind of ingrained into the culture, so that we get a real kind of mirror in front of our faces to make sure that we can just be the best 30 minutes that a founder can spend, and we really make that a meaningful interaction, not just for us, but also for them.
Ted, what about you? Do you feel that this is turning into more of a process business, or can you highlight examples like, no, the really exciting deals, they always go off on a tangent and there's something different and weird and crazy about them?
I think it's interesting. So pattern recognition, that's our most important tool as investors, and investing in many ways is about finding those patterns. But I also think that pattern recognition can be your biggest enemy, that you try to sort of shoehorn stuff into this process. And I think, to me, it usually happens when you have too much and you're trying to process a lot of companies or a lot of intros or something. It's easy to say, this company's like that, or it's the wrong face, and then I think one has to remind oneself that if you look at the companies we all look up to, the journeys of those companies are very seldomly up and to the right all the time. There's always a twist or a turn, like an M. Night Shyamalan movie, like you didn't see it from the beginning. And now I've been an investor for 8 or so years, and looking at the most successful companies we have in our portfolio, it's the same thing. It's like the portfolio constantly surprises us. And so you just have to be humble and realize that, you have to use it, and also be aware of that it's not everything.
Yeah. So you both touched upon professionalization, and Hugh, I thought I'd go in that direction. So if we look at the industry going back a bit, there was a period in time where it seemed to be enough to have a pitch deck to come and present that. But as the market has matured and we've become more sophisticated, both operators but also investors, so that's shifting more, and the norm, I would argue, is it's much more about evaluating the team, the founders, how they sit together, and how the entire package basically works. And so if you subscribe to that, could you maybe elaborate a little bit more? What, for example, are the 3 most important aspects that you evaluate around teams and individuals?
Yeah. Well, to sum it all up, I'd say that the thing we're ultimately looking for is one of trust, right? Can I really trust this team to really do what they say they're going to do? And will they trust me to ring me up when they need help the most? Now, when it comes to trust and the characteristics that actually creates trust is one of care. Will they really obsess over that problem that they've actually signed up to actually take on? The other one is of character. Now that takes a little bit longer, especially during the dating phase, you don't quite know. But ultimately, consistency. And so going back to your earlier question, right? I'm a bit more old-fashioned, and I actually do like those routines in terms of those processes. But quite often what I will tell the founder is, don't do it for me. Do it for your team. Instill in the good habits of knowing how to convey clearly what you're dreaming about. How do you go and share that with your team and make sure the data that you're presenting to me is not just for the dog and pony for me, but use that as a way to go back to your team to make sure that you can all row in the same direction. So that for me is that type of consistency. Whatever you share outside, you're able to do it internally. And that itself is what lets me trust the team more, and hopefully let them trust me more. And that's what I will look for.
Got it. Judith, would you like to chime in terms of what are some traits that you look for in teams and in founders, like building on Huey's point? Are there other things which you think are super crucial?
No, I think you said it beautifully. And I would subscribe to all those characteristics. I think one that I would add is really energy. I think founders are kind of conveyors of energy, right? Building structures, building teams, and no matter if the times are good or the times are hard, keeping the faith. And thinking about, for example, Alex from Deal, who was also at Slush this year. I mean, we met him very, very early on, and he's just incredible in terms of, injecting a room, injecting everyone around him with incredible energy, and kind of leaving a room and everyone has it to do and everyone's aligned. And I think that is really a scaling and leadership quality that a lot of founders bring. And I think sometimes we confuse it with being extroverted, and we think, extroverted people, they're kind of out there and they're bam, 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 and that's what injecting energy is about. But it's not really that. It's really the communication, it's the nuances, and it's the ability to paint a picture, align people on that, and then basically, lift a battery that was at 60% up to 80, 100, 120%. And so, that's a really qualitative trait. It's very different in every founder that we meet, but really kind of this ability to inject energy, and you feel that immediately after the first call. I think for all of the founders that we've met that we get really excited about, it's almost that, you remember where you sat, you remember kind of that first conversation and what it was that made you excited. And I would say that for many founders, you feel it very, very early on in the call. You kind of know it in the first 10 minutes. We always say you have a hunch, and then you want to find data to back up the hunch, but it's that kind of injection of energy. And there's something very physical about that that I think can be felt.
This is such a good layup for the next question. So I'm going to build on Huey, the trust. I'm going to build on Judith, energy, and I'm going to put Ted on the spot here, because the question I wanted to ask was, typically in a relationship like the one we're talking about, when do you know? As in, how fast is it? Because I find myself, the big decisions I make in life, the smaller decisions, they can be Excel, and you can do pros and cons, and it's like an extended period. But sort of in terms of when I met my wife, or you walk into an apartment and you just go, this is it. Like, I want to die in this place. I want to get old here, or she's the one, or he's the one, or now is the time for kids. Like, the bigger the decisions, the more it's a gut feeling. So building on these two traits, like, when do you know, so this is amazing?
I think, it differs. In our team, we have all sorts of processes and non-processes, I guess. But we speak about processes. We have all the different frameworks and derailers and all those things. But to me, it's in many cases an emotional response or reaction or something like that. It's like you feel it, and in a way, there's no real formula for it, because it's looking for outliers, and then it might be that you don't really know it. Exactly what it is, but you're getting excited about something. And to be honest, I'm struggling a bit with it. I'm Swedish. We're very sort of collectivist in our mind, and in a way, my dream VC would be VC that are not centered around specific partners and people, but we are centered around people. And I'm one of the partners, and in many cases, it's like my interest or deep dives that we have done or patterns that I've seen that makes me excited about something. I think it was different when I was like 8 years ago, when I had 0 portfolio companies to work with. Then I could have way more time in going deep into different things. Now, when I have a dozen, give or take, companies that I work with, something has to kind of catch me in it. It's hard to say energy or a problem. I'm on a journey in my head, and then a founder comes in and just like adds the missing 45%. I'm like, oh shit, that's the way it is, or something like that.
So there's trust, there's energy, there's pattern recognition, there's the impossible mission of both going with tested principles, but at the same time trying to find these outliers. So these are all examples of the things that you are looking for and that in a magical way come together. Let's flip it around and look at the glass half empty. What are some of the red flags? What are some of the things which you go, dude, that's not necessarily a great sign? Hugh, would you like to start?
Oh yeah, there's a couple I can share. Hubris, vanity, you can sense that. So sometimes too much positive energy tends to show up the wrong way. And it often shows up when you actually probe into some of genuine curious questions, and it shows up a bit more defensive. So that's definitely one sign that I'm aware of. And then also, maybe it's a bit of a nitpick, but where the slides, the numbers don't quite add up, believe it or not, It happens. Or for instance, the page numbers are all numbered. I know it's just silly, but I actually notice those things. But ultimately what matters most to me is that when you actually speak to senior management at the top level and they share their dreams and their thoughtful wishes, and yet you talk to the folks that all roll up to them and they're saying something else differently. That is a big, big red flag.
Inconsistency then.
Inconsistency. The two are not singing the same song. They're off tune a little bit. And that's the things that really will worry me.
Okay. Judith, how about yourself in your experience? What has been the pattern recognition that you've seen in terms of flags which are cause for alarm or where you pause and sort of reflect a bit?
Yeah, I mean, since we invest very early on, I would say a recurring red flag is a bias for analysis versus a bias for building, right? And we have some amazing former consultants as part of our team, but I always call them the kind of ex-consulting teams, right? They come with a pitch deck of like 40 slides and, like all these theoretical analysis. And then you ask, well, tell me about 3 conversations with customers, like the one insight that you walked away with. And they're like, well, that's something that we're going to do once we will have raised this funding and once we will have hired this team, and I will have the latest thing is this like founder's associate that will then do the heavy lifting for me, and I'll basically just be the orchestrator sitting on top and making sure that all my sheep are in order. And so I just have a bias for action, a bias for building. I don't mind a scrappy deck where maybe the TAM analysis isn't perfectly figured out if I can see that the founders have sat in front of customers, have been really scrappy in terms of just testing stuff, just being really creative, and there is a certain kind of hustle that comes with that in the early stages, and that is something that I prefer when it comes to it's a little rougher on the edges, but I can see this again energy, and I can see this bias for action, bias for building, versus this theoretical perfect analysis, but it's all built on some argument that potentially does not even hold true in reality.
Yeah. I hope you're all taking notes. I know that I am mentally. This is good stuff. Let's zoom out a little bit. I think it's fair to say that there's been a valuation reset in general in the world, and in particular among growth stocks and growth companies. Typically, that's a prefix for then going on and talking about doom and gloom and why we all should be pessimistic. But hopefully this is one of the few panels where that's not the case, because from a VC perspective, if you're looking for builders and new companies, couldn't you make the argument of it's the worst of time, but it's also the best of times? Like, what's your reflection on where we are right now as VCs? And I'll maybe throw this to you, Ted.
No, I think along those lines, it feels in some ways as the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new cycle. I don't know if we're in the pause in between the 2 cycles, but if you take one such cycle, I think we're clearly the start of a climate tech cycle, and a lot of people who go on and found climate companies come from the internet era. Could be operators or founders or something like that. And it feels like the formation of something that resembles the internet back in the mid to late 90s. So that to me is a new start. At the same time, I feel like when I became an investor in 2015, 2016, I could kind of know every startup in Europe, or at least in the Nordics. I knew of them. I didn't need any tools for that. That is not the case at all anymore. There's just so much. And for every problem, there's not just one approach into solving that. There are several approaches. And I think why is that? It's digitalization, I guess. It's role models. It's way simpler to get going. It's a financing ecosystem that works. But that also means that the bar gets way higher. Something that I would have gotten super excited about back in 2015, 2016, now just get lost in the noise. So to me, I'm less interested in those like same software as a service, someone patched together a couple of APIs to solve something, could become big. And I'm more excited about this bigger, bolder, solving something big.
Judith, do you agree with the statement that as as there are, for example, layoffs and such happening in big tech, there's a flip side, there's a silver lining to all these sort of difficult things going on, in the sense that there's tons of exceptional talent which is now freeing up and being made available for entrepreneurs to create the teams we're talking about, who are able to build this energy and the trust. And so that there's oxygen, arguably, sort of being poured into the system. Hence, like from a VC perspective, there is something very productive that could be done right now. So is there truth to that claim? Can you find energy in what's going on despite sort of all the, everything which is challenging?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing two things, or really believing in two things. So one is talent consolidation. So we really see that a couple of amazing individuals that we've been in conversation with for 9 months, 6 months, that were operators at companies and wanted to start companies themselves, and we were in early conversations, ideating with them. They're starting to join our businesses instead of becoming entrepreneurs. And now you could argue, well, we're just going to have less startups, but I actually think that's a good thing, because you have this talent consolidation, and you suddenly have this nucleus of insanely strong talent, where before it would have been 3 startups that now come together as one startup, but one startup that's really strong. And so I think that can be a really, really good thing for the industry in terms of high quality teams. I think a second thing that I really strongly believe in is culture. At some point, I think, can no longer be fixed, but it can be built, right? And so taking big tech as an example, I think, and we're seeing that also with a lot of growth stocks right now, I think is once you hit a certain scale as a business and you have inefficiency baked into your business model, even if you do layoffs, it's very, very difficult to fix the culture of inefficiency that you've built over years and years. Thinking about salaries, when you pay someone salary X, it's very difficult to tell that person the next year you're only going to earn half of that, right? So because once you set culture, it's very difficult to completely re-engineer it. However, what's currently happening for a lot of the companies that are still earlier stage, and I would say kind of, for me, the cultural cutoff point would probably be a couple hundred employees, right? If that's when you pull the brakes, and that's when you get back to a model of efficiency that you can then grow from, I think that's actually making for better and stronger companies. And kind of in the last couple of years, because money was basically free, we completely lost sight of, what is the actual cultural core of efficiency and of a strong business model that we can then scale with. And what we're now trying to do is we're trying to patch up, a lot of the inefficiencies that we've really baked into the system. And I think for, unfortunately, many companies that won't be possible, but for the new breed of companies that are currently scaling, I think really going back to basics and then growing from that kind of core strength, I think is going to make for a beautiful vintage, which is what we're telling our LPs, but I really do think will make for some fantastic companies.
Cool.
I'd love to share another silver lining in all of this,
Please.
And that is, while there's a lot of layoffs, the talent that are released now are taking on jobs at the incumbent. So in fintech specifically, no matter what, we still have to work with the banks. And for a long time, in order to move forward, quite often, what we're seeing that the folks on the other sides are just so different from us, where we just couldn't move forward. And so while, yes, there's a lot of lives being impacted, many of the traditional companies are still hiring. And so the silver lining is that there are now more folks on the other side that can actually work with us to move forward. And so that's something that I'm actually quite excited about. And the incumbents are actually thrilled to actually hire these folks that they normally wouldn't be able to in a happy day, so to speak.
So I think that's super interesting, and this is the last question I'd like to ask within this area, which is, and maybe this is for you, Ted, how do you help founders and teams transition from good times to, let's call them bad, even though we're in agreement that they're not all bad? And so how do you balance the drive for results and growth, but also the need to survive, to get to live, to fight another day? What are some of the things that you're seeing and that you're telling? And please chime in, but I'll launch that towards you, Ted.
As an investor, I have maybe, 10 or 15 relationships that I can manage, or something like that. So every relationship is super important, and you go through a process where you vet and you really make sure that everything is great and should work out. So if one of these relationships, or the company that one of these people is running, does not work out, it's also on me, of course. And we shook hands to do this together. And if it doesn't work, we gotta fix it together. And then in many cases, it becomes like internal discussions on the VC side, where I have biases towards the companies that I backed, and then other partners have biases towards companies they backed, and then there's a negotiation. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose in those discussions, and you have to prioritize. But no matter what, it's about trying to do things in as good way as possible. And to me, the core of that is the relationship between me and the founder. So even if we disagree or something like that, I always try to sort of keep that almost sacred. And then, sure, there could be situations where our views differ so much, so it becomes kind of like almost like a personal conflict. But hopefully, you don't go there.
Right. I hear you. And so I'm going to transition to a question where I would love all three of you to chime in. So we're going to take this in turns. And it ties back to the fact that we have this huge opportunity, since you're all VCs and you have been operators. And so I'd love to focus in on the term ferocious learner and the act of learning, right? So I'm convinced that there have been multiple examples of where you've been able to provide huge amounts of value to the companies that you're looking to help, but also vice versa, that there's been huge amounts of learnings from the companies to yourselves. I'd love to hear you reflect a little bit around that, and maybe Huey, if you start first, and I'll let the rest have a think.
Well, we know that, part of this journey is actually to be exposed like new ways to actually connect with customers. And so I've spent most of my career in fintech. And so quite often the go-to-market, how do you embed, how do you make 1 + 1 = 3 is like my name of the game. And recently I've had a founder actually come back to me and actually just share other ways in which you can even further bridge. For instance, rather than just helping an SMB, I have a bias for SMBs because I just think the world of them. And what he's actually been able to show me is it's not just helping them how to actually manage cash flows, but quite often they genuinely need a way to actually know how to run their business better. And how do you actually have those conversations that are not intimidating? Because quite often we've actually learned some of our words and how to actually convey, we have our own credos and the sorts. And the way that he actually showed me how he trains his staff to have a conversation with businesses that are less than 3 people to get them to actually know how to better run their business, adapting to software, a willingness to pay for SaaS was eye-opening to me because it wasn't something that I'd ever worked on before.
Cool. Judith.
I would say it's one thing, and it's actually Hanno from Personio who said this, not lying to yourself. Never lie to yourself. It's very, very, very hard. I find it very hard not to lie to myself. There's lots of psychological studies that show that humans are really good at lying to themselves. We always think we're slightly better off. Even in the current market, we think it's going to hit all those companies, it's not going to hit us, it's going to hit those portfolios, it's not going to hit us. And not lying to yourself while keeping the faith.
Yeah.
Doing those things in parallel is the hardest thing possible. And in VC, as a FOMO-driven industry that we are, even though we lie to ourselves and we say we're not, we are, actually not making the highs higher and not making the lows lower. Really kind of being supportive to entrepreneurs, not lying to ourselves while keeping the faith in terms of the long, arc of history, if you look at if we look at the current decade, all the amazing things that are happening. Doing those two things in parallel is incredibly hard. I'm still struggling, I'm still learning, I'm not enlightened and I've seen the light and now I'm perfect at this, but I think there's some entrepreneurs that do this really well, and I do think it's almost that's perfection of the human craft. Being able to hold those two truths within yourself and excelling on them within your company.
Ted, last comment. Do you have something similar you want to share?
We're out of time, so I will tweet my answer instead. We're 31 seconds out of time.
Perfect.
So you should initiate your outro now.
Thank you for moderating for me. Thank you everyone for showing up and for listening and for participating with your ears. Thank you Judith, Ted and Huey for sharing so generously with all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, for the great discussion. How nice we can bring so many experts to the calm setting of the Serene Stage to just speak out their minds.
So nice. Huh?
We're now past the half point of today's agenda, but don't worry, we still got a ton of thrilling discussions taking the stage here later today.
Yeah, so our next topic is going to be diving into online grocery shopping, and we get to hear from an industry veteran who's been in the game with his current company since 2014. Tomáš Čupr is the founder of Rolik, a grocery delivery company originating from Czechia, but now operates in several European markets. What sets Tomáš and Rolik apart from the competition is the unique combination of speed, choice, and price that they offer.
Thomas will be joined by Sophia Dolph, partner at Index Venture, for the discussion. She has worked with Rolik for a while, and Index Venture has been part of the most recent investment round raised by the company.
All right, so please give a warm welcome to Tomáš and Sophia.
All right. Thomas, I'm so excited to be here with you today at Slush. It's great to have you here in person. I believe it's your first time at Slush.
Absolutely. And hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. It's a great place to be.
And Index has been privileged to partner with you since early 2021, and since a lot has happened, and there are a number of important decisions you made with regards to where to take the business and how to think about the product and the technology, and I'm excited to dive in a little bit more on these areas with you today. Before we go there, grocery is a very broad topic, and there are a number of different ways you could go about building a business in this space. So just to set the stage for the audience, what is Rolik, and how have you thought about this?
Right. I mean, I feel like over the last 2.5 years, the industry has been kind of talked about left, right, and center, but I was introduced as industry veteran, so we started in 2014, and our belief was that it has to be grocery market for online penetration. You need to be fast, you need to have an amazing assortment, and it has to be affordable. And those are three vectors that are really difficult to achieve at the same time. So we've been working on this since 2014, and obviously with COVID, some craziness happened in the market, but I was always very adamant that we will prevail. So we're now in 6 European markets, offering delivery within 2 hours, so not 15 minutes, but we offer 15-minute delivery slots, so very precise. We offer about 20,000 SKU for our customers, which is very large and differentiated assortment, and we are priced very competitively, so you don't feel burden to your wallet if you go to Rolik as opposed to your supermarket. And it's about 700 million in revenue, so it's becoming a sizable business.
And one of the many areas that I admire you for is, as you said, you thought about this already in 2014. So in many ways, you took a contrarian approach early on. What was it that you saw already then when you began thinking about how to elevate the grocery delivery experience for consumers?
Yeah. So I was searching for a large market. So at that time, I was already kind of being a founder of 2 other businesses that we exited. One to Secret Escapes, one to Delivery Hero. So if you're kind of becoming a third-time founder, you're looking for something very sizable because you don't want to kind of go through the same journey. And the grocery was very intriguing because it was worldwide $2 trillion market, and no one was doing it successfully. Right, and that was very strange. The penetration was really low of customers shopping online, and that was the moment when I said, okay, I mean, there must be a way to crack this, right? It's so big that even if it costs a lot of money, and in the end we found a way that it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. We bootstrapped for, 5 years at least before expanding internationally. But even if it did cost a bit of money, there must be something in that market. And that was the reason why I've decided to start building. And then we were listening to customers very intensely, because it was weird, right? So like, people are going to those huge places. They spend a lot of time in there. The stuff is not always fresh. And they do it, day in, day out. And when you talk to them, why wouldn't you want to shop online? No one was able to articulate a good reason. So we were kind of digging really deep into customer insight. And then we realized, it's not whatever's in the world, whatever was in the world at the time, was not better enough for people to break their habit. And grocery shopping is really deeply ingrained habit most people have. You need to be better enough. And that's what we set out to do.
And what I also find fascinating is that during COVID, when the world started talking, as you said, about instant 10-minute grocery delivery, you held firm in your belief that, in fact, the model that you had chosen was perhaps the better solution. And so how did you build conviction that Rolik is the right business and the right business model in the space?
So obviously, we've been at this since 2014. So we had benefit of understanding the consumers and the business way before any sort of tailwind, any sort of virus coming to the world. So the conviction that 15-minute delivery is not a necessity, we already had long before. And because we were bootstrapping, we couldn't afford it, right? We couldn't do 15-minute delivery anyway. That's one. Then it's physically impossible to do 15-minute delivery if you want to order large and differentiated assortment, right? So there is a time you need to assemble the order, and then obviously you have to deliver it. So we were looking for this sweet spot sometime in 2015, 16, and we actually intentionally slowed down, right? We started with like an hour delivery, and then we realized no one really needs it in an hour. So we kind of arrived at this 90-minute/2-hour proposition, depending on the market. But that's the sweet spot that we found a long time ago.
And you're not just delivering a very convenient experience for the consumer, and perhaps as a consumer, that is what you see from a buyer perspective. But actually, some folks might not realize the complexity that goes in behind all of that. And so I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about how do you build a product and how do you think about technology so that you build something that truly stands the test of time? And how have you gone about thinking about what happens in the back end on the product and technology side?
Yeah. I mean, when I was thinking, what is the moat of the business, right? What's going to be really differentiated? We very quickly realized it's not kind of buying an apple and selling an apple, more expensively. Lots of people can do that. So we started building a tech moat, right? So something that, basically from the moment customer comes to the website to the order delivery and even what happens after the delivery, that's run by our proprietary tech. And we always understood that our position will be improving in time because we knew that the automated fulfillment centers are coming. And then we understand that autonomous delivery is coming. And those are the cost lines that we're happy to have at the moment, but obviously they are sharply decreasing. And it's making online grocery more profitable than brick and mortar retail. So, but the moat is really the technology that allows you this real-time picking, real-time fulfillment of an order, delivery within minutes, right? But not 15 minutes, 60. With being profitable, right? And we are profitable in a couple of markets, and we're heading very strong to profitability in Germany as well. I think just being technology-based, even though obviously on the outside it often looks like a couple of guys in cars and someone is buying some stuff and selling it with some margin, but the core of the business is really hardcore tech.
Another thing I really admire about you is your customer obsession. Every time we talk, you're mentioning the latest NPS numbers, the latest engagement numbers that you're proud of. Can you elaborate a little bit more on this? How do you think about delivering a product that customers love?
So this is my third consumer-facing business, so I really worked intentionally on the skill of acquiring a knowledge around customer insight. And I see a lot of entrepreneurs not paying enough attention to that customer insight and not hitting that product market fit quickly enough. And I spend a ton of time with consumers still now. When we expand to a new market, I very intentionally talk to our target audience, but I also, like when we were opening Vienna, I walked in one day 25 kilometers and I would visit all high-end and all mid-tier stores, and I would be looking, like what are the gaps in the meat selection, right? What are the gaps in fruits and vegetables, right? How's the freshness? And I would be looking for that sweet spot of what we should be offering. So it is like this machine of acquiring of customer insight. Constantly, whenever you go on the website, there is a question that pops up. We're constantly learning. The assortment that we've built was 100% consumer curated because we were asking, what are you missing? And then when someone was missing something, we would just put it in the assortment. Very inefficient in a way, but very, very consumer-centric, and that built the penetration.
And just to double-click on launching in a new market, and I'm sure many founders in the room are also thinking about expanding, how do you decide on where to go next?
It's combination of data, right? So we look at the factors in each city, number of households, average spend on groceries. We go really deep into the data. What has been showing that in every big city in Europe, there is a market for us, right? But it's like, how do you decide between Munich and Berlin? Between Berlin and Frankfurt, right? For us, it's better when there's like this portion of affluent customers is as big as possible because we're not going in with the price-only proposition, right? So we intentionally deprioritized Berlin, which is a larger city, but in a sense, poorer city, right? So there's less of that affluent consumer base that we're targeting. And when I say affluent, it's 40% of the population of the city. It's not 5%. So that's that. And then what I talked about. And then we go on the ground to the market, speak to people, visit stores, and combination, we call it art and science. Every decision we have at Rohlik is art and science anyway, right? Science is the data, art is some sort of gut feel and insight that you collect over time.
And as you think about this journey, starting in Prague, expanding to Hungary, Austria, and now you're in Germany also, was there a particular inflection point in the business, would you say?
Couple. We were really on the ropes in 2017, right? Like, just to give you a sense of like the bootstrapping that I call. So we spent in this market, grocery, which kind of has this notion of being super expensive. So we spent 7 million euros to build a business that was 150 million revenue in size, right?
Wow.
So it's not bootstrapping per se, like the hundreds of thousands, but single-digit millions to get to that size. But in 2017, cash was running out. No COVID, so investors did not care about the market so much. They came later, and I had to pretty much like borrow money, and then against that money, I would have to pledge my house.
Wow. So you...
And basically, we had this 7-month shot to get profitable, and we did. So I did not lose my house.
Yeah.
So that was one. That was a big one. And then obviously, as we started expanding, I had to let go a lot, right? So I was running the market. I was really deep in execution. And now I'm running sort of a group with several markets, with standalone CEOs, standalone operations. So it's very different kind of leadership. It's not this hardcore, I know every career by name type of execution. So I had to learn a lot and also mature as a leader. So that was an inflection point. And working with a couple people, as mentors definitely helped me. So, I'm mentored by Ajay Kavan, who's ex-VP of Amazon, and this really helped me to understand how to scale the business.
And so on that note of people and hiring, can you share a little bit about your hiring philosophy, and what do you look for in those individuals that you want to take the business to the next level with?
So hiring has been a huge learning curve for us, because obviously in Czechia the market is really small, so we knew people we were hiring, that sort of thing. But as we expanded, and the expansion happened really fast, so we were 1 country business in 2019, and we were 5 countries business in 2021. And obviously that meant hiring hundreds, thousands people in different geographies, and we were not equipped to do that, right? So it was just crumbling, and like one thing that really dawned on me is that the sooner you codify the culture, as in really write it down and be very intentional about hiring for that culture, then you're just gonna make series of trials and errors, right? So, because no matter how good your hiring is, if you're not hiring for your specific execution culture, even great people will fail. Right? Because you can, have a great conversation with someone whose CV is amazing, right? But one of our, we call it rohlik ingredients, is moving fast, and that is not just that, but it goes very deep into leadership behaviors, right? And then if, for example, someone in their career has not been used to build MVPs, minimum viable products, they're going to be completely lost in our company for a period of time, right? So if you hire someone to a senior position and they are lost, they're not used to being lost, that's one, so you have disengagement instantly, right? So it's then hard to fix. So codifying culture, writing it down, and having interview questions specifically for that, for those ingredients, we have 10, has helped tremendously with engagement, employee retention, and also employee happiness, right? Because we have the right team now, as opposed to a team.
Yeah, and just taking a step back, Rohlik is not your first business. In fact, you've had 2 prior businesses, both of which you have exited successfully. What motivated you to start Rohlik and to really keep going?
I'm a builder. Like I thought about investing at one point, right? So I would have those coffee chats with people, amazing entrepreneurs, right? And I would be thinking, I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
Like really be in their shoes again and build that stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Giving them money and then observing, just like it's not me. I need to be there on the ground and really execute. That's who I am.
And were there any key insights that you took from your 2 prior businesses that you felt, this is something I'm not going to do again?
Yeah. No, I was really shitty leader. If I was learning anything, and I probably still am, but it's getting better. So it's this leadership journey that I kind of embarked on that was the massive learning, right? Because you always kind of retrospectively realize your leadership mistakes. So this is for companies. Hopefully, at some point, I'll do a really good job as a leader. And you know, when I say I'm really hard on myself, so like that's the ultimate bar. You know, I think it was just improving on the customer acquisition, inside beliefs. How do we build the tech? How do we structure the team? It was more iteration from the previous businesses than like a clear no.
Do you have someone you inspire or a business that you truly inspire and that influences your decision making?
A few, but none fully. Right? I try to take a lot of good things from a lot of the companies and a lot of the leaders. I never had this like ultimate inspiration. Except maybe at one point Elon Musk, but I'm a bit conflicted at the moment. But you know, there's a lot of companies that do something great. Like if you look at who was able to scale in commerce, the obvious one would be Amazon, right?
Yeah.
But that's like part of Amazon that I would be inspired by.
Yeah.
And the way, for example, like they run tech and some of the other things I'm not so inspired. So I think I just take up different things from different people and different products.
And when you take all those different ingredients that inspire you and you apply them to Rolik, and just thinking ahead, where do you want to take Rolik in the next 2, 5, 10 years?
So I think we've built something that is truly scalable, right? Because we have a technology that powers fulfillment center that is automated, that very quickly fulfills orders that we can deliver very quickly, right? So it's just a number of those fulfillment centers we're gonna have in Europe and the world. So first step is being a pan-European player.
Yeah.
And we're on a good journey. We're gonna make Munich and Frankfurt and then Hamburg, where we already have fully automated fulfillment center profitable. Once we have that, then we kind of build a few more German cities and then expand to other geographies. There is obviously not to be a tone deaf. There is a uncertainty in the market, so we have a fairly long runway. And it's time to be observant of your runway because things can happen in the next few months on the consumer side that bring change. So all I said is with this in mind.
Yeah.
So it's not a reckless expansion.
Yeah.
It's very sustainable, very mindful of runway expansion. But we phrased in July, I think.
Yeah.
So we're very well equipped for that. And I'm really happy that this craziness of COVID and in our market especially is over, because businesses that are fundamentally right, like ours, were not overlooked, of course, but they were not certainly valued as high as players that are now really struggling. So. I think it's back to the core, and that's what I'm happy about.
Back to fundamentals and getting the right core in place.
Yeah.
We're coming up on time. Are there any final words of advice you'd like to give to some of the founders in this room?
Find your purpose. My purpose, and like I do this sort of third business in a row, is to improve life of consumers in retail. So whether there's a crisis, whether there's COVID, or there's a heyday of funding, it does not matter because you're kind of fulfilling your purpose.
Yeah.
So I know that whatever happens in the world in the next 2 years, I'm still going to be doing what I'm doing, and we're going to be doing it well. If you jump on the latest fad, right? Okay, everyone's setting up blockchain startups. I want mine as well, or everyone founding quick grocery. Then you might be disappointed a few years down the line because it's not really a purposeful thing to do.
Thomas, thank you so much for being here today. Round of applause, everyone, for Thomas.
Thank you. And thanks to Index for supporting us for so long.
Thank you, Tomasz and Sofia. Excellent, excellent discussion.
Next, we're going to take a look back into the past. The last years have been eventful for the VC industry. A lot of even unprecedented stuff has happened, and the outlook of the future might seem a bit unclear. So to take a look back into what has happened, who'd better do it than a veteran with an impressive track record in the tech investing space?
Coming to give his keynote speech on the subject is Scott Sandell. He is a managing general partner at NEA, one of the earliest VC firms ever founded. Scott has been with the company for over 25 years. His investing record includes 24 successful tech public offerings and acquisitions, and has helped numerous entrepreneurs start and build their companies.
And what's cool about this is that Scott was at Slush 5 years ago to discuss the history of VC. This year, he's back to discuss what has happened since then and his approach to investing in mission-driven companies. Welcome to the stage, Scott.
Well, it's great to be back with all of you. As the introduction said, I was here 5 years ago. And interestingly enough, for those of you who don't remember, 5 years ago kind of looked a little bleak. And the whole theme of my talk was how, things had looked bleak basically in every decade of my life. I've been around a long time, and yet things seem to always work out. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. This just shows my first slide 5 years ago. Some of you will remember the images here, but they might remind, and hopefully they'll remind you of some of the issues we were facing. But this is what it looks like today. And today, maybe it's even a little darker. And it's easy to be gloomy about what we see in the newspapers every day. And it's also, I think, it's easy to be gloomy when you think about the macro environment that we're facing. I don't need to tell you guys this, but the NASDAQ index has collapsed, inflation has gone crazy. Mortgages in the US and probably here have doubled in just 1 year. So all that sounds pretty bad. And it's worth noting as well that in addition to what's happening in the macro environment, what happens in the macro environment dramatically impacts what happens in the venture capital ecosystem. Here you can just see over the last 15 years, the NASDAQ goes up and venture capital funding goes up and venture dollars get invested. These things are incredibly highly correlated. And of course, this is what's happened to the NASDAQ in the last 9 months or 10 months. And so, it will not surprise any of you that liquidity is contracting in the ecosystem. Valuations are coming down, and all of that is incredibly scary. So I could give you a talk about doom and gloom. I've lived through a few cycles. Bad things do happen in these downturns, but that's not really what I'm here to talk about. I think what's important to understand is that we are in the middle of a financial cycle. And yes, there are also other macro factors, but this is actually a necessary part of the ecosystem. And what happens on the far end of it is actually really good. So, it's not something you need to have described in great detail. Lots of, good things happen in the stock market. Venture capital dollars accumulate and they get pumped into startups. There aren't actually enough startups to take all of that money, so valuations go way up. Founders with a lot of money now have to figure out how to compete with each other. They try to grow as fast as possible, generally pretty inefficiently. And then in the times we're seeing now, things come down to earth. Money is much harder to find. And the great news is that good things start happening on the back end. Scarcity of capital is actually really good for financial discipline. I don't know if any of you were with me. I'll talk about Cloudflare in a few minutes, but I did a fireside with Matthew Prince, one of the founders of Cloudflare, and he talked about how much that company's sort of DNA was crafted by the fact that they were started in 2009 and raised money in 2010 and 2012, and it was actually pretty hard to do. And so I think the other end of this cycle is something to look forward to. The companies that are born in this era will be different, and they will be, in many cases, turn out to be great companies. I just have a slide here, if I can get this to work, which shows you some of the companies that were funded during the Great Recession. That's the next slide. Here you go. Some of these are NEA companies, some of them are not. But all of these companies were funded during the Great Recession, and look how they turned out. The message for all of you is that great companies are born and funded in this environment. And as an example, at NEA, we never close the doors. We are still funding companies week in and week out. Not so much because valuations are down. Yes, valuations are down from what they used to be, but because the kind of companies and the kind of entrepreneurs that come out in this sort of environment and the sort of discipline that they develop is what leads to great things. What I want to focus on is what we are most excited about NEA, which is funding companies that are mission-driven. And this is also relevant in this time, because companies that are mission-driven end up having also special DNA. And it's the kind of DNA that allows them to weather the storm. So as I said, I'm going to come to Cloudflare. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is one of the largest internet properties today. The network is, I think, one of the 3 largest in the world, only rivaled by Google and Facebook. And Cloudflare today protects tens of millions of websites. It protects them from 70 billion attacks a day and serves thousands and thousands. I don't have the numbers on all the best companies that use Cloudflare, but Cloudflare protects a huge part of the internet. What is their mission? Their mission is to build a better internet. And when I asked Matthew a few minutes ago about hiring and why Cloudflare was able to hire so many great people, he pointed to the mission. People get excited about what they're doing, and that has stood the test of time for Cloudflare and many other companies that I'm going to talk about. You can not only hire great people because of the mission, but those people tend to stick around because they aren't in it just for the money. They're in it for the mission, and so they're generally more patient. Another company that I want to mention is GoodLeap. You know, a mission that we're really excited about is trying to bend the curve on climate change. And this company is doing it already at scale. For those of you who are outside the United States, you wouldn't probably recognize the name. But this company finances 28% of residential solar systems deployed in the United States today. They fund $1 billion a month of solar loans. And that's just a starting point. They fund, you know, other basically energy-saving home improvements, and they're doing it at scale. The founders of this company were some of the top executives of Solar City, again, a US-centric company, but at one point had 40% of the loan volume for solar loans in the United States. So they knew exactly what they were doing when they founded this company in 2016. They examined the whole value chain. They took advantage of the technology which is available and enables them to deliver these loans through essentially installers and independent sales organizations in a way that is really accretive to everybody in the system. Salespeople are more effective, easier for consumers to understand, and ultimately it's an incredible value proposition. Most homeowners save about 25% in their electric bill. So they've already saved something like $6 billion for homeowners, 160,000 of them, and they're offsetting you know, tons of CO2 emissions as well, 31 billion metric tons of CO2 emissions. Another company a little closer at home, hopefully you've heard of this one, Konix. This is a European company based in Munich, is also a mission-driven company. It wouldn't necessarily appear like a mission-driven company if you just think about what they do, which is they make technology to make railways more efficient. That doesn't sound terribly mission-driven, but trust me, it is. And the savings that they generate, about 25% for Deutsche Bahn and other large railways, enable these companies to be more efficient, to be more reliable, to save on downtime. And of course, the market for this is enormous. I think the cost of downtime worldwide is 200-something billion a year. So we're really excited about the mission of this company. Another one close to home here is Aquabyte. I didn't realize it till I was preparing my remarks, but the last time I was here 5 years ago, Aquabyte was developing their system in a bathtub in Norway. And what they do is they use artificial intelligence and machine learning to look at fish in fish farms. As we all know, fish farms can be, you know, sort of not the cleanest way to generate protein on the planet, but done well, they're a relatively important and efficient, clean way to develop an important protein source. So they look at fish and they're able to detect disease and other things that makes fish farms safer and more efficient. The company today is all over the world in just 5 years. Very exciting. Lastly, I want to talk about Coursera. Another, you know, obvious mission-driven company for us. This company was founded by two Stanford professors, Andrew Ng and Daphne Koller, and they realized that not everybody could afford Stanford. Forget the difficulty of getting in. All of these great institutions were sort of, you know, walled off from most of the people in the world, and they wanted to open up their classrooms. So in 2012, they decided to put two of their graduate level computer science classes online and open them up through what is today called a MOOC, massively open something course. Anyway, they tweeted about it, and amazingly, within 2 weeks, they had 100,000 students sign up for each class. You want to talk about product market fit. One tweet, 200,000 people sign up. And let's not forget, these are graduate level computer science classes at Stanford. Not everybody thinks they're going to go take those classes. But they had 200,000 of them overnight. And actually, Daphne came over to my house for lunch, and I said, wow, this is a business. And she said, no, this isn't a business. This is a nonprofit. And I said, nonprofit? No, if you want to develop great software, which is what you have to do to make this company succeed, it needs to be a business. And so that was the premise of Coursera, but Daphne got me to promise that we would always have free offerings for the courses. And today, 10 years later, Coursera has saved people who otherwise would have had to pay for their offerings $500 million. So, and they have 100 million learners, 175 top universities from around the world, great corporate partners like Facebook and Google. It's really an exciting company. And effectively, they're delivering high-quality education to anybody, anywhere. I don't know how much time I have, 5 minutes. So we'll try to summarize the idea of a mission-driven company is that, as I said, you can attract people that you couldn't otherwise attract because they're not here just for the money. They're here for the mission. And that actually delivers ultimately better execution. With better execution, you can have better impact. And with better impact, you affirm what you set out to do in the first place, which is, create some sort of impact through your mission. So the thing I want to leave you with is that you have that same opportunity. All of you, I hope, are doing something that you find really impactful, because we need you to be doing something impactful. The world has plenty of problems to solve, and I believe they're mostly solved through entrepreneurship and startup companies. So I hope you're doing something great. We'd love to hear about it. We'd love to hear about your mission and the company you want to build. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott, for the thorough recounting and analysis of what's been going on in VC for the last years.
Thank you, yes. So next we're moving on to product and company transformation. To make that decision to first commit to a transformation, never an easy one to begin with. But once you make that decision, then what do you actually do next? There's not a handbook for this kind of stuff, really, is there?
Definitely not. And to talk about this, we're joined by Mark Kornfield, president of Vimeo. He came to the company in 2017 after Livestream, the leading live video platform company he co-founded, was acquired by them. He's here to share his perspective and experiences with product and company transformation.
Joining Mark is Aggie Cantrill from Bloomberg News. I'm excited to see what these two experts have to share about transformation. So, welcome to the Serene Stage, Mark and Aggie.
Hello. Hi. So I'm here today with Mark Kornfeldt, the Vimeo president. An engineer by training, he has worked at LimeWire and founded Livestream before it was sold to Vimeo in 2017. And now, as Vimeo's president, Mark has been at the center of a transformative project to turn a content platform into a software solution for content creators and businesses of all sizes. Transforming businesses successfully is a daunting task at the best of times. And right now, as we see an economic downturn that's pointed specifically at the tech sector before anywhere else, it's important for us to talk about what that means for platforms today. So, to start off with, I wanted to ask you, as someone who has been at the center of one of these transformations, when a company is looking at its transformation and where it's going to go next, what is important when it comes to recognizing the value of what you currently have and where you want to go?
Hi everyone, thank you for having me here. I think there's really two things to consider. First, how big is the distance between where you want to go and where you are? As in, how much change do you need to affect? And then the second one is, how quickly do you want to affect that change? You have to start, of course, assuming you found conviction on where you want to go, and that's unmovable. You have to start by assessing what in the current business is going to be an enabler to get you there versus what is going to be holding you back. And that's throughout people, product, organizational structure, all the way to actually your cap table, your shareholders. And once you've done that assessment, partly that will dictate how fast you need to go. If you have a lot of changes to make and you're very far from your goal, but that's when you try to strike that balance. For Vimeo, we've gone through several cycles of that, but about 5-6 years ago, we realized that we had an opportunity to really go after an entirely new market that was developing right in front of our eyes, a market that nobody was in yet. And when we actually embarked down that path, we knew it was a 5-10 year journey to get there. So there was no case of rushing our way through it. We also had and still have a very loyal base of customers that are an extremely important part of what we do. And so, we staged it over a number of years, over a number of different milestones and capabilities. And we were fortunate to have investors, owners actually at the time that were supportive of that journey.
And at the moment, something that we're seeing from a lot of companies when it comes to the transformations they're seeing, especially when we're looking at a lot of startups that have had huge valuations in the last couple of years, what we're seeing is a shift away from hypergrowth. That's a bit different from the shift that Vimeo recently did, but would you be able to talk a little bit about what you're seeing now in the way that companies potentially need to transform?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about hypergrowth over the last 2 days. I think as an industry, we kind of value that piece a lot. We almost adulate valuations and these sort of overnight successes. I think one thing that is a little bit misunderstood is hypergrowth is a choice. It's a choice that you make on capital allocation. It's a choice that you make on how much risk you want to take. And it's a choice that you have to be willing to make. You also have to be understanding why you make that choice. It's okay to make that choice if there's a strategic imperative, like you have a competitor that is coming after you and you have to go really, really quickly and grow really fast, or you need to develop a moat around a market that you're trying to take by being a first mover and capturing the market really fast. The truth, though, is that if you look at companies that have gone through hypergrowth, and many of us are actually at fault of this, it's not driven by the strategic imperative. It's driven by you can. You're doing hypergrowth because you can, because capital is there and it's inexpensive, because you have this sort of misalignment sometimes with venture capital and the way that those funds are structured and the timeline. It's sort of, you have to grow really quickly, make it really big, or fail fast. But these are not real, so to speak. They're not about the customer. They're not about your market. They're not about the product that you're building. So I would say just take a step back from it and slow down. It's okay. If you have conviction on your vision, you know where you want to go. The choice of going fast or slow is yours, and you have to make that choice very, very consciously.
But going off from that, at the moment we're seeing, speaking as a tech journalist, a huge amount in the tech press about who is to blame for current shifts in our current environment. Obviously, there are the broader macroeconomic trends, but when it comes to a question of who should have seen it coming, there's blame attributed to founders for making rapid layoffs. There's blame attributed to investors for pushing those founders to grow rapidly in order to pursue a return on investment. And so at a moment when that relationship could be seen as a little bit strained on a macro level between the founders and investors, what do you think is the way forward for those sort of relationships, and how do you think it's important for founders and investors to communicate well at a time when that it's quite difficult to attribute those funds and also to guide people through a challenging time?
Yeah, I think there is actually right now tremendous value that can come from that relationship. For one, I think investors have a really important role to play in giving confidence, giving perspective to the founders. And it's actually little things, taking a founder out for lunch and saying, I believe in you and I'm here for the long term. It can make a really big difference when you're in deep shit in your internal, in your internal operations, when you're going through hard times. But it's the obvious, right? It's making sure that there's a shared perspective on the long run, on the vision, and the timeline to get there. And I think being very open, talking about that, and having an agreement around that is really critical.
And when it comes to a strategy, we're obviously, it's not just a question of hypergrowth. There's also an appetite for growth and continued growth even through economic downturns. And especially when you're looking at B2C products or in the shift that Vimeo has made towards also speaking to businesses, how can you get customers, whether they be individual consumers or whether they be businesses, to take on board a new product at a time when they're probably pretty reticent to part with their own money?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's a question that everybody's asking themselves right now. Look, the ideal is your product is a must-have and not a nice-to-have. I think as a founder, as an entrepreneur, as an operator, it's really key to figure out early on who you're selling to, who has the budget for your product, and whether that's resilient to this change or not. Partly the hardest is selling to the IT department, to the CIO, because that's where budgets get cut first. That's also where very often the user is the furthest away from the decision maker, the purchaser. So finding ways to appeal to other buyers in an organization, expanding your product, your value proposition to appeal to these different buyers. The easiest in these times is selling to the areas of the business that drive the growth, marketing and sales. That's often where the budgets get unlocked more easily in these times. Figuring out whether you can find ways to get into these departments. Internal productivity is a huge topic still. Vimeo is fortunate on that side because video is a big enabler of productivity, and in the world of going remote and hybrid, it's a critical concern for organizations. How do you enable more engagement with employees? And so we have the ability to sell to these internal departments that consider this as a must-have. It wasn't obvious, though. If you think about video, where it was 5 years ago, it definitely wasn't a tool for communicating internally. And the pandemic has changed things a lot. But yeah, being clear on your buyer and where the budgets are being allocated and how you can go after these different departments, I think is critical.
And to nail down a little bit about Vimeo's transformation itself, when you're making such a seismic shift in a company strategy, Is it still very important to reassure your existing users that this is still going to be a platform, something that's relevant to them, or is the focus and the priority always going to be about acquiring new customers and finding those new markets?
Yeah, it really depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to do a hard pivot and move away entirely from the business you're in, there's obviously less of a consideration there. In our case, it was more continuity and expanding rather than exchanging or trade-off. So yeah, for us, for sure, it meant that we had to move more considerately, and we did put a lot of focus in making sure that our existing users continued to thrive on the platform. It's easier said than done because, of course, when you have to make changes, and when you make changes, you take the risk of alienating your existing users. You have to manage that. But in our case, we definitely wanted to bring them along for the ride.
But what's the moment when, for instance, in the case of Vimeo, it's apparent that there's a pivot that needs to take place? Was the principal concern essentially you're existing as a video content platform where there is one massive player in the likes of YouTube, and then as another player in that space, you're always going to be capped? And if that happens in the last couple of years, what were the other factors going into that decision? Where did Vimeo say, like, okay, we need to move away from this, we've reached the peak of what we can be doing in this space, and we need to find something else?
Yeah, it was actually a little bit different for us. So what we started identifying 5-6 years ago was the growth in our users and our paid subscribers was coming primarily from businesses. We had various segments that we were addressing: consumers, we were addressing creative professionals, prosumers. But what we're seeing is businesses were adopting video at an accelerating rate. And so we thought, what is really going on here? And when we started looking at those users, and actually when we started looking at the data, what we saw was a dramatic shift in what video itself was. Coming from a place of being more of a medium for art and entertainment, you were a TV producer, you know that world very well. Video became one of the primary ways people were looking to communicate. And the format, it was fascinating. When we looked at it 5-6 years ago, what we saw is that the median duration of content uploaded to the platform was being divided in two every couple of years. And why? Because the format is just so different. It's now 30 seconds, a minute, it's vertical, it's square. It's very different from what you used to imagine as a feature film or a 10-minute creative video used for art. And so we looked at that, and we saw this space where businesses are trying to be active on social, on their website, for content marketing. They're trying to be active with video also internally, but really it's an industry that is built around this video as an entertainment medium. Adobe Premiere, Final Cut Pro, you know all the tools, right? There was really nothing that would enable businesses to leverage the medium. So it was more a realization of that opportunity at an inflection point where actually the market was ahead of us. The demand was ahead of what the industry was able to offer. And then we just decided to go all in on that. We started building tools across all of these different areas of creating, managing, distributing a video. And we were fortunate with the pandemic that everything really accelerated. But it wasn't a defensive move. It wasn't out of concern for the platform. It was more of an offensive move based on what we were seeing in the market.
And at the moment, in the case of two of the really large social media platforms, Meta and Twitter, we're seeing seismic shifts happening within those platforms. And something that I've been noticing as a tech journalist is that a key concern in both of those cases is the feeling within the company and how those changes are being recognized as a benefit or a disadvantage to the people who are working there. And in the cases of platforms like Twitter and Meta, you have some of your employees are at the top of their game. There are people who Apple, Alphabet would love to poach. And so how is it when you're entering this space where you're making those shifts that you don't also lose your best talent because they no longer have faith in the product?
Ultimately, one, you have to be really, really clear about where you're going, have really strong passion and conviction if you're the founder, if you're leading the organization, and then people have to believe in that mission. That's where it starts. In our case, there was definitely a transformation internally. Not everybody did, but I think the vast majority of folks in the organization really, for us, we're mission driven around the richness, the authenticity of video itself, around the medium, the emotional connection with that medium. So we were really able to take everyone on that journey, even though we shifted to more of a B2B platform, serving larger organizations all the way to enterprises, which typically is a difficult cultural shift to do in a business. In our case, it was still around the same theme. It was still around the same core. That's also why we could afford not to lose our existing user base, very related. So we were very fortunate in that sense, and that's also how we've attracted talent and retained talent throughout our history.
And how has that been communicated going forward for employees who've already experienced one shift to essentially a different medium when it comes to what Vimeo is offering? Is there a focus at Vimeo to make sure that that communication doesn't just stop with this announcement of the shift, but instead keeps employees informed about those changes and actually has their input into it?
Yeah. Internally, that's true. Precisely, you have to over-communicate, and throughout the years, particularly when we started this shift, we spent a lot of time articulating the vision, talking about the signals that we were seeing, showing it, talking about users. Actually, in the end, that's the most important connection that the employee base needs to form. Empathy around the user, who the user is, and what you're solving for them. Externally, it's harder, right? Externally, the truth is, if I ask this room, what people think about Vimeo and how they know the company, I'm pretty sure 90% of people wouldn't know anything about the shift that we're talking about here. And so there, striking the balance of being definitive enough so that you can create a real departure, but still keeping your core user base, your loyal user base on the journey with you is not, I don't think it's something that we've nailed yet. It's still something we're trying different things on.
And when it comes to communicating that strategy externally, is that something left to the marketing team? Is that something for sales? Like who's doing that?
It's a team effort, but yeah, marketing is a big driver of what we need to do there. We haven't been really big in brand marketing, in awareness marketing, and that's an area that we're investing in more now to help facilitate that shift in the public perception.
And we've been talking before about your experience with LimeWire and also then subsequently with Livestream. You've been working within tech, especially in the content, like video space, for a long time. I'm curious to know, for a lot of the companies here at Slush, this is their first downturn that they're experiencing. A lot of the newer companies have been experiencing a period of easy money, low interest rates. All of that has created a real appetite to invest. And now there's a lot more awareness of the issues, as you've been talking about, around this strategy of hypergrowth. And so I'd be curious what you think companies now could learn from your past experiences navigating these sort of downturns.
Yeah. It's a tough time. It's a tough time. Also, it's going to be okay. You're hearing it from all sorts of people across the industry. Look, what has worked for me, I'll give you a couple of pointers, I think 4 primary things that I've learned. The first one is just manage your cash. Statistically, it's the #1 reason companies fail. They run out of cash. So stay really, really close to it. Understand your runway really, really well and manage that above everything else. That's the most important. I'd say number 2 is probably take action swiftly and decisively. You're going to have intuitions throughout this time when the environment is changing around you, and those intuitions sometimes will be quite strong. Generally, I've always regretted not acting fast enough on these intuitions in these periods of fast change of the external environment. The third thing is be brutal with your focus and make sure you focus on the most important things. And this is maybe for later stage companies. You cannot believe how much activity gets created in an organization because of inertia. And there's more public examples of this these days. But for those who have background in product, you know that if you put a product manager and an engineering team on an area of your product, they're going to do things. There's always a project. There's always support requests. There's always refactoring. There's redesigns. There's always going to be work. The question is, does that matter? And so you should just go through your business and figure out, and this is, by the way, it applies to the rest of the organization as well. Go through your business and figure out, does everything we're doing really matter? Question the assumptions. And then I think the last one, probably the biggest surprise for me, is that people are really more resilient than you think. I remember back in 2009, this was with Livestream. Back in the days, we were a 2-year-old company, still very much in startup stage. We had 50 people working in the company, and we were going to run out of cash in 3 months, harder and lesson. And it was one of those, fuck, we're going to lose everything moments. We went in front of the company and we said, look, we need runway. This is going to be a hard time. We're asking folks to take a 30% cut on their salary against equity in the company. And we laid out the milestones, the vision, why we were doing it, what we were going to do with that extra runway. And out of 50 people, 49 stayed. And that was a big learning for me. If people have clarity, if they buy into the vision, they will stick around. They will be there with you. Obviously, you have to do it the right way.
And when you mention your experience at Livestream, it's got me onto what I believe, because of our time, is going to have to be our final question, which is, in other financial crises, in other recessions, in other periods of economic downturn, the tech industry has sometimes been seen as a saving grace, and that was somewhat the case in 2008. It was seen as that was also slightly further down the road. There was a boom time for Silicon Valley, and so I'm curious what you think is the difference in this current situation with the factors at play here to, for instance, what you experienced in 2008 and 2009?
Yeah, it's a very different period. It's hard to find patterns. The world is so entirely different today. There's wars, crisis. We just went through a pandemic. What I would say is the big difference that I have not experienced before is this insane growth that we've seen during the pandemic period, just before a really, really sharp downturn, very quick. And it has to do with the conversation we were having about hypergrowth and investing and stretching yourself. I think the industry stretched itself. Capital was really cheap. Everybody went out and spent that capital to try to grow and make so many different bets at the same time. And I think it's retrenching now, and that retrenchment, that contrast is quite different this time around.
Mark, thank you so much. Such an interesting discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mark and Aggie. So let's keep moving, shall we?
Let's do that. So sometimes the greatest ideas are really just the most simple ones. Take Linktree, for example, a link in bio service which helps collect all of a brand's, publishers, influencers, or business important web links behind one URL. A really simple idea which has caught on and gathered 25 million users globally.
Or then there's Loom, a service which lets you record a video to update your team on the most important things needed, a platform for async work, as they call it themselves, which can slash almost 30% of meetings time from your calendar. And again, very simple idea with 50 million users across more than 200,000 organizations.
There's definitely a secret sauce to making simple products scale so impressively. We have Alex Zakaria, co-founder and CEO of Linktree, and Shahed Khan, co-founder of Loom, coming up next to reflect on how these two success stories got where they are today. Let's give a big hand to Alex and Shahed.
So I'm over here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Slush Day 2. Alex Zakaria over here on my left, founder of Linktree. Welcome, Alex. So to kick us off, 30 million users, 1.5 billion monthly visits. The Rock, Selena Gomez, and Selena Gomez's ex-boyfriend, Justin Bieber, are all on Linktree. It's honestly, it's quite remarkable what you guys have built in such a short 6 years, so thank you for having this conversation with me today.
Thanks for having me, and yeah, really glad to be here, and I'm super excited to be sharing the stage with you. Speaking of scale, obviously, Loom, so Shahed is a co-founder at Loom, and you guys, in the same period of time, right, 6 years, have scaled to 350,000 companies, 18 million users across those 350,000 companies. So yeah, I think although we're very different products, I think the concept is that we actually perceive to be quite simple on the outside. So I think we can have a bit of a chat about that.
Yeah. So this is a very unique format that we're having today. I'm going to be interviewing Alex, and he's going to be interviewing me back. So let's see how this goes. We have a lot of questions, so we're going to get right into it. So, Alex, tell us the inspiration behind Linktree, and what that first product looked like.
Yeah, so Linktree was born out of an agency. My brother Anthony, our friend Nick, and I were running a digital strategy agency that specialized in music and entertainment. So we're working on behalf of record labels and festivals and artists. And we're building websites for them as these like landing pages. And we realized that actually artists and more broadly creators have a lot of different revenue streams, and it's a very fragmented marketplace. So you've got your streaming on a bunch of different platforms, you got your touring on a bunch of different platforms, you've got your video content on another platform again, and then you've got your merch on another platform. And so we've only been able to link out of social media from one place, like the link in bio, or not being able to link in posts, when it is really problematic for artists because you can only link to one of those revenue streams. And so it was really just a problem we're solving for ourselves and for our clients that we're dealing with every day, and the amount of content we're producing with these artists and having to change the link in bio every day. It's just a quick, simple solution. We built it in about 6 hours as a quick prototype, and pushed it out to a few of our clients, and almost immediately users in verticals way outside of music started signing up, and it was almost immediately apparent to us that this wasn't a problem that just existed in music. It was actually yeah, it was actually much more than that. The first sign-up was the Melbourne City Council in Australia, so that was completely not music. And so that was interesting, and we continued running it as a side hustle to the agency for a few years, and up until about 2019, we had about 3 million users organically. And in that time, what ended up happening, it wasn't just the music industry that was that fragmented. It's actually the entire internet became that fragmented. The amount of different places where you find your audience exploded. There was TikTok, and Twitter became more relevant, and LinkedIn became more relevant, as well as all the different places you need to get your audience to convert them to whatever you perceive to be or to consider to be a conversion exploded as well. So all of a sudden now there's all these creator economy companies and Substack and Medium, all this content that you need to drive your audience to. And so Linktree is the way to unify your entire digital ecosystem became more and more necessary. And so in terms of, I mean, right back at you, Shahid, in terms of Loom, yeah, what's the impetus behind that? Why did you start it?
Yeah, it's actually, you know, it's not as fairy tale as most people would think. It actually, so my two co-founders and I, Joe and Vinay, we're, you know, really good friends. My background's in product design, Vinay's is in engineering, and Joe's was in product, and he's the CEO. So we decided, you know, one night we wanted to start a company together, and we got up on a whiteboard in Vinay's room, and we hopped on a Skype call. Zoom did not exist. This was, you know, 2015, or at least it wasn't really popularized. And we wrote down 6 startup ideas. First one was the idea I wrote down, which is user testing with experts. And we decided that that was the company we wanted to build. So it was a very simple decision. Looking back at it, it's been, you know, 7.5, almost 8 years. And it's actually, you know, looking back at that, right? So Loom came out of 2 failed pivots. So our first product, the user testing marketplace, you know, the end consumer who was actually giving feedback to, you know, whoever that was creating that user test had to install a Chrome extension that recorded their screen, that recorded their video, that recorded their audio. So you can kind of see where this is going. And then the output was this very simple video with their face on the bottom left. And the flow was basically you go through a checkout flow or whatever the test was created around, and you talk about what you're seeing, what you're feeling, any friction in the checkout flow. So that product we had launched, it didn't really, you know, get as much of a increase in users that we would have had expected on our first launch. And we continued building it for about 6 months, and then realized we weren't getting closer to product market fit. So we ended up pivoting into a SaaS offering where, you know, instead of building a marketplace, we're like, well, what if we just build the intercom for user testing, and we can, you know, sell this to companies like Facebook and so forth. And another 4 months into building that, we realized that there wasn't any product market fit there. No one really wanted to use the product. Joe and I were just sending out 100 emails a day, begging people to use our product for free. That should have been a signal in and of itself that it wasn't going to work. But through that, we kind of had this, what I like to call like a Hail Mary. We're like, okay, we're starting to see a glimpse of how people are using the product. There's, I think it was Stanford's research lab was recording a summary of all the videos they received back from their user test. And that was kind of an aha moment for us, where people wanted to use a screen recording product as a general communication tool. So we had launched in 2016 on Product Hunt. Within 24 hours, we had about 3,000 people who had installed the extension. And more or less, you know, kind of kept the simplicity of that recording experience the same.
Right, yeah, and I think, you know, through that journey, you've built this amazing product that is perceived to be very simple on the outside, right? And actually, I should say as well, I'm a very happy user of Loom, so thank you. It saved me many hours of meetings. But it does look simple on the outside, and I think that's what we're here really to talk about today is that, what actually is under the surface happening at Loom. Why isn't it just a simple video recording? Why isn't it just as simple, and I'm sure you heard this a lot, of I could just record this on QuickTime and upload it, or isn't Slack going to do this? Why is it not a feature?
Yeah, it's actually a really good question because screen recorders have been around for a long time, like you mentioned. There's Camtasia in the early 2000s. So there wasn't anything novel that we were building. People were used to screen recorders, they're used to QuickTime, like you mentioned. But for us, it came at a time where remote work was just starting to become a common phrase. And looking at people were inundated with meetings, so there's like this cycle, excuse me, there's this cycle in time where people wanted to have fewer meetings. And of course, there's the whole trend of remote work and through COVID and through other tailwind effects that kind of really propelled Loom. But I think it kind of comes back to like this day one mentality of how do we keep the most important function, the area where our users will likely spend the most time, which is creating that recording. How do we keep that super simple? So if you look at what the first version of the product looked like to now, the recorder itself has changed very little, but what has changed a lot is the technology that kind of powers that recording. So whether you record a 30-second video, whether you record an hour-long video, it all uploads instantaneously, and we have several patents around our recording infrastructure. So there's a lot that happens under the hood in this kind of analogy that I like to use, which is called this effective iceberg effect, right? So the consumer should only really see the tip of the iceberg, and it should be a very seamless experience for them. And below the surface, you have the greater part of the iceberg, which is what allows for that surface to be so small and so functional and so delightful. And I think the ethos of the company was always centered around simplicity and design, and it's kind of like, it's kind of continued through the years. But similar for Linktree, I think what's really fascinating is, a lot of people see Linktree as it's a way for creators to share all of their links to various profiles, but obviously Linktree is so much more than that. And a lot of competitors have come up since you guys have started. You guys kind of created the link in bio. Every TikToker pointing down and being like, tap on the link in my bio. And yet it is very simple, but how true is that for you? How is it actually as simple as people claim it to be, or what is beneath that surface for you guys?
I mean, we hear all the time, like, isn't it just it's just a simple list of links? Why is this a product? And I think when I hear that, actually, it's quite flattering to me, because actually that's all it should feel like, and it's actually incredibly complex to make something feel that simple and work that seamlessly, especially at scale. So in terms of our users, we've got 30 million users, about 40,000 signups a day, and that's spread across 160 verticals and spread on we like to think of this like digital literacy scale. There's users very much in the low end of the digital literacy spectrum, where they really don't even understand what a browser is. And in that regard, we really think about a big part of our mission is to democratize digital presence and really enable anyone to have their own place on the internet. And then we've got users on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where they are working on behalf of the biggest brands, biggest celebrities in the world, and they're trusting Linktree to be the driving source of their revenue for their biggest hype moments, the launch of an album or the launch of their book. And so it needs to be incredibly powerful for that audience. And to be able to build something that feels that simple, works that seamlessly, and is that powerful for that end of the spectrum, but also your grandma can use it, and it's really simple to sign up and get that link in minutes. Actually takes a lot of deliberacy and intentional decisions. It just seems like a list of links, but everything down to like the gap between the links, the colors we allow the Linktree to be, the speed that it loads, it transitions, is all finally researched around driving absolute conversion for the user, and that's our end goal.
Yeah. And how do you feel that complexity has kind of changed over time? You guys have done a great job, keeping that product simple, but like where has that complexity changed, and how has that looked over the last 6 years?
Yeah, that's, obviously it started as just to solve a really simple problem for ourselves. And over time, as we've been really listening to users, we were the users ourselves. And we continue to be able to build the functionality in that we needed. But obviously, as we've scaled, there's been more and more functionality we've built in. And something I'm very cognizant of is what I refer to as the complexity convection, which is like you're continuing to add functionality and features for your current user base, and they're growing with you. So as you add these features, they know the UI, they know all the previous features. It's really simple for them to understand the next feature you add. But all of a sudden, you're just getting more and more complex. Your users are growing with you, but the new users that enter the bottom, they're completely confused because it's very complex all of a sudden, and that just opens up the market for a new competitor to come in and drive that simplicity, and you actually see this in many products. And so some of the ways we combat that, we make sure our product, anyone in our product team has to sign up from scratch all the way through to the product to activation every single week, and make sure that they're completely understanding and feeling it, rather than just like jumping into testing the part of the product that they're building. They're actually understanding the way it feels all the way through for a new user. And obviously, as we've built much more complex technology into the way the way Linktree works, it used to just be you click on a link and on Linktree loads, and it's a classic link, like you just link out.
Yeah.
And our key to success metric was actually reducing time spent on page, increasing click-through rate. Now we've built more functionality into each of the links. So when you click a link, it'll drop down, it'll do something, and we've launched that into a platform so partners can build their own link apps into Linktree, and that's a really big part of our moat. I'll give one example of one where it's actually a lot of proprietary tech under the hood, which is like our music link. So an artist or someone with a music link, they can put a link to their music from any streaming platform into their Linktree. It'll pop up and say, hey, we just found your song on 50 other platforms. And to a visitor, when they click and it drops down, it shows a link to all the streaming platforms to the song where the song's available to them in the country that they're in. Wow. So it's doing content matching across the globe and understand whether your audience is. And it's a really big problem for the music industry because they can't just share one link globally. It's different licenses in different markets with different streaming platforms. And it's completely free. Obviously, that could have been very complex for a user to set up. They have to go and add those different links. But we've done everything to make it as automated and contextual as possible. We only surface it to the user when they add the link, rather than having to add a link and be presented with all this functionality that they have to choose from. And so it's really about reducing that decision fatigue wherever possible. Make it so the user doesn't have to make a decision, that we're helping to make the decision for them, is really how we continue to maintain that simplicity as we continue to add more complex functionality. Yeah. And I've seen similar things with Loom, right? Obviously, I think one of the things you guys do incredibly well is really making sure that the user always understands the value proposition. And there's been more and more functionality being built into the way you record. Is that the same case for you?
Yeah, I would say, more or less the recording experience, while it has gotten significantly better in terms of speed and quality, that has kind of maintained and it's kind of stayed as a similar product experience. But I think what has changed has been the various things around the product. So when you record a Loom video and it gets uploaded, you now have your transcription. And because we give you your transcription almost instantly, we also realize when you say ums and uts, and your buts and all your filler words, which I use a lot of, there's one right there. So we realize that I can sound a lot smarter if I remove my ums and uhs and buts. So how do we just go through the transcription and remove the actual ums and uhs from your audio?
Yeah.
And making that experience much better, right? So another fascinating psychological thing we realized early on with Loom is there's this whole concept of the mirror face. So what you see, when you look in the mirror, the face that you see is the face that you recognize. But when you open up your iPhone camera and you take a photo, it flips your face. and people are like, I don't know who this person is. So by default, when we had started the product, or when we started building the product, the very initial version would flip your face at the end of the recording when you're consuming the video back. And a very simple change of flipping that to your mirror face resulted in people keeping the camera on more often. And we realized, by looking at our data, that if the recorder has their camera on, the propensity and the likelihood of the receiving end, so the recipient, the likelihood of them watching the video all the way through is much higher.
Wow.
So it kind of comes back to the idea around all of the things surrounding the video, right? Like the collaboration aspect. We recently launched this feature within the platform where it tells you exactly how much time you've saved and how many meetings you've saved, and people take screenshots of that and they put it on Twitter, and it's really awesome to see that value prop kind of come to life. So I think while the recorder has a lot of what I've witnessed is a lot of products will kind of just build features on top of one another, and I'm actually really curious. I'd love to hear how many different personas use Linktree, because for us, it all started with we classified ourselves as an onboarding company. So we're continuously iterating our onboarding, making it easier for the user to self-onboard, but how much of the information and how can we make that experience a bit more magical, where once you OAuth from Google, we're able to pull your first name, your last name, potentially where you work, and then we early on used Clearbit to enrich that data. So we're now we know that by simply Alex clicking on sign up, he OAuth with Gmail. We have his first name, we have his last name, we know that he's a CEO, and we know he's at Linktree, and we know how many people work at Linktree. And all he has to do is click next. So it's just continuously making that experience a lot easier, removing the friction, and I think constraints breed innovation, and it's really, you kind of have to think about it through that lens. But I'm curious, of all the various creators on Linktree, how many different personas and profiles are using the product, and how do you kind of solve that onboarding problem and make it really simple?
Yeah, it's a constant challenge for us. We've really started to start nailing in, and we're talking about scaling and how you scale these products. Ultimately, we see about 150 different self-assigned verticals, and that would normally be fine from a marketing onboarding perspective if they're using the product in the same way. But we see every vertical use the product entirely differently. The way an artist uses it, the way The Rock uses it compared to the way Tony Robbins uses it, compared to a mom and pop store selling candles on Etsy, or an emerging podcaster, all need completely different functionality. And so we still haven't quite nailed that. That's definitely something we're continuing to iterate it on the onboarding and building better ML and automations into solving that cold start problem. When you land in a Linktree, it's like, everyone else has got a Linktree, I want a Linktree too, and you jump into the product and it's like, what do I share? And so that's something we're working on, using some AI now to help build that Linktree out for them immediately. If we know you're a musician, we'll put a music link in, a Spotify link, link to your merch store automatically, because we can scrape that. So just doing those kinds of things to make it easier at scale. And I mean, so speaking of scale, I think that's super interesting. Obviously, things that are perceived to be like both Loom and Linktree seems to have been perceived as a feature up front, and I think I'm sure we both got told this often of why does this scale? Why there's no defensibility, there's no moat? What are some things that you guys have done to build that moat into the product and make sure that I've seen plenty of clones of Loom. I've seen plenty. There's literally thousands of clones of Linktree. That it's actually, again, it's kind of flattering when they clone it, because it's they're only doing it because they think it's so simple, and then they fold months later because actually it's not that simple, and they're not able to innovate. Is that something you see as well? You see these kind of clones, and what do you see perceived to be simple, and how have you really built that moat to make sure that you can stay ahead?
Yeah, we certainly have a lot of competitive products. A lot that look very similar to Loom, but I think it's very similar to what you just said. There's the actual challenge is the technical aspect of it. It's it's really easy. I mean, there's a lot of APIs. I'm sure you can in similar the way it took you guys 6 hours to build the first version of Linktree, I'm sure someone can get a screen recorder up in 6 hours just based on the pure APIs that exist today. But I think the strength in Loom early on was a couple of key decisions we made. We really analyzed, for example, where do a lot of these Loom videos get shared? And we saw a couple of things. One, they get sent in emails. We realized they get sent in Slack. And we happened to be raising our seed round around 2017. And we approached Slack. Slack had their own venture fund. And we're like, we would love to take money from you and kind of do this partnership where we can natively unfurl Loom videos within Slack. And we realized that that basically really put us on the map in terms of just pure consistency, because people, when a Loom link was being shared in Slack, people didn't know if it was a document or if it was an article, for at least those that are unfamiliar with the product. But over time, I think it was also a challenge because even with fundraising, people are like, well, a lot of investors said that this is a feature. Like, I don't see how this could really become a platform. And for us, all we really had to make sure we do was to keep that experience as simple, remove, if we could, remove more than we end up introducing into the product. And I think that was really helpful in kind of the journey of familiarizing everyone with this idea and concept of quick videos as a generalized communication tool. And Slack really kind of harnessed us. We've now Loom is widely known, like you mentioned, 18 million people using the product. So that's kind of how we've effectively scaled.
30 seconds to go. First 1,000 users, how'd you do it?
We were very lucky. We launched on Product Hunt. We had 3,000 people. How about you?
We got some big artists to use it, and lots of people started seeing it. It's inherently a very viral product. You see it, an artist will share it to drive people there for their music. Still, 75% of our signups come from self-referred, so visitors landing on a Linktree, clicking the logo and signing up. So it's very organically viral, but we just seeded it top down.
Yeah.
Great to be here with you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex and Shahid. A healthy and innovative business environment striving to achieve a fully circular economy does not rule out profitability. Quite the opposite. There are many benefits beyond revenue, from reputation to branding. Therefore, it's not a surprise that mission-driven companies delivering a positive impact have been emerging increasingly, while consumer behavior has been following the same trend.
Yes. So Emma Lehikoinen, COO of Swappy, and Wilhelmine Verloop, founder and partner at Rubio Impact Ventures, will be joined on stage by North Zone partner Mikhail Kötting to discuss the new emerging wave of impact entrepreneurship and what's next. Welcome on stage, Emma, Wilhelmine, and Mikhail.
Hi guys, welcome. We're really excited about the next topic, where we talk about impact in startups. And what used to be maybe a checkbox exercise for Swedish pension funds or something just for panels and long discussions has really become front and center for employees, entrepreneurs, clients, LPs, everyone. And so it's great that we're sitting here with two people who have been working on this topic from before it became trendy, like crypto and AI. So we have real people here who can really tell you something that matters on the topic. And yeah, we'll do a round of introductions. I'll briefly introduce myself. I started as an entrepreneur long ago and have been a VC for 12 years, so lived through 2 crises, which is very helpful right now. I'm with Northzone. We're a large global venture fund, just raised $1 billion, so we have a lot of dry powder to go after the current market. And in our portfolio, we see both companies really formatted around impact, like an Eidhoven that's trying to stop cardiac attack in the world, or an Einride that wants to electrify all the fleets, but also big companies like our Personio, who have raised $100 million for impact, and Forto that is sort of trying to do sustainable credits for ocean freight. So the topic is really front and center in a lot of the things we do. Willemijn, how about you?
Oh, I have a very different background than Michiel. So I started out from the impact side. I founded an NGO called War Child at the age of 23. And that was a scale-up because we grew to 900 people in 13 countries, working with 1 million kids. So it was an amazing ride. And I stepped out. I'm still on the board, but I stepped out because I believe innovation is what we need to create impact. And NGOs are not the best actors to create innovation. So I wanted to move to the venture space to find innovative models that are scalable and sustainable. So I first built the Dutch Social Enterprise Network, which is like an ecosystem for entrepreneurs on a mission and how to help them scale and grow. And as part of their mission, it was access to capital. And then I built, with an amazing team of experienced VCs, because I needed them on board, of course, we built Rubio Impact Ventures, which is a Dutch venture fund investing in impact and really taking impact seriously in every step of the investment process.
And I'm sure we'll get to that.
Definitely.
And Emma, you're very well known here to the crowd. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Emma Lehikoinen. I'm the COO at Swapi. And my journey with startups actually started here at Slush. I was a Slush volunteer for the first time in 2015. So that's really my first touch to the startup world and kind of how I became super intrigued about the topic that how startups can create impact to the world. But flash forward, I was doing Slush for several years, president of Slush, and then back in early 2020, I joined Swapi. And Swapi is a company whose mission is to make refurbished mainstream. So we've started with consumer electronics, started with iPhones. We basically buy, repair, and sell refurbished iPhones.
Amazing, and I'm sure there's a lot of customers here in the audience. And
I
if
hope
not,
so.
Shame on you. So, from president of Slush, in my perception, you then have a perspective on all kind of startups in Europe. What made you pick Swapi?
Back when I left Slush and I was thinking kind of what I want to do next, I met our co-founders, Sami and Jiri, and I felt super inspired what they were building with Swapi. I felt like it was such a unique opportunity to join a company, was kind of in the hyper growth journey, but with a purpose that actually matters. And that's how I joined the team, and 3 years later, still here.
That's great. So, Willemijn, there was, of course, always this whole social investing that existed, but you're probably one of the first of the new generation of impact ventures that also believe that they want to make a real return. Can you tell me a little bit about the early days of how to get it off the ground and how hard or easy was it to get that story across?
Oh, yeah. I think, for me, it was very evident that we needed to make market rate returns, because if you want to get mainstream capital to flow to impact, you have to prove that impact is a flywheel for success, and impact is not a cost factor. So for me, it was evident we really need to prove that companies that are excellent at creating financial returns and impact, those are the rock stars of the future, and that's what we need to focus on. But it was definitely, when we started this, a field where that was been frowned upon. You know, how do you, if you found these entrepreneurs, can you actually exit them? Who's going to want to buy them? And so I think the market has changed in those years, and we see that there's a big demand for, especially strategic buyers that want to get into these, find the innovation and get these young, impact-driven entrepreneurs integrated. But I think for us, it was getting the first LPs in was kind of the early believers. But now we see mainstream LPs coming in. And for us, it was really important that impact is not a greenwashing thing, that impact is equally important to returns, which meant that we really had to find a way of measuring impact in an equal way to measuring financial returns, because how can you be successful in both if you only measure risk and return? So if you want to measure risk, return, and impact, you need to quantify impact. And we found a way to do that, and that took quite some time to get that strong and objective. Because if we set our own impact targets and then we perform well, then we could set them very low and always be very successful. That's of course what many funds are doing. And I think if you set targets, for me, for one, this target has to be decided by the entrepreneur, right? The impact comes from the heart or the mission or the activism of the entrepreneur. And so you need to catch what he or she wants to prove. So what is it that he or she wants to change in the world? What's their theory of change? And how can you measure that in one, maximum 2 KPIs? And then the entrepreneur must still like to report on that, just like reporting on finance. And then we, as a fund, we use those targets to link our performance 100% to our carry. And we have a carry linked to impact and return, and we need to make both to be able to receive any carry. So for me, that's the way to really structure it in the entire process and make sure that if we're successful, we need to be successful in market rate returns and quantifiable impact.
That's very impressive. How do you do that actual measuring?
It is, when it's like climate tech, it's not that complex, right? When we talk about CO2, there's a lot out there. But if we talk about what I call people tech, when it's about education of children or when it's about well-being, mental well-being, it becomes quite difficult because it's not about numbers. It's about whether people feel that they've actually improved their quality of life. Mm-hmm. And so those things are very hard to measure. So it's kind of qualitative measurements that we need to find ways to do. But so, and sometimes, of course, we get it wrong. We invest early stage, so the business pivots 3 times, and then you took the wrong measure. So that happens. But the essential is that you find a measure that really inspires the entrepreneur, that he really or she really wants to prove, and then together we can figure it out. And it's like building the plane while flying, and we have a couple of impact funds across Europe that we kind of share our knowledge with, and also our fuck-ups, because of course we did some stuff that really didn't work as well. But in the end, it is possible. I mean, people that say that impact cannot be measured are wrong. It can be measured, it can be done, but it takes work, and it is extra time in your due diligence and investment process.
And with your group of early funds, is this sort of your proprietary sauce and makes you special and you keep it to yourselves?
No,
or is
no
this
way.
something you would share with the world?
No. So my mission in this is I want all of you here, all the investors, by the way, and entrepreneurs as well, to move into impact. So whatever we can do to make this mainstream, we need to share. And how to measure impact, open source. I talk about this a lot on different stages, but I would really love to share. But I think a lot of people find it a lot of work, and the big confusion is people are confusing ESG and impact. So now we have all these SFDR, Article 9, and then people think their impact. For me, that's ESG, and that's just cover your ass, right? It's just do no harm. And if you want to measure impact, is how are you bringing actually positive additionality, positive value to solving a societal problem. And I would hope, I don't think every entrepreneur has to have that mission, but if you have it, try to measure it, because this is also what inspires your clients and your consumers and your staff. So it's possible.
Great.
And I won't go more into detail.
Yeah, we'll definitely, but now we talk to Emma.
I think Emma can explain how she does it, I'm sure.
Yeah, but let's start a little bit on sort of how did Swappy get started?
Yes, I think it's a great, absolutely great story. So Swappy was started in 2016 by our co-founders Sami and Jiri, and they were serial entrepreneurs back then already. Actually, Sami got scammed when he was purchasing used iPhone out of like this online marketplace, and they started to look into the market, and they realized that actually like only about 5% of the entire smartphone market was used smartphones back then, like super tiny portion of the market. And the barrier, like kind of keeping consumers from purchasing second-hand electronics, was not that they would not like the proposition, like it's more affordable, it's more sustainable, that's great, but they did not trust the product and they did not trust the way to purchase the phones. So that's how Swappy was started. The idea was that we repair everything ourselves. That's how we can keep the quality standards high, and we can really make sure that the quality is what consumers are expecting. And also we've kind of crafted the purchasing experience so that it's as close as possible to purchasing a new phone with extensive warranty and great customer care. So how do we create this product and service that would make that kind of switch from consumers to really consider refurbished instead of new one? And I think we've done pretty great job so far, although we are very early on the journey, I have to say still. But back, as I said, back when we started, it was about 5% of the market. Nowadays, it's somewhere around 10% of the market, and growing super fast as well. And if you take industries like the car industry, for example, it's 50% of the market. So this category can really grow huge.
That's amazing. And do you consider yourselves more just a tech company or more an impact company? Or is that the wrong distinction?
I would say that we are a impact-driven or mission-driven tech company. I don't see that it's kind of either or.
And how does that translate? How do you measure your impact? We just heard from Willemijn that that's really important.
We've actually just published our first environmental impact report. So how we measure impact is we take the carbon footprint of a new device and then carbon footprint of a Swappy device and look at the kind of saving that you can do as a consumer when you're switching from new to refurbished. And the numbers are pretty great. You can save 78% of carbon emissions by choosing refurbished instead of new. And how we measure our impact as a company is that we measure how much savings can we help our customers to, or like CO2 savings can we help our customers to make by offering this product, taking a very conservative estimate on how many people are purchasing refurbished for the first time, and basically that's our handprint as a company.
And how much is that in total?
Yes. So last year it was about 23,500 tons of CO2.
And for someone dumb like me, what does that equate to?
Yes. So that would be about, let's say, like 5,000 cars driving for a year.
That's amazing.
And I can imagine there's more impact in there, because in these new phones, these value chains are very, very, there's a lot of human rights issues in the values chains. Children working in mines in Congo to get materials in phones. So you're actually also skipping all of that. So it'd be beautiful to also kind of measure that, but maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, we're at the kind of very early.
You're hired.
It's very kind of early on our sustainability journey as well. So when we did this report, we wanted to start somewhere, measure the CO2 emissions. But you're absolutely right. For example, the e-waste is the fastest growing waste stream globally. And we need to do something about it. And we need these solutions, for example, refurbishing smartphone and other electronics to be able to extend the life cycle of those products, so that we need to kind of source these rare minerals or rare materials less and less.
Cool.
And obviously being a mission-driven company has a big impact on the people working for you. How is that at Swappy, and what do you guys do to sort of promote that?
Yeah. I'm always kind of surprised how amazing team we've been able to recruit. And I think kind of early on Swapy's journey, we've had access to kind of people that I would say maybe not all kind of earlier stage startups have, because the mission has been something that the people who've decided to join us have related to, and it is something that they want to work with every day. So I think that is really the big, powerful competitive advantage for mission-driven companies, that you are able to attract talent that connect with the mission very early on from these kind of global tech companies that most startups kind of dream of hiring.
And what do you do to keep that sort of alive? Because on the one hand, the overall mission is great and you measure the CO2 savings, but what else do you do to make that tangible for people?
Yeah. So I think it's like it's very important to like kind of foster the culture that you have in the company. Like we're kind of very people first or people driven company, and we want to really focus on that. So it's really not about like you can talk about like the impact you make, but then day to day it's really about kind of what kind of culture you have at the company, and that's really kind of to retain the talent.
Great. I think it's often very much about authenticity of the drive. If the authenticity of the founder is really felt in the company, people can feel it as a driver in the culture of what they're achieving together. So
it's
not something you can kind of parachute in.
And if we look, because the other big sort of lever here, of course, is your customers, who obviously kind of like a mission kind of driven approach. In the companies you're working with, Willemijn, do you have some good examples why they are winning because of their customer proposal?
Yeah, I think the ones that are able to really make a convincing story of why the customers should want to join the mission. One of them, for instance, is Tony Chocolonely, Dutch chocolate company, makes lovely chocolate, but I mean, you can buy lovely chocolate of any brand. Their mission is to eradicate slavery from the plantations in especially West Africa, which is where most of these kids are put to work. And so that's their mission, and they have sourcing principles, but they are very, very clear that so even if you open the chocolate bar, it is unequally divided. There's no squares, but there's unequal. So to really understand and make the consumer understand it's an unfair value chain, and if you're buying this chocolate, you're actually helping solve that problem, and that brand has grown incredibly fast, even though they're more expensive than their competitors. So you're paying a premium because it is more expensive to really make sure these farmers get enough money to actually hire staff instead of putting their kids to work or putting other kids to work. So it's extra cost in the value chain, but the consumers have taken this on massively, and the company is growing worldwide at this moment and has been the biggest in the Netherlands 6 years after
That's great.
After they founded. So that was really a fast, consumer-driven success.
Great. And the flip side of all of this, because you can have a great mission, etc. Now that impact is so popular, I remember 4 years ago I couldn't get a business plan on my desk, and it said AI somewhere in the business plan. Now with impact you see something similar, and so there's a lot of greenwashing out there as well. Do you guys have some examples?
Oh, there's so many of them. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think the funniest example is BP, that changed their name from British Petroleum to Beyond Petroleum, and then had to change it back because nobody kind of accepted that. But I mean, I'm a Dutchie, so look at Shell. I mean, they're amazing. Volkswagen that puts bogus systems to. So there's so many examples on big scale, on small scale, and it's a big problem because people will no longer believe that impact is real as everybody starts using the words. McDonald's creating impact with their reusable plastic, paper straws that then turned out not to be recyclable at all, and then still make the claim. So there's so many examples, and I think it hurts the movement because the consumer needs to understand that it's authentic. And that's, I think, a challenge you have to overcome. And the authenticity, I mean, there's so much transparency now in the market, so we hope consumers will take the effort to dive a bit deeper under these kind of...
And check on Twitter and see what happens.
Yeah.
And I guess in order for the snowball to keep rolling, we need a lot of people here in the audience to build amazing companies, or in the companies they're already building, put an element of impact into it. What kind of recommendation would you give people that are starting today?
Yeah. I really love to encourage kind of young entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs who are just starting out that they look at the kind of impact first, or impact-driven companies as an option to start from. I think it's really important that you put kind of sustainability or the impact at the center of your business model. It's harder to kind of sprinkle that on top.
Yep.
But also at the same time, I think kind of I don't see the distinction between kind of impact companies and tech companies so big. Like, for example, us. The day-to-day, we're building e-commerce, we're building the operations, we are hiring talent, we're doing marketing, and these are lessons that whether if you're an impact entrepreneur, you can kind of take from both other impact entrepreneurs, but also every like tech entrepreneur that has been successful.
Great. And what segments do you see kind of taking off right now, Willemijn? From an impact perspective.
So, let me first reverse the question to you. Which ones do you see? Because you're an investor. You're getting every ambitious entrepreneur will end up at Northzone at some point. What do you see happening?
I saw a long wave of people doing carbon accounting. And obviously the first time you see it, you're like, oh wow, we really need that. And then after 72, you're like, maybe we don't need 72. What I find really encouraging is that there's real room for technical innovation. So we're seeing smart energy plans, some of them purely based on software and calculation, some of really kind of innovative new materials. We're seeing material sciences kind of picking up. We see image recognition play a large role in a number of fields. And I like the fact that it's not just on the sustainable end of the spectrum, but we're seeing on the people side access to markets, access to education take off, which I find very encouraging. But what about you?
I find that last part but that's a personal passion, right? I see it happening in every segment. But I'm personally passionate about people, so I love the fact that with EdTech we can actually reach kids in parts of the world that have not access to any kind of education, or talented people in Africa that get access to jobs internationally that they never used to have access to. So I'm really excited about the opportunities we can create to really get people out of poverty and into development through EdTech. But also, I mean, one of the major issues now is mental well-being, not just among people. I think 50% of people within companies have mental problems. The mental problems since COVID in schools are on the rise over the board. So the amount of tech solutions and bringing mental health solutions closer to individuals and really using tech to try and battle that kind of epidemic that's reaching us all, I think is very important. So I really try to look from the side where I would love to see the innovation take place.
Yeah, that's I think always a good question to an investor, is that sort of you look at one of these amazing business plans, and are you then enthusiastic about it because you think it will work, or because you really want it to work?
Yeah, now of course, I think as an investor, you want to make sure that it will work. And as an investor, I mean, we know exactly in every impact area where we would like to invest. So where we believe the largest impact can be made. So we know what we're targeting. But we come across a lot of entrepreneurs who are activists, and I love it. But some of them are really believers in wanting a radical change to happen.
Yep.
And that doesn't always mean they have the means and the business model to make it happen. But as with impact entrepreneurs, as with any entrepreneur, 9 out of 10 fails, which is fine.
Yeah.
So
because they need to dream big, otherwise it doesn't work.
And there's so many issues that we need to solve yet. So let's come up with these unreasonable ideas, and let's hope we get some of them to really scale.
Yes.
We're talking about saying, hey, you can do something really good and be financially successful, and for the reasons of having great employees and customers caring about, build a really big business. But what now if you've built a really big business, if Swappie is super successful, and all of a sudden you can sell the company and you can sell it for 2 billion to someone who really believes in your dream and your mission, or for 5 billion to Amazon because they think it's a really good model? What do you do?
Yeah, I think kind of when choosing any company kind of to partner with, I don't think it's super black and white that there's these, let's say, impact companies and then there's these evil companies. But it's really about kind of how can, for example, we at Swappy, we can establish our mission that is making refurbished mainstream. So it's really not just kind of working together with the impact companies, but it is taking everyone on the ride. We have so little time left to solve these issues, so we really need everyone. I think from a very practical standpoint, would partnering with someone mean that we can actually make more impact and scale further, and so on.
But that's the win-win.
That is a win-win, and that's an easy answer. How do you guys think
it is
about
a discussion we've had a lot, right? It's a question we get a lot from LPs. So what happens? For one, we only invest in aligned models where the growth of the company leads to growth of impact, because otherwise this becomes very complex. Second, we will only invest if the company really puts their impact mission in their deeds of incorporation, which means, and also in their shareholders agreement. So all these shareholders need to agree, whether they're impact investors or not, that this is relevant and this is going to be part of the exit conversation. Doesn't mean it's the only part of the conversation, but it has to be part of the conversation. And then, of course, I mean, we're minority investors, so the entrepreneur needs to decide where they want to go. And then it is actually never black and white, but if the choice is between a company that will pay half and a company will pay double that, but you know in that company that they will just kind of try to crush you because you're trying to, because their business model is might lose out to you. So that would be a reason not to do it. We've never come across that, so we've always been in the win-win up till now. But it's a difficult discussion, but it's a discussion that is really important to have with the entrepreneur, even when you invest. So where do you want to exit? Where do you want to land up? And make sure as an investor that you help them land to that next step.
To the right place. Yeah. We don't have much time left, but let's talk about, now we're facing a recession, or we're in the middle of a recession. Does that mean anything different for impact companies? Is there special superpowers that can help you go through it? Or are you facing the same weather as everyone else?
I think everyone is feeling kind of what's happening right now, but I think companies that, first of all, have a product that really resonates with customers, whether it's businesses, consumers, etc., those will be the companies that will thrive also next year. So, for example, for us, our product is not only about sustainability, but it's really about affordability as well. So we think that if we take the long-term view, people will still be interested in purchasing more affordable and more sustainable smartphones.
Yeah, I think it's the same for any entrepreneur. I think, for instance, the ones that are in climate tech solutions, they will not have, most of them don't have a lot of problem. They will actually grow faster. And because the urge for these solutions to grow to scale is much larger now. So there's a lot of opportunity for those. But then for others, it is more difficult. I mean, the ones that are dependent on high electricity bills for the production, so that's the same for any entrepreneur. And I think from an investor perspective, I see a lot of opportunities. I mean, we're in there for the long run. I don't think we'll be doing a lot of big exits next year. But I think what we intend to do is really create value in the long term and create amazing returns. And I believe these companies have that value, and we will be able to prove it after this crisis. And as you said, you started this session with you've been through 2 crises as an investor.
There's light
how
at
would
the
you
end
answer
of the
question?
No, exactly. It's you have to do the right things now, and then there is light at the end of the tunnel. And I much rather be in a nimble startup that can really take all the actions needed than at Unilever, where the storm hits you and you just can't move in any direction. So it's not going to be easy, but I think we'll be okay. Thank you very much. I think you shared great experiences with us. I've also heard that it's important for you that it's not that you guys are successful, but that you touch a lot of people and that they follow your success. So I kindly invite anyone who wants to know more to contact you guys directly and spread the good words. And thank you everyone for your attention.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, Wilhelmine, and Michiel.
Yes. Hey, next we're going to hear a founding story on an impressive open source enterprise company. It was founded in 2019 and aims to democratize access to robotic process automation by creating open source tools to allow anyone to build and operate bots for automating routine software tasks that normally would be done manually.
Yes. So today we have the founder and CEO of RoboCorp, Antti Karjalainen, here to share his story. Even before founding his company, Antti has been an open source enthusiast, and alongside his company, he is a board member of Robot Framework Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to advancing the community around an open source automation framework which carries that name.
Also stepping on stage, we have Blake Robbins, principal at Benchmark Capital. His primary focus is consumer software and will join the discussion with Antti to shed some light on RoboCorp's secret to success. Let's bring them out. Welcome, Antti and Blake.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be doing this, Antti. I've personally, for me, venture capital, my favorite part of venture capital is working with extraordinary entrepreneurs and getting to learn their story. Antti is no exception, and at Benchmark, we get the opportunity to work really closely with Antti. And I think the best place to start is maybe just telling people what RoboCorp is. We heard a little bit before just now, but maybe from your own words, what RoboCorp is.
Okay, so at RoboCorp we do something called RPA. That's really not a household tech name. So it stands for Robotic Process Automation. It's not real robots, it's actual software bots. And the point of that is to automate hundreds of different, not thousands of different types of routine work that people do across enterprise companies. So think about entering orders into an ERP system, or working on a healthcare system. So anything where you connect multiple different information systems together that humans you do by hand, we can build digital workers that then go and automate that work for people. So it's a fairly broad industry in a way, has been emerging in the past 5 to 6 years here.
Yeah, I mean, before being in venture capital, I'd never heard of RPA before, and every time I dive into it, the use cases are just endless. Maybe it's helpful just to give context of how you even ended up in the RPA world. Like, what's your story there? Because for me, I wouldn't have been something I'd known about unless I'd studied that deeply.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long story. I'll tell you that. So my background is in software. I've been a software engineer. As already mentioned here, I started off with a project called Robot Framework. That was a QA test automation framework. So while I was doing software, the company that I was running with some partners, we did consulting work. We ended up using Robot Framework quite a bit for the QA parts of the projects. And that was an open source community that was growing up. It was a lot of the core people were in Helsinki, so I got to know them, got to be part of the community, but still global thing. So we had, companies like Salesforce implementing their QA with Robot Framework. Now, it's just a cool thing to be part of. I think like an open source community, being part of it, hosting events, thinking about how we can grow the community. And so, QA, test automation, and RPA happen to be similar on the sort of the fundamental level. So both things use applications. One uses to validate it, one uses to drive a business process. So on the sort of foundational level, the actions that the bots take are the same. So it was one of these things. I was at an alumni event at my university, and I saw one guy on stage talking about RPA. I was like, what's that? It's like, so that seems interesting. Like, you do that? Like, what's the outcome? And it's like, I actually just clicked in the head, like, I mean, that's something that we already do here. So, I mean, that would be interesting to learn more about. And so RPA at that point was sort of painted as this magic AI thing that would sort of watch your work on your desktop and then automate it away. And it's like, I think that's kind of BS. I think if I would go deeper into that, I'd actually find something that's more close to test automation. So I started exploring, started basically cold calling people to come to the office and learn more about RPA. And this back in 2016-17 timeframe. And so when I actually drilled deeper into how it was used, what kind of use cases were being deployed, I found out it's not actually magic AI box. It's actually the same thing we're already doing. So coming from an open source background, I thought that, okay, these are these monolithic, massive enterprise tools, clunky and brittle and all that. Couldn't we do that better through an open source foundation? And sort of started on journey getting the community first excited about RPA, and really I just sort of had this moment in time where I was maybe driving into the office or whatever. I realized that if I don't bring this open source tech into RPA, maybe nobody will do that. So I kind of felt compelled in a way. And then started working towards that and tried it out, and it seems to work, but it kind of had a bunch of things missing. So I figured that we need to start a company to kind of make it complete.
Yeah, I mean, you have a unique story in that this happens, and I know the story more intimately because we've talked offline. But when you get this idea and you're like, okay, RoboCorp is going to be a thing, I'm going to start it. What happens next? Because there's the one path of, okay, I'm going to build this in Helsinki, I'm going to start this all, and then maybe raise money. What do you do? Because it is different than maybe the conventional wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, so when I kind of understood that we need to build a company around it, our competitors, UiPath, Automation Anywhere, Blue Prism, they'd raise $500 million each or so. So it's like, okay, we're not going to be able to bootstrap this thing, most likely. We need some capital. And then putting one-on-one together, and so I realized that, gee, I mean, I think we need to learn about venture and kind of figure out how we could attract some investments. So when we launched the company, it was the first moment that I got the chance to do that was January 2nd, 2019, when I had my previous company been acquired, and I was kind of through my earnout. We incorporated that. We've actually incorporated in the US from Finland. I was scheming to do that in 2018, and then finally got the team together, and then got to incorporate the company, and then basically started building a prototype of all the things that we need to put together to make it sort of an enterprise scale, and just booked a flight to San Francisco and started meeting people.
You land in San Francisco, and you literally didn't know anyone, is that right?
Yeah.
What happens next? Do you start going to like meetups, or how do you end up meeting investors?
I mean, they don't really take cold emails from unknown people, so that sometimes works. But I mean, I just tried to figure out how to meet with some investors, and happened to bump into a VC partner at an event. It was the first week there. Got invited to the office and did the worst pitch ever. And lucky for me, they were so kind to introduce me to other VCs in the network. So it's kind of spread out from there. And I took meetings, like 4 or 5 meetings a day for a few months. And I think I had a spreadsheet of all the VCs that I met, and I think I spoke with probably like 50 different firms.
Wow. And Benchmark was fortunate enough to lead that seed round. When did you eventually meet Peter? Like, how did that eventually happen?
Yeah, I mean, I already had a few term sheets at that point. It was, late in the fundraising, so I attracted some initial supporters who helped me out. Sort of, basically said that, hey, I'm in for $1 million if you get a lead. I was like, what does that mean? And they started helping me out, get introduced to new people, and eventually got a term sheet and a second term sheet. I was ready to sign when Peter Fenton reached out, and they most likely had been searching for an open source play in RPA, because RPA at that point was the fastest growing segment in enterprise software 3 years in a row. So there needs to be a better way to do that than the sort of the first generation of companies were doing it. So I think it was through an exercise of this category might be good for open source. They've been searching for it, heard about it from somebody else, reached out, and I was already ready to commit to a term sheet at that point. So we just ended up doing a 6 a.m. phone call. He was in Paris, I was in London. And we spoke 2 hours on the phone, on a Zoom meeting. Then spoke with the 2 other partners the same evening, Eric and Chaitan, on another call. And then did the investment committee on Monday, and they sent the term sheet on Tuesday. So,
wow, yeah. I mean, we're incredibly fortunate to be a part of this journey, and you've mentioned it a few times around open source being sort of the real opportunity here. How do you look at the Gen 1 companies in RPA like the UiPath, and why is open source so critical to that?
Well, I mean, in a way, when you build on top of an open source foundation, you get to leverage a lot of innovation from the community. So you get to combine and mash together this, everything coming from, the Python ecosystem, for instance. So you kind of leverage a lot of existing foundation in there. And to me, as a sort of an engineer myself, I think open source is the sort of the fundamental right way to do software. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't amount for a better product, the customers won't really get. Sure, there's some customers like some financial institutions that want to leverage open source more, but I think it's sort of a being able to be open for innovation through the network that makes open source such a good platform to build on. And then obviously we are an open core company, so we have the foundation on open source, but then we lay on top of that a SaaS solution that makes those bots that we build able to operate in an enterprise environment, deploy them, govern, monitor, maintain. So it's kind of figuring out the right open source commercial model as well. But things like GitHub Copilot, for instance, when you build on open source, you actually have Copilot that knows how to write our code instead of being a sort of proprietary black box of UiPath or something like that. You really don't have those benefits.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And just another interesting piece within this journey is you raise that seed round. And from my understanding, or from what I remember, that's early 2020 or right around
2019, actually.
Okay. Like end of 2019. A couple months later, COVID hits and takes over. As you're scaling out the company, you have to make this really important decision. I think at the time you might have still been in San Francisco, or at least coming back and forth. Do you end up saying, hey, we're going to build a company in Helsinki, we're going to go all the way and move the company to San Francisco, or do you decide to go remote at that time? What's the next step?
Yeah, I mean, the first instinct was, first of all, make sure that we have capital to operate. So the stock was in free fall, and we just thought, oh, gee, we might actually need to extend this thing if we go into a brutal recession, which didn't happen, but at the time nobody knew. So this is sort of the wisdom of the day, just react super fast, raise additional capital, make sure that you can operate for 2 years or so. And then when the sort of dust settled, everyone is in lockdown. We were already remote on the baseline, so it wasn't too big of a difference for us. And so I just figured out that this might be 6 months, a year, 2 years. For a company that's like a year old, that's eternity. So we just decided that we're going to operate as this would be forever for us. And so we set out the company as a fully distributed operation instead of like fully remote, where you have central location and then you have remote location. We want it to be like distributed. The headquarters officially in San Francisco. We have an office here in Helsinki, but we hire people across right now 9 different countries, and just build the culture from the beginning around that. And it's been working out. Obviously, you need in-person interactions, and now that you're able to travel, it's much better for everyone. But it's hard to kind of go back and not even go back, go to something that you never had, which is an office culture. So for us, it works, and it was like a one decision to transition that way.
It's interesting that you say San Francisco is the headquarters when you're based in Helsinki, correct?
Yeah.
How many people are in San Francisco, let's say?
San Francisco proper, we have 1 person.
And you call that the headquarters?
Yeah, the CMO is over there. He picks up the mail, I think, from the office. But that's a headquarters. That's where the main address is. But there's a small office there, a slightly bigger office here. But I stayed in Helsinki when everything started going to lockdown, and so when things opened up, it didn't make sense to all of a sudden move around, and things were working. It took many years, but when we grew as a company, launched the product, started building up sales go-to-market team in the US, engineering product in Europe, we already landed our first enterprise customers in the US, and when we kind of came out of COVID, I had a functioning executive team in place where I wasn't all of a sudden needed every day in the middle of the night on a call. So it was we kind of sure if I would have done that without COVID, that maybe would have worked out different. I would have moved somewhere, maybe East Coast or wherever. But that forcing function of COVID made it so that we had to build the company that way, and then all of a sudden it works that I can stay here.
Yeah, it's got to be interesting for you because you really do have to work across all these different time zones. You have people in the U.S. and I think you said 9 different countries. Is that
yeah,
right?
9 different countries.
So I'm always impressed that you're even able to balance all of that. Are there any major lessons so far from that of operating fully remote, or is there anything that you think you would change based off of how it's been so far for you?
I think the main lesson is that obviously you want to get people together. Despite of working fully remote, sometimes come together. That's pretty obvious. Everyone understands that. If you onboard somebody new, you really need to put in the work. If you bring in a new VP to your team, you want to make sure that you're joined from the hip for like few months, and that's just really put in the hours to make sure you meet in person before that and all of that. And then customers, obviously, customer acquisition-wise, it's much better to go just in person there, meet them up. It's actually funny when we kind of came out of COVID lockdown and we were finally able to go and meet with some of these customers, and we walk in as gee, this is a huge place, like a Fortune 200 category company. It's like, wow, we actually sold to these. And we were successful in implementing it. So you kind of didn't even realize that you were kind of punching above your weight a bit when you were doing that from your home office.
Yeah, you just touched on something interesting as well, which is just around that go-to-market motion. There's a lot of different ways to build an open source company. What have you found is or success in from a go-to-market motion?
Yeah, I think the typical assumption in open source is that you build a project, you get as many GitHub stars as you can, and then boom, something happens. In our space is a bit different. It's B2B SaaS enterprise, so it doesn't have the sort of viral bottom-up motion in a way which would be kind of expected in many ways. So there you kind of get the benefit of having a sort of thing that everyone can try and sample out, but you still have to close it top down. So these decisions are made by developers themselves. For sure, something that's a developer can pick up and use immediately and integrate into a product. That's great. With us, they can train themselves, get successful, but we have to close the deal top down, or we have to use some of our partners to do that. So in a sense, it sort of feels like a more traditional enterprise sale than a sort of an open source, maybe a PLG type of motion. But at the end of the day, you really need to just find the right kind of motion to your customers and the product without trying to go into a pigeonhole of I'm an open source company, I need to do this or that. So it was a lot of experimentation. We thought it might work bottom up, but ended up realizing pretty fast that you just need to go top down in order to close the deal.
Yeah, I mean, you are obviously going up against the Gen 1 giants, and they are all massive. They have major customers, and in a lot of cases, you're going head-to-head, or you might even be convincing them to leave one of those other platforms to go to RoboCorp. For you, it feels like so much of your journey is actually just around like ambition and trying to take down these people. When you actually, in those early days, you didn't know anyone in venture capital, you didn't know anyone really in the startup scene. What do you think drove that? Like what from your side, being in Helsinki and looking around, and you and I have talked a little bit about like you weren't even that involved in the startup scene at the time. And so what convinced you that, I'm going to take on the giants in this space?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, first of all. I wish I knew the answer in a way. So it's a weird thing because at the same time, I saw something happening in the industry, new trend emerging, and I had some exposure to that. I had some tech that I could leverage, and I just thought that if I'm not going to do this, it's not going to happen. It's all in front of me in a way that just felt so compelled to do it. And so I kind of didn't see any option. Like there wasn't an option like not to do it. And then, why go to Silicon Valley from Helsinki? Why go head-to-head against the big ones? Like, I don't know if there's anything, like, why would you waste your time doing something where you want to start off with being a niche regional player or whatever? It's like, for me, it didn't make sense. If you want to, do something, why not do it on the highest level possible? And one, obviously, if you want to become the open source standard in RPA, you don't do that by just, sitting in a comfort zone in a way. So it's like I actually never asked that question from myself, but it's so sort of obvious in many ways.
You've put together, obviously, an incredible group of investors around you, and you've, I think, now raised over $30 million, and you're in a really incredible spot as a company. You chose to work with Silicon Valley investors. How has that impacted in some ways from your side, or how do you think that's helped shape the company from that side?
Yeah, I think it's shaped the company in many ways. I think when you start out journey like this, you're pretty clueless. You don't know anything about anything, and working with a Silicon Valley VC obviously, sets your expectations on the right level. So you're not aiming for a small win. You're obviously aiming for something huge, and that was something that I wanted to do. So I kind of found a partner that is on the same sort of level with my ambition there. And then when you start out as a here Finnish founder, we are typically like very good at tech and execution and all of that, but aspects like marketing, how do you sell to an enterprise, how do you manage the sales cycles and all that, like there's not that much knowledge around that here. So obviously then my investors have been able to bring in some of those learnings that have been sort of proven time and time again in the industry, and you sort of learn a lot of things that you didn't even know that you were missing.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine from your side, it's been just like really, I mean, you're just constantly learning and growing. from the go-to-market motion to hiring to all of those things, it feels like the past 3 years have just been a constant sprint. What can we look forward to from RoboCorp in over the next 3 years, right? We've obviously in the first early innings of it all, and I know your ambitions is to work on this not just for 3 years, it's ideally decades. How do you think about the future of RoboCorp?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look at the sort of the path from an idea to a first team to, first product launching, then figuring out go-to-market, raising funding, all of that. The sort of the focus as a founder throughout this stage it shifts, and now is very much on customers, product, investors, obviously, but where we want to be in the next 3 years is obviously. Right now, we have sort of cracked the nut on the go-to-market motions that we have in place. So it's partly driven by direct sales, but mostly around partner ecosystem that we build around RoboCorp. So right now, it's really doubling down on the partner ecosystem, make sure that we have the right assets and systems in place that allow them to get successful with our product and take it to as many customers as possible. So next year is going to be about scaling sales. We have pretty ambitious targets there, and getting the partner network in the right place. And then after that, it's going to be Series B, and hopefully then we can scale the organization a bit. It's right now just 50 people, 52 or so. So it's fairly compact, and we want to stay that way until we kind of like hit an inflection point where we know that okay, now we can pour more capital and to fire just grow the fire. And so in 3 years, like, geez, it's I know what's happening next quarter maybe. So you have this like 1 year plan and a half-year plan and a quarter plan, but 3-year plan, I don't know if that exists.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine if I asked you that back in 2019, you would have. I think you'd be really proud of where you are today, and I think so much of your journey is just around this ambition and grit. When you didn't know what you didn't know, and you just embraced that, and you surrounded yourself by some incredible people, and you've built an amazing team and an amazing company to date. And really, I just want to thank you again. Like it's been just amazing from our side, from Benchmark, to work with you, but also to just hear more of your story.
Yeah, it's been an amazing journey, obviously. And somebody actually said to me a few weeks back that, when you start off, you might think that, any capital is capital. You just need some money, and you might, a hire is a hire. You just need people. But if you get the best people, the best investors, the angle of growth just like changes, and then a few years later, you're sort of on different planes from the ones who compromised in the early on. So we were lucky enough not to compromise in the early on. It's like part of it's just luck, I guess, meeting up with the right people.
You might say it's luck, but I think a lot of it has just been hustle and grit, and really it's just amazing, an amazing story, and I think we are still in the first innings of it. So I look forward to looking back in 10 years and even just rewatching this and seeing how far the journey's come. So thank you again.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you, Antti and Blake. So next, health tech. It's definitely on top of people's minds right now, and one of the most interesting fields within it is by far reproductive health. Next, we get to hear from a founder who has taken a novel and broad approach in developing therapeutics for infertility and menopause.
Yes, this is an interesting angle to these challenges. We get to hear from Dr. Dina Radenkovic, co-founder and CEO of Gameto, a biotech company developing cell engineering solutions for IVF and egg freezing. Because typically these procedures are quite invasive, Gameto's first program, Fertilo, strives to make the procedures shorter, safer, and more efficient.
And joining her on stage is Sara Kemppainen, founder in residence at 50 Years. Her work supports founders solving complex problems that are traditionally overlooked by investors. And yesterday, 50 Years launched Repro Grants, a fast grants program to accelerate female reproductive science. So it's going to be interesting stuff. Let's bring them out. Welcome, Dina and Sara.
Hello, everyone. It's absolutely great to be back at Slush. My name is Sara Kemppainen. I'm the founder in residence at 50 Years. We're an early-stage VC firm focused on supporting entrepreneurs who are using deep tech to solve the world's biggest problems. I have the absolute pleasure to be here today with Dina, Dr. Dina Radenkovic, the co-founder and CEO of Gemido, a biotech startup that is utilizing advances in cell engineering to develop novel therapeutics for the diseases of the female reproductive systems. Thanks, Dina, for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Amazing. Before we jump into your very, very interesting story, Dina, I'd love to ask something from the audience. How many of you already have kids or are planning to have them in the future? Raise your hand if you have kids or planning to have them in the future. So this is certainly going to be relevant for you, but also for others. As a society, we are having kids later than our grandparents. But unfortunately, nature is ageist, especially against women. In the mainstream media, we often talk about biological clock, acknowledging that age is an important factor in the baby-making formula. Dina, putting on your medical doctor hat, could you tell us a little bit more about what's going on in our bodies, in the ovaries specifically, and why should we care about it regardless if you want to have kids or not?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is an important point. If you think about the process, how we make our sex cells, our gametes, it is very different if you're XX versus if you're XY. So while XY men start making gametes a bit later, they can make them throughout life. If you were born like XX, what happens is that you're born with a very finite number of gametes, or eggs, essentially. And you keep losing them throughout life. So not only that you're born with like a finite number, and we may have even lost a few, unfortunately, Sarah, while waiting to come on stage, right? We got a later slot on Friday. But it's also that ovaries are an organ that ages up to 5 times faster than the rest of the woman's body. And what does that mean? That quite early in a woman's life, you experience a relative decline in ovarian function that causes infertility. Mm-hmm. And that's where we get all these terms, even a geriatric pregnancy after the woman is 35, when certainly like our skin, our liver function is not geriatric, right? Like it's out of synchrony to the body. And then later on, you get the absolute decline in ovarian function that causes menopause. And menopause has historically been a taboo topic. Nobody kind of wanted to talk about it, but it does cause in 8 out of 10 women very severe physical, mental, and sexual health symptoms. And not only that, but the age of women experience menopause is associated with women's life expectancy. So earlier menopause is associated with shorter life. And when men turn on, it's usually that there is even a weaker association for your life expectancy with the age of menopause of your sister.
Yeah.
And then after menopause, obviously I come from the aging medicine background, women experience a lot of diseases that historically we've associated with aging and frailty, right? Like weak bones and osteoporosis, loss of lean muscle mass, dementia, cardiovascular disease. So it's really important acknowledging and addressing these in order to really improve healthy life expectancy and ensure that we have therapies that provide us with good quality of life in this space.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the surprising and shocking things I encountered when I entered this space space was actually how recently we started studying female bodies. It was only in 1993 when the National Institute of Health in the United States, which is a major financing body for basic science research, mandated that clinical trials should be run both on men and women. In 1993, that's 28 years ago. Considering how little time we have studied these bodies, what are some of the unsolved problems, or on the positive flip side, white space opportunities in the reproductive health space?
Thank you for asking that question. I think it's very important just to let that sink in, right? Like you've said, 1993. And to make matters worse, the way we experience ovarian aging that causes this infertility, menopause, is so unique for humans. It's only humans and 4 types of whales that experience it in this way. So not even like what we call mice, like murine models or primates, experience in that way. So the way we test certain drugs, we have to like burn their ovaries with a chemotoxin in order to artificially induce menopause or ovarian aging, in order to test what happens. So what that means is that women were not part of trials, and then to make matter worse, we didn't have good models to study disease. So obviously, diseases that affect reproductive system, the vast majority of them don't even have a first-line medication, right? Like endometriosis is a very common condition. Women suffer from it. It causes real suffering throughout like their reproductive and healthy years. Polycystic ovarian syndrome, again, like very little. We have like an off-label use of metformin. We don't have cures for these diseases that cause real suffering to half the population. So I think that is an important area. And then another field, obviously, like we are trying to address it at Gamito, is that we have a cell engineering platform that we've developed in partnership with George Church's lab at Harvard Medical School, that we use this new field of cell engineering that Shinya Yamanaka was kind of like the early openers. He won a Nobel Prize in 2012 for this. We can take stem cells and convert them of the cells of the reproductive system. And we built the first stem cell-derived organoid of the reproductive system. So we can now use it to test things quicker in something that mimics human biology and model diseases. But there are also, I think it's important to mention here, is that even conditions that we are not directly addressing, like heart disease, right? Because historically trials were done in men, the treatments we have right now work better in men. And they don't work as well in women for our heart disease because the way we develop heart disease is different. So I think this really should be a call to action of more inclusion of women to study our biology, because we're talking about diseases that affect half the population.
Absolutely. That's both sad, but also fascinating. Like there's so many white space opportunities to actually enter this field and start solving those really real issues that not only affect women, but our next generations.
Exactly. Like women account for 80% of healthcare spending, and you don't need to get that lucky to start solving, given that you're competing against pretty much nothing or a couple of available medicines. So it's a less crowded space, so you're more likely to get lucky if you do your stuff well.
Absolutely. Makes sense in business-wise. So now you're leading the charge against accelerated ovarian aging that we learned just now as the co-founder and CEO of Gamito. But you have a really interesting background. You were trained as a medical doctor. You work in the aging field as a researcher at the Buck Institute, not far from where I'm staying. You have also co-founded a longevity clinic, and you are a partner at Salt. I mean, I'm not going to even go to ask, like, how did you have time to do all of that? But longevity seems to be the through line of your career. Where did that interest come from?
So I guess, like, as a medical doctor, you end up realizing that a lot of the current medical care is provided at this end stage of life. It's provided where most of the efforts go to late disease. And I remember when I graduated, I was working in a very large, prestigious teaching hospital, and I've had patients who were just like, oh, but I don't want these treatments. Like, this is not helping my quality of life, doctor. You're lovely, but like, don't take it personally. I'd rather let's just go home and spend like my last days with my family. This is not really improving my quality of life. And then you realize that as a physician, you're more like you're not as powerful, and you're more of like a consultant. You only have very little time with the patient. And at the right time, if you're optimizing for the benefit and improvement of quality of life is much earlier.
Yeah.
It's while people are still healthy, while people are still enjoying their life to the fullest, and then they will take your advice.
Yeah.
So I became very passionate around switching that mindset from sick care to well care, transitioning that the brightest minds don't deal with end-stage disease, but with prevention, and removal of this dichotomy of like, you're a patient and you're not a patient, right? Like we should all be improving both our physical and mental health. And I feel that like with everything that we can do with this new field of longevity or preventative medicine, will really be around improving that health span and switching care from hospitals to homes in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, everyone's a patient.
Exactly. Like we can all be a better version. We all have something to improve. We're at risk of something. And then I think like I really wanted to play a role in that new ecosystem. And I've done so both as a doctor, entrepreneur, and an investor.
Amazing. And when did you choose, and why, more importantly, did you choose to specialize in reproductive longevity?
So frankly, as many good things in medicine, they happen by accident. And it was kind of like this. So obviously, like, you know, I built the clinics with the CEO of the Buck Institute, Dr. Eric Verdin. We started working with a research group where we were looking at like how can we certain like metabolites for like cell energy, could we like build a medicine to make like our mice live longer? And then what ended up happening is that the mice were living like slightly longer, but the big impact was that they were dying with young ovarian follicles. And my father is actually a professor of embryology, so it was like you could fail at anything in life, but you need to know how to look at like the histology and embryology, right? So I was just like, oh my God, this is actually true. So it hit me that ovary is a faster aging organ, is an organ that ages up to 5 times faster. So if you even want to study aging and test something in real time, starting from the ovary makes sense, right? Like if we wanted to, you know, test if this pill is going to make us live longer, we'd have to wait until like we're 85. So, you know, it might be good for our kids, like the babies we started talking about at the start of the session, but it's going to be a bit too late for the two of us, right? Whereas ovary ages faster, so you could see potentially gain of function even earlier, right? Like, is the 35-year-old woman having a better fertility? And then another problem was that unlike aging, which is a very slow, subtle, and sophisticated process, we celebrate our birthdays, right?
Yeah.
And there was very little still that, there was a lot around prevention of disease, and that is something we were already doing with clinics, but there was very little that like, okay, I can give you a drug and promise that this is gonna increase your health span or lifespan. Whereas in the female health, suddenly you had a problem that phenotypes of ovarian aging, infertility, IVF is one of the largest out-of-pocket markets, right? 1 in 8 couples experience infertility, and the way we live, it's on the rise, right? Like it's no longer fit for purpose. And then menopause, I mean, we're gonna have 1 billion women living with menopause, right? And they have very little solutions, and it's no longer going to be a taboo topic. We'll scream and shout and ask for something better.
Yeah, menopause does not discriminate against women.
Exactly. So I was just like, suddenly you have this like intersection of Venn diagrams almost, is that you can already provide clinical benefit. It is a great business, which is very important when building a venture-backed company. You need to ensure that if your hypothesis works, you will be able to provide returns within a certain venture fund timeframe, because these are already established businesses and infrastructure. You're not reinventing them. And then something that I'm personally, as a woman who has done a medical degree in a company and wants to build a huge company in this space, very passionate about. I mean, we're a mostly women company, and we all got skin in the game, and this, you know, has to work.
We gotta fix it for our poor ovaries. Well, Gamito is a really interesting company, a large cell engineering platform, essentially, developing therapeutics for the diseases of the female reproductive health. But actually, you have 3 different programs. Could you tell us a little bit more what you're developing, and how do you prioritize between 3 problems?
Absolutely. So again, like we started in stealth mode. I founded the company with Martin Warszawski, a serial deep tech entrepreneur and the founder of largest fertility clinic chain in North America. And we really wanted to kind of build the underlying science, and that's when I jumped to be a full-time CEO. So what we've done is that we built from stem cells, we could convert them to different cells of the reproductive system, and we built that organoid platform, and we said we can now use it to derive therapeutics. And initially, the program is that one unit focuses on this biologic that we have for egg freezing and IVF, right? Like just democratizing access to that, making it more convenient, cheaper, effective, and then using the platform to model some of these other diseases, and then finally, the biologic for menopause, right? Like, could you dissociate the symptoms so that menopause is loss of fertility, but you don't have this like, oh, I lose 80% of my hormones within 1 year, and suddenly like my whole body is in this mess. And certainly we're very committed to solving these problems, and being a larger portfolio company, right, allows it to have multiple shots on goal, where we know that biotech, even with this precision biotech, obviously has like a much higher failure rates. However, even since we started a company up until now, a lot of things have changed in the market. And the way we thought about sequencing it is that you focus initially on the fertility. So the majority of almost 100%, frankly, right now is focused on the Fertilo program, which is the IVF and egg freezing. And it was really for 3 reasons. The first one is it is a product that is done in vitro, right? So in a dish. So very easily we were able to test it and see that it works. Right. That also means because it's done in a dish and not to the patient themselves, that the regulatory process is easier and faster. And then finally, is that we knew that the IVF is a large market, and we've already had a lot of the commercialization advantage with our relationship with clinics, right? So the idea was try to get to market quicker, try to prove your science, try to get more tangible results, and that with that, build upon being able to solve some of the bigger problems, but with much higher clinical and execution risk. So even, you could start with like, oh, there's so many things I'm passionate about in women's health, but in the end, you need to ensure that you're really proving the science, that the team grows, that you've done it once, and then it's much easier to repeat. So we are actually, even though there are many things we'd like to address in the future, we're really, really focused on IVF and egg freezing, bring fertility, change that, and then move on to the next.
Yes, please. You are a second-time founder, so I'd love to hear, because at Slush we love hearing about like the very tangible, hands-on advice. What's something that you learned from your first company in a hard way that you're now taking into your second one?
Oof. I would say like it's always the worst the first time you go through an experience. I think we've had the conversation, right? So Sarah has just launched Reprograms, which is an incredible program funding research in this space. As she mentioned, a lot of the traditional research funding doesn't go to women's health. And we shared your experience with the entrepreneurial story, and I feel like a lot of difficulties that you experience the first time just feel like emotionally, you're just like more vulnerable, and when it happens next, you're like, oh yeah, that's totally fine. I've got everything under control, and I feel like that maintaining that self-discipline and calmness in the areas of uncertainty and stress, and being the person who is calm and who will solve problems and like calm everybody down and say like, yes, this is how we're gonna do, and being that like shock absorber, not shock amplifier, and clarity. I think that is something you learn certainly with experience, and I am still learning it, but I've certainly got a little bit better at it.
Absolutely, absolutely. As someone who is building a company, what part of the day-to-day company building that you enjoy the most? Taking a look inside the Gamito,
I guess here is that this ability to combine like science with building it into products that people love. As I mentioned, in healthcare, like the way traditionally we brought new medicines to market has often been like, oh, there's this physician who will prescribe it, and then it goes through an insurance company, and then patients may not even want to use this, right? Whereas what we're seeing, I think we're seeing the consumerization of healthcare, and we're seeing that actually, like if you address commoner conditions, you have a much larger total addressable market. So you now suddenly need to not only convince the physicians in the traditional body, but you also need to produce something that patients love. So I think that being able to wear both hats is that you could go really, really deep into the science, but then you come and you talk to people and you see like how what you're building is affecting people, and then you get that feedback back. It is something that is so unique, and you only really get it when when building companies, and you end up like affecting like a much larger patient population than the number of patients you could see if you were just working day to day in clinical practice.
Amazing, amazing. Your co-founder, Martin, has been quoted saying that sex should be for fun and IVF for making babies. I'd love to know what's your long-term vision for Gamido?
Yeah, I mean, he came with that saying because even the World Health Organization definition of infertility was around like, oh, couples who have regular sexual intercourse for 12 months, but then now they're introducing, oh, but if perhaps, that only is true if a woman is under 35 or this. So if you actually look at the percentages of human reproduction, it is a pretty inefficient process and much more inefficient than other species. So he obviously, when he was starting Prelude, was trying to destigmatize uses of assisted reproduction so that people who need and access to infertility care would feel more likely to do so. I think, with Gamito, what we've seen is that like egg freezing, when it started, right, like it was initially developed for cancer patients, it's still, even though we now have data that egg freezing is the most effective intervention to combat age-related ovarian decline, it is really only used, for example, in the United States, about like 7% of IVF cycles. And the barriers is that it's like pretty like expensive.
Very
right?
expensive. I think like $30K.
Yeah, like $20,000 sometimes, like at around national average. It is pretty inconvenient. So, if you're a woman and you need to get your eggs out, you end up being with like 2 weeks of hormonal injections. You need to have some blood tests, ultrasounds. You might experience side effects like nausea, vomiting, bloating, even in rare occasions, a more severe complication called ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. So when it's kind of on the balance of risk and benefits, a lot of women just don't do it because of the cost and the inconvenience. So one of the things that we think it's really important for just optionality and a security policy is that if men make sperm throughout life, women should just get access to cheap and convenient egg freezing. And that is why we focus there on our first product, and we really hope to build like a quick, efficient egg freezing, and then even see like large employers offering it and covering it, because in the end it is very important for equitable healthcare and just as an optionality and a security policy, whether it's for a medical condition, whether if you sometimes it happens, whether it's for being able to do so in later life. A lot of studies show that even mothers never fulfill like the number of children they wanted to have because they just run out of time, right?
Yeah.
So giving that optionality to women is really important. And I really dream of a world where women would not make decisions because of this like biological clock, right? Like, oh, I have to do it now. Like, I'm a little bit scared. I kind of don't want to, but I may not be able to. So it's all about choice and empowerment. And I think that would be amazing if we were able to do it, that every woman can do it and have access to it. Because still, assisted reproduction is not for everyone, and I think we need to do a lot more with hopefully science and technology to allow everybody who wants to use it to be able to do so.
Absolutely. It's not just about health, but it's also about equality and giving people the autonomy to make those decisions. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dina, thank you so much for your time. I'm so glad you made it to Helsinki. And thanks everyone for coming and listening.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for a great chat.
Thank you, Dina and Sarah. We're approaching the end here.
Yeah, not so many sessions yet to go, but can't still wait for the great 2 panel discussions that are left here on the Serene Stage.
Yes.
I think every industry is in the middle of coming into our kind of like seeing a generational change at the moment. Millennials and Gen Zs are occupying more and more stakeholder positions, which is naturally going to change the course of development in many fields. And venture capital is by no means an exception here. This next panel features 3 young investors who are going to share more about what's in store for the next generation.
A bit of a sneak peek into emerging trends, shall we say. On our panel, we have Josh Coyne, partner at Kleiner Perkins, Lisa Zhu, principal at Firstmark Capital, Ashley Paston, partner at Meritech Capital, and Matthias van Tienen, partner at Founders Fund. Josh's focus is enterprise software and financial services. Lisa leads Firstmark's early stage investments. Ashley also focuses on enterprise software along with fintech and marketplaces. And Matthias's core is growth stage and international investments. This panel will be moderated by Mikko Mäntylä, president of Slush.
Quite the spread of topics there. And please remember to check also our speakers' profiles out on the Slush app too. Please, let's get on stage Josh, Lisa, Ashley, Matthias, and Mikko. Welcome.
All right. Hello, guys. Hello, afternoon, day 2 Slush. Thank you for anyone who's still here watching us. It's been a long 2 days. So on stage, I have with me 4 iconic venture capital funds and 4 young investors at those funds. And I don't think anyone on this stage, except for me, has been at Slush before. And I think Kleiner is the only fund that has visited Slush before. And also none of these funds have a presence in Europe. So it truly is a novel perspective that we're bringing in and on stage today. Before we get going, let's do a quick round of introductions or add to the introductions that were said earlier. So each of you, how did you first make your way into the world of venture, and why are you investing with the fund you're currently investing with currently?
Hi, everyone. My name is Matthias. I'm actually from Argentina, and I first made my way into venture because I was at NYU, and kind of the ball of gravity is always kind of turning you towards banking or consulting or something like that. But I was lucky enough to find this firm called Inside Venture Partners, which is based in New York and hires kind of 20-year-old kids to go find cool investments. So that was my first gig, and I immediately fell in love with it. That's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. The reason I'm at Founders Fund is that when I left Insight to go to a portfolio company in Spain to get some operational experience, I was in charge of a few things, one of them being fundraising. And through that process, I got to know 30 different venture funds. And I thought that Founders Fund had kind of like the sharpest questions and kind of the really differentiated thinking. And so I asked them for a job. They didn't hire me, but they told me, let's stay in touch, get to know each other over time. And I went to Capital G, which is Alphabet's growth fund. I was there for a couple of years, also doing a lot of international investing. And I kept kind of getting together with Founders Fund. And then 2 years in, got to know the entire partnership and ended up joining in 2018. So I've been here for 4 years. And really the reason I picked Founders Fund for kind of my long haul after being at 3 different firms, it's really kind of the contrarian mentality that it's not just kind of a marketing slogan, it's really proven out in practice when you look at the kinds of investments that the team has made over the years, kind of really bold, really courageous, and really willing to stand up and say things that others are maybe afraid to talk about. And so I think they really do live and breathe that contrarian mentality. And I've been there for 4 years and hoping to be there for a lot longer.
Fantastic. How about Lisa?
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Xu, investor at First Mark Capital. First of all, thanks for having me. It's been such an awesome time being in Helsinki and at Slush for the first time. So how I made my way into venture. So first out of school, I was at Bain & Company, management consulting firm, and so had been working with investors, growth equity funds and private equity funds, helping them with due diligence. So I always was interested in investing and worked on some exciting deals like Peloton and other early stage investments. So before going to the investment side, I actually worked at 2 startups in New York, Peloton and Handy, really trying to understand, what was going on at startups and, what it took to build companies. And after the second company exited, I decided to make my way over to the venture side. And as a quick introduction, First Mark is an early stage venture capital firm based in New York City. We invest at seed, Series A, typically lead those rounds and invest primarily in Europe, US, and Canada. So the reason I found myself there is because I really love the New York ecosystem. At the time, it was still, a very small ecosystem compared to the Bay Area, and I had spent, my operating years at really New York startups at their core, and so I really love that focus. I love the concentrated model with which we approach investing, the hands-on approach that we take to building, because New York was such a fledgling ecosystem, we had to be and kind of help the founders through building those networks. So I really love the team, and that's why I've been here ever since.
All right, over to Josh.
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh. I'm a partner here at Kleiner Perkins. It's an honor to be here. I found out about venture a little bit serendipitously. So I started my career thinking I was going to be a software engineer and quickly realized I was not very good at it. So I did a total 360 and instead tried the finance world for a little bit. And I was lucky enough to advise companies like LinkedIn or NetSuite on their acquisitions. And it was through that process I realized there's these things called board members and they get paid for their job. And I said, this is insane. Like, I would do this for free. So I found out more about venture capital, took the dive, fell in love with Kleiner Perkins for a lot of reasons, and I've been here ever since. So that's my quick story.
All right, last but not least, Ashley.
Thank you. I'm Ashley Paston. I'm a partner at Meritech. I first started getting into venture by working at McKinsey. I did a lot of work in financial services, so working with banks, pension funds, asset managers, and the like. Wanted to move from financial services to the fintech side. It's a lot more interesting, and watching growing companies and helping them and supporting them doing so. So moved to Bain Cap Ventures. I was there for 4 to 5 years doing predominantly fintech, so invested in Pleo, out in Denmark, Go Cardless, to name a few, and then joined Meritech in January to help build out the fintech practice and continue with B2B SaaS. And so for quick context, Meritech, we're a Series B plus focused company, investing across both the US and Europe, so investing in companies like UiPath, Personio, Datadog, to name a few. And the reason I was drawn to Meritech specifically was I came up against them a lot at Bain and really appreciated, one, as trying to follow on to their companies, but working and collaborating with them on companies we were looking at together, was impressed by the people there, the rigor at their companies, and watching how they've supported their companies was incredibly impressive.
All right, so a diversified set of paths into venture and a diversified set of investment platforms that you're working at. All right, but let's get into it now. So we're going to start with Lisa, and my first question is, as was established, none of your funds have a presence in Europe or are originally from the US. And something we at Slush are very proud of is that we've been part of creating the fantastic growth we've seen recently in the European ecosystem. In 10 years, venture capital invested here is up something like 10x, and we've seen a number of funds, not yours but others, establish offices here. So, considering this, how do you approach investing in Europe?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, at the highest level, it's a very similar set of things that we look for, obviously, across the US and Europe. Exceptional founders, disruptive businesses, exciting markets. But I think the nuance for us in particular is we're always thinking about company investor fit, and in a competitive market, why does a founder want to choose us over so many great firms out there, and why do we deserve to win the deal? So I think, in particular for European companies, we typically invest in and support those companies when they're getting ready to accelerate their go-to-market and commercial efforts in the US. And so, what that typically looks like is these companies may have a couple customers in the US, they're starting to feel more pull from the American market to enter and really establish their presence there. And we typically see that around the Series A. And so for us, and why that's important for us is because, as I mentioned, we're very hands-on investors. Much of our business, both on the investment side and our platform team, which is a very robust team at FirstMark, is building networks across talent, expertise, and commercial or customer. And so when a European company wants to enter, we can bring a lot of value right off the bat. We can help them, hire their go-to-market leaders and teams. We can bring them the first set of customers, add that to their pipeline, and also help their executives think about, the right operating model in the US. And so that's how we think about it. That's why it's been kind of a compelling reason for European founders to choose us, even over some of the firms on the ground here. And so we're continuing to grow our presence in Europe. We have some great companies who have spoken here, including Sastrify and Pigment, and Synthesia, where we're co-invested with Josh. And so we continue to think Europe is a very important part of our strategy.
Definitely. So we heard a couple of reasons why European founders should pick FirstMark over some of the fantastic funds we have here locally. I want to hear a few more perspectives. Maybe start with Matthias. Why should I, as a European founder, take money from Founders Fund?
Yeah, good question. I think it's a few different reasons. I think one being that if you want to hear really blunt feedback and you want to hear the truth, I think we're really good at giving unfiltered feedback, and I think we're not afraid to speak up where others might be a little bit more shy. And I think the other really good reason is you kind of self-select yourself into a network and a group of really strong founders. I think that is by far the highest criteria on our list, and I think we place a much higher weight on founder quality than most other VCs. And then as a team, we're very small, but we're super collaborative. And so despite, who leads any given investment, you get to work across a variety of different people on the partnership who have different, who kind of spike on different things, right? And so Peter is, one of the great macro thinkers. Keith is, a true operator that's been kind of doing that for 25 years across a variety of companies. Napoleon, who's kind of this gifted financial mind. Brian Singerman, who's a master strategist. We just hired Sam Blond, who's a CRO at Brex and knows go-to-market extremely well. And so I think it's kind of a wealth of different experiences. And we are very proactive about even, regardless of who leads an investment, making sure founders are able to get exposure and kind of benefit from the broader partnership.
All right, and for an exclusively sort of growth stage perspective, Ashley, I'd be keen to hear why Meritech over one of the European growth funds?
Well, we also are collaborative, so we can work with the other European growth funds as well. But our approach is highly focused. So our motto is being in the market leaders in the markets that matter. And to achieve that, we're highly focused. So we only do 1 to 2 deals per partner per year. And our fund is composed of pretty much exclusively partners. And so as a fact that we do not scale, we make sure that we have time for all the companies we work with. And so we spend a very large amount of time helping them think through sales comp planning, how to scale from 5 million to 100 million to $1 billion of ARR, how to go public, and everything in between. And so I think it's more having a hands-on approach at the growth stage, which tends to be a little bit more rare with some other growth funds.
All right, that's some interesting context. Let's switch gears then, and let's discuss a topic that has no doubt been mentioned like 15 times on this stage during these days. So the macro environment. We all know that this has been a hard year, and it's marked a sort of distinct change from some of the craze we've seen recently in venture across both the US and Europe. So Josh, given this environment, are you currently deploying capital?
Yeah, I'm happy to give the 16th response during this conference around the macro environment. But yes, the short answer is yes. I will start by just recognizing that the macro headwinds are real today. Right? You have this kind of confluence of different factors that everyone's trying to navigate, whether it's energy crisis or runaway inflation and rising interest rates to counteract that, or the geopolitical conflict going on. But yes, the short answer is yes. And the reason for that is because we tend to find during these times, they tend to forge these founders that, in my perspective, have kind of even greater resilience or financial discipline, or really kind of an orientation to their mission that they're willing to run through walls and don't necessarily get kind of bloated and raise too much money and kind of set these kind of expectations up for them where they potentially could fail, like raising it too high of a valuation. So we're actually more excited than ever, especially as others are kind of shying away from investing. That's our time to come in, and that's what we're most excited by. I would bifurcate. I would tell you that on the early stage side, seed, Series A, Series B, any founders out there, you tend to be a little more buffered from a lot of the macro that's happening. So you can think about it. This is usually it's uncontrollable, and if you keep your head down, build a great company, set the foundation, and kind of grow into the maturity, it will probably work out, and hopefully things will be better by then. If you're later stage, it's a lot harder. And a lot of companies have raised at valuations that are probably 1 or 2 years ahead of where they are from a commercial traction standpoint. So it's just going to take some time for that to resolve out. But that's generally how we think about it.
Interesting. For anyone who wants to take this question, like as Josh pointed out, like especially later stage round, we've seen a marked sort of downturn. We've seen far less investment than we did, say in a comparable period of time last year. So how long, seeing as there is like so much dry powder in the market and that eventually needs to get invested in the next couple of years, when are we back to like 2020, 2021 level of investment per quarter or per year? Anyone take a guess?
Personally, I don't think we'll get back to the 21 levels for many years. I think if there's one thing I could do for the benefit of the venture market is I would cut every single firm's AUM in half so that everybody can kind of click reset and get back to a little bit more of a rational mindset. But I think what's more likely to happen is that everybody that was deploying these funds in 1, 2, or 3 years is going to take more like 5, 7 years to deploy, and so I think you'll see that come down. At the same time, I think a lot of the tourist capital that got into the asset class with very little experience and basically no edge, I think will pull back as well. And so even though everybody's talking about the 200 billion of dry powder, I don't think it means that we're getting back to 21 levels for a long period of time. And on top of that, I think a lot of these firms have also registered. And right now, when you look at the public markets, the risk reward is so much more compelling than late stage venture that I think a lot of that capital will be deployed in the public markets. So my take is we won't get to those levels for maybe at least a decade.
Yeah. I totally agree. And I think in the near term, one of the things we're looking for is really valuation expectations to reset on the founder level. I think many founders are still operating on 2021, as you said, valuation expectations, and as investors, it's difficult for us to justify those valuations given where public market comps have fallen to. And one thing that's interesting I actually heard at this conference is that it seems like the effect on Europe has been a little bit delayed. And in the US markets, we're actually already seeing valuations come down meaningfully, even at the stage that we invest in. We did a Series A, about half the valuation that we would have done a year ago. And so I think that's going to trickle through the international ecosystem as well, but it's something we're already seeing and something that needs to happen for firms to be comfortable doing new investments.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Q1 was still sort of record-breaking in Europe, even compared to last year. It was only Q2 when we saw sort of a slight slowdown, and now we've really felt the full effects of what's going on. Right, but let's continue with you, Matthias. So you come out of a fund which has some of, as you mentioned, some of the most principled sort of, against the market venture capitalists out there in the world. So seeing as we've gone through this sort of couple of years of craziness, which is now sort of slowed down, calmed down, are there some like venture investing heuristics which you or the market thought to be true that have either been proven very wrong or very right in the sort of past few years?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question because most firms tend to have these investing heuristics, which are effectively kind of shortcuts, so that you don't have to do as much work and you can kind of have a gut reaction to whether you want to do an investment. And I think most of those heuristics tend to be right, but it's usually in the outliers and in the exceptions where you tend to find really big outcomes, and so you have to be careful not to revert to kind of lazy thinking. I think one of the heuristics that's definitely wrong in our view is when you see founders that have been ostracized by the media and by the industry and become kind of unbackable, so to speak. We have two really good examples in our portfolio. One being Palmer Luckey, who's a founder of Oculus, sold the company to Facebook. Huge success, and he was going to be at Facebook forever, kind of building his life's work in the VR world. And he got fired for making a political donation, got super ostracized, and nobody wanted to work with him. And one of my partners, Trey Stevens, who's a big defense geek, decided to incubate a company with Palmer and a group of early Palantir alums. And in the early rounds, none of the major firms wanted to work with the company because it was perceived to be kind of toxic or something along those lines. And fast forward 5 years, the company's doing $500 million in sales. This year, closing kind of a $1 billion primary round, which is kind of unheard of in this year's market. And so it's gone from being concern to being consensus. I think it's clearly proven that you need to do your own work assessing a founder's integrity as opposed to kind of just going with whatever the current sentiment is. And the other example is Parker Conrad, which is a company that we share with Josh, the founder of Zenefits, that was kind of like publicly crucified when Zenefits imploded. And I think he took a lot of the blame that wasn't necessarily his fault. And he's a very kind of high integrity person and one of the most gifted product leaders of our generation. And so we decided to fund Rippling in the depths of COVID, and the company's been an incredible success story. And again, just like Anduril went from being contrarian to being consensus, and you now see, a lot of the investors want to invest in the company. On the flip side of that, I think there are heuristics that I think are really powerful. And in my view, I think the monopoly thesis is one that has always been true, in that you see the public markets today, which are the companies that haven't been destroyed. I mean, everyone's suffered, but the ones that have really held up the most are the ones that are really dominant in their industries and don't have like 18 competitors competing away their margins. And the challenge with the monopoly thesis is that they're very hard to find, these monopoly companies. Usually you kind of have to look where others aren't looking, which I think is tied to the second heuristic, which I think is very powerful, which is just being really contrarian and going where others are not. And I think that is much easier said than done. But in this last cycle, I think everybody talks about being contrarian, but I think as an example, the crypto market is a great example of people who were not contrarian at all, and that in the depths of, when prices were very low, nobody was buying. As soon as they went up, everybody was buying. And so I think this is a wake-up call and a kind of reality check, in that you really do have to try to think and invest against the crowd. And so I think those two heuristics to me have always been really, really profoundly true, and I think it's important to kind of be thoughtful about those on an ongoing basis.
Some textbook Peter Thiel in there. Either you're building a monopoly or you're doing rather the opposite. No.
Just to add on to that, I took the question in a little bit of a different way of which heuristics are other venture capitalists thinking about and benchmarking off of. And something we heard a lot last year was like, top line is everything. This company is ripping. It's growing 400%. We have to back it no matter what. And I don't know, I don't think that's the best heuristic. There's not a sense of bigger is always better. Sometimes that may be the case, like you have to be bigger and better to out-execute your clear peer or competitor. But in most other cases, like if you're deploying money into S&M, it needs to be measured and defined. If you're putting money into R&D, it has to be tied to a product or a product roadmap. If you're putting money into G&A, you should probably stop, among all other things. But one positive heuristic that has stood the test of time is sales efficiency. Like I pay and pay up for a good unit of efficient sales growth any day of the week.
Super interesting. And if we
maybe I'll just one thing that I hear a lot. I call it a VC-ism, and this has been proven wrong actually by Parker Conrad, what we were just talking about, which is that a lot of VCs will say in today's world you have to focus on like one product and one product only, and this like really narrow sliver, create a beachhead, quote unquote, and then kind of expand out. And the thesis, in my eyes, can be right, but I actually think it can be quite wrong at the same time. And in a world where it's so easy to build a software product because there's all these primitives around, in which case, if you build a single product and it gets traction, you have like 15 competitors coming after you. I think this notion of starting with maybe 5 or 6 products at once, going after some coherent kind of single use case and like leveraging the interplay between those different products is super powerful. And Parker Conrad has done this in the case of Rippling as a compound startup in the HR world. My sense is we're going to see more of that play out in every single vertical, leveraging some canonical system of record or data, and then building products on top of that. So that's the other VC-ism that I would push back on a little bit of. You do not have to start with a single product. You can actually be very successful starting with many at once.
Let's continue on this topic. Let's continue with Ashley. So I'm curious, if we don't talk about venture investing, but we talk about company building specifically, like operational company building, are there some sort of company building truths or some things you hold to be true that are very easy to overlook, or like most people would perhaps disagree with?
Yeah, one would be the importance of growing 1%, not 100%. And I know it sounds unintuitive, but what I mean by that is we all talk to exceptional companies with big visions in massive markets, but the most exceptional companies outperform by just 1% every day or every week, and that outperformance compounds exponentially over time to become the next Snowflakes or Robloxes or Datadogs, you name it. And that's really hard, because if you have an incredible company and you're hiring top talent, it's just human nature to want to work on the shiny new object or the new product that will cause a step function change in the business. But what actually drives massive returns and builds defensible businesses is truly internalizing and understanding the law of compounded effort and watching that manifest over time.
Very interesting. Do we have some more?
Yeah, one of the company building truths, as you called it, I probably underestimated when I first started venture, is just strength of team. Of course, that applies to the founders we back, and we've all seen. I think one of the later questions is, how important is market versus founder? I found time and time again, founder is the most important. Not only because where we invest, the product, the market could change dramatically in one day, as the crypto market has, obviously, and the best teams can pivot. But also, as it comes to building out that executive leadership team, and that's something we emphasize a lot, especially as Series A investors preparing our companies to raise great Series Bs from Ashley and Josh over here and Matthias. But they get incredible leverage from great leaders, and very, very not only poor leverage, but actually wasted time, incredibly precious time when they hire the wrong leaders. And I always tell my founders, if you hire a CRO or CMO and you don't feel like they're pushing you, pushing you on strategy, seeing around corners that you couldn't see, and of course, hopefully not having you continue to manage those teams, then they probably aren't good enough. So that's something, we try to lean in heavily, if whether that's surfacing great candidates that we know from our network that are proven leaders, or helping interview and provide an extra set of eyes on candidates. That's something that's proved time and time again to be incredibly valuable.
Matthias, you started looking too comfortable in your chair there for a while. So I'm going to throw in a surprise question for you. Let's take the inverse of the previous. Is there something that founders reaching out to you repeatedly think you really care about and really try and emphasize, or on the inverse try and hide, that actually isn't important to you at all?
Yeah, I feel like I have seen a lot of founders that try to tailor the pitch to what they think you want to hear, and so it's almost like personalizing the pitch to your fund, and to me that usually comes off as very inauthentic. And so to me it's like just be authentic and tell me exactly why you care about building your company. That's always going to feel more natural, and I think lead to a more profound kind of relationship. So that to me is something that usually turns me off. But at the end of the day, I think what's really important is that you got to build a company that you feel is very charismatic. I think it's something about company building that people usually overlook is you're going to need to hire an excellent team, and excellent teams want to join a company that has a powerful mission, but also just have a charismatic story that people feel is going to have a very positive impact on the world, and there's something unique and interesting and that really wants to make people work hard, especially when things are going through a hard time. And so if you're starting a company that it's hard to build that kind of charisma around it, I think you're gonna struggle a lot more.
Yeah, that's a good answer. All right, Josh. So perhaps venture capital isn't quite as sort of brutally competitive as it would have been 12 months ago. Perhaps you aren't sort of competing against each other for every deal out there. So considering that, how are you currently spending your time across inbound versus outbound sourcing?
The short answer is we do both. I think on the inbound side, we are lucky to have great relationships with seed funds, angels, founders, executives, and they'll introduce us to their friends or portfolio companies when they're thinking about a Series A round or a Series B round. Having said that, and maybe this will change a little bit in the macro, I don't see it changing much. I find that there's more venture funds than ever before, there's more capital raised than ever before, and we're seeing more preemptive rounds than ever before. And the result of that is that we're just way more competitive, and you have to lean on outbound. I don't know how you get in front of, well, maybe taking a step back, our job as venture capitalists is to get in front of the best founders as early as possible to partner with them. I don't think you can do that just by sitting back and kind of resting on your laurels and thinking VC is more like Shark Tank than it is in the real world. I don't think great founders will come to you all the time, and I think you really have to kind of put yourself out there. So I think if we do rest on our laurels, that's kind of the start of our decline in terms of becoming irrelevant, and we're really paranoid about that. So I do a lot of outbound, and it's an increasing amount of outbound relative to inbound.
All right, let's go to Ashley. So if I am a European sort of founder, I've raised my Series A and now I want to raise my Series B from Meritech, and I want to reach out to you. But what's the best way? How do I catch your attention in your inbox or wherever?
Yeah, I guess to add on also as part of your question and how spending time, because we only do 1 to 2 deals per partner per year and that's it, a lot of my time is more pre-work around companies that I want to invest in. And so to figure out those signals, or as you said, what you want to hear, it's not just one signal or one thing, it's this amalgamation of both qualitative and quantitative signals. So on the qualitative side, have you announced a deal? Have you announced a new product? Have you announced a crucial key hire? Have you hired somebody who I know in my network who I'm like, that person's a rock star and you landed her, like, that's amazing. Or quantitative of how big's your team? How fast are you hiring? What groups are you hiring into? What countries are you hiring them into? And so it's putting together these puzzle pieces to figure out, is it a company I want to spend time and do pre-work on? And so if you get that email right outbound, being prepared for that kind of company.
All right. And Lisa, let's bring you in for the outbound option when you're actually going out and you're sourcing a deal. Can you describe what goes on in your mind when you decide that now for the next 2 hours I'm going to go out and I'm going to find the best possible company I can? What are you looking for? What does a fantastic company look like for you?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just for context, I think all venture investing is pretty network driven. Of course, there's a lot of hustle as well, but particularly on the early stage, it is very network driven. And so, I get intros at the pre-seed from some of the best founders in our network, and that inbound tends to be actually very high signal compared to other efforts that we do. But I do a lot of outbound, and I do it in a very focused way. It tends to be in 2 buckets. One I would call sector or theme, where I'm spending time, like Ashley said, maybe I'm really interested in a theme, doing work on the market, at least trying to get a top-down view of why I think that's interesting and which companies are building the most interesting companies. And so I will do a slew of these are the 10 companies that fit, the high-level thesis on this space. And in that case, it's helpful if a founder has a Medium post or is active, or at least has a network of either operators, startups in the space that I can reach out to. That certainly helps. I think the other category that's been very high signal is both our portfolio networks and the networks that we build with operators. So we actually run a number of online communities which we call guilds. So it's CTO guild, CRO guild, et cetera. And in those conversations, which I always lurk and watch those forums, they're always surfacing interesting new software companies that they're buying or using and looking for. And so I've actually sourced a number of companies that way, of some of our best companies saying, hey, we had a huge problem and this company solved it for us. And so that tends to be very productive as well.
All right. And Matthias, you become our principles guy, so let's hit off one more principle. John Valentine, founder of Sequoia Capital, has quite famously said that he cares more about the market than the founder. Fantastic market make great founders, not the other way around. So which one is more important? Which one is better? An exceptional founder in a mediocre market, or a mediocre founder in an exceptional market?
Yeah, maybe at risk of disagreeing with with the legendary Don Valentine, I think we would disagree with that, because we've seen time and time again that the best founders are able to either expand their markets or discover adjacent markets that may be kind of hard to predict. If you look at Elon with SpaceX, the original TAM for SpaceX was measured in the low billions. It was the US launch business, and it was maybe $3-4 billion market with maybe 10-15% margin business. It was very hard to underwrite a large outcome. And as everybody knows, he then expanded into Starlink, who's, with the TAM is measured in the tens of billions, if not over 100 billion. And so, a very crystal clear example of somebody at that level able to take an original business and then do something with it that's completely, order of magnitude larger. If you look at Nubank in Brazil, also kind of a company that originally was just credit cards in Brazil. Brazil's GDP is 1/10 of the US, so it's hard to envision a very large company emerging just in credit cards in Brazil. But David Vélez, being an exceptional entrepreneur, was able to first get a super high penetration of the market, which we love, kind of monopoly of a small market, and then use that to then successfully cross-sell so many different financial products, and then use that to expand into Mexico, expand into Colombia, which is much harder to expand in Latin America than it is in Europe, given the regulatory piece. And now you see Nubank, even in this bear market, trading for 20 billion because they've successfully kind of proven that out. And I think originally you might have gotten stuck on the Brazil TAM question. And lastly, Fair, another great example. I know Max was here yesterday. The running joke about Fair was that they were just selling chocolate and candles to gift shops. How big of a company could that possibly be? But Max is relentless, and he's truly one of the greats. And now they're doing several billion in GMV because they've successfully entered more and more categories with a model that people thought was impossible to do. And so, of course, like if you're in a clearly horrible market, maybe you're not that good of a founder to start off. So I think you need to dominate a small market first, to borrow another one of Peter's kind of philosophies, and then use that to win adjacent markets.
All right. Thanks, guys, for listening in. Congratulations. You're closer, half an hour closer to the after party now. We leave you with it. Hope you learned something about venture. And thanks, everyone, for joining.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, Lisa, Ashley, Matthias, and Mikko.
Well, hey, guess what? It's time for the last panel here at Serene Stage at Slush 2022. And it's going to be a big one on sustainability. All tech companies nowadays have climate action on their agendas. And to serve these agendas, countless startups developing carbon measurement and offsetting solutions have emerged in the market. But what's the state of the actual tech at the moment? And where's it heading in the near future?
Who knows? More on the topic we will hear from Michelle Yu, co-founder and CEO at Supercritical, David De Picciotto, co-founder and CEO of Pledge, Marta Sjögren, co-founder and co-CEO of Pebble, and Mia Diawara, partner at Lower Carbon Capital. Each one has a unique and extensive background in tackling these challenges and are currently at the forefront of helping businesses reach net zero carbon. So we'll not just get a good look into the present and future, but a good account of the past too, and what has led the industry to this point.
This is a great way to close off the Serene Stage this year. So let's give it up for Michelle, David, Marta, and Mia.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for taking the precious last few minutes of day 2 of Slush to join us today. My name is Mia Diawara. I'm a partner at Lower Carbon Capital. We're an early stage venture firm who invests across the globe to, and I hope I can say this here, unfuck the planet by backing companies that are building technology to reduce CO2 emissions, remove CO2 from the atmosphere, and buy more time for communities on the front lines and for ecosystems impacted by the climate crisis. I am really excited to be joined here today by 3 founders building incredible technologies in this space with that mission in mind. From literally thousands of companies setting commitments to reach net zero emissions by 2050, to billions of dollars flowing into carbon removal technologies, durable carbon dioxide removal, including the $925 million Frontier Fund advanced market commitment, to looming environmental disclosure regulations. There are 2 things that are clear right now. 1, companies, the pressure is on to take action on climate change. And 2, companies are stepping up to the plate to do that. But complexity, gaps in data availability, lack of transparency, credibility in the carbon markets are making their jobs pretty difficult. And each of the folks on stage today is tackling different challenges in that space to make it easier for companies. So we have Michelle Yu, who was previously the co-founder of Songkick and a venture partner at Local Globe. She's now the co-CEO and co-founder of Supercritical, which is a software platform that helps companies measure, reduce, and offset emissions with high-quality carbon removal. David DiPicciotto co-founded media startup iRewind and was then an investor at Partners Group before founding Pledge in 2021. Pledge is a climate infrastructure platform that makes it easy for businesses to embed carbon measurement and offsetting tools into their customer experience. And last but not least, Marta Sjögren spent a decade as an early stage investor before co-founding Pebble, the carbon restoring company. Pebble takes captured CO2 and stores it permanently in industrial material. I'm so excited to be having this conversation with you three. And again, thank you for being with us in these last few minutes. So let's get started. And what better a place to kick off than focusing on the beginning of a company's net zero journey, where in my experience, companies start off with far more questions than answers and need a lot of help. So why do businesses need so much support in starting their journey to net zero? And how are each of you making their lives easier? Michelle, we'll start with you.
Yeah, great. So I really came up with the idea for Supercritical when I was at the VC fund Local Globe, because I was tasked with getting them to net zero. You know, they were like, LPs are asking us questions, you go figure this out. And I found that process incredibly frustrating. I talked to loads of consultants, carbon accounting companies, and I think from my experience starting a consumer internet business, I just knew if we didn't make it super simple and straightforward for a layperson to understand, people just wouldn't act because there's too much confusion. What we do is we automate the process of measuring carbon emissions for asset-light businesses like VC funds and tech companies. And then once you have that measurement, that's the first step. You need to know what is going on. And really, I've seen customers try to struggle with spreadsheets and do it themselves, but it takes expertise, like knowledge of the databases, emissions factors. So you should hire someone to help you do that. And once you know where those emissions are coming from, you need to come up with a plan to reduce. And you won't know from the outside what you can do. You need guidance and expertise around what works and what are the low-hanging fruit you can do. And once you've set down that reduction path, then the final step, which I think is the most confusing, is what is a high-quality offset and what's the type of offset that counts towards a net zero claim, and that's only durable carbon removal. And I think there's a lot of confusion around that as well.
Definitely. David, Marta, is that resonate in your experience?
Yeah, maybe to tell also about the founding story. So I came up with the idea for Pledge when I was working in private equity in a fund that has a big focus on ESG and a big ESG team. And I saw how tedious it was for that team to essentially understand at the portfolio company level the relevant ESG and specifically climate metrics. And based on previous experience in technology companies like Revolut and financial services, I saw how software can help streamline processes in highly complex and often regulated industries to make the process of, for example, understanding, managing, reducing, and eventually offsetting emissions in a way that is easier, faster, and more transparent than existing processes.
It's important. Yeah, well, I know everyone has to start somewhere, and I think often what I see is companies really stuck in this stage of paralysis where they've made the commitment, but they don't know like the first step of what to do next. It kind of is just a lofty goal that someone at the C-suite is committed to, and then gets kind of passed down to the people below them, and people are stuck kind of spinning their wheels. So I guess in your experience, what is kind of like the first step that a company can take, or what is setting that initial roadmap in place look like? What are the first few things that companies can do? David?
So maybe just starting with definitions, if we think about what net zero means, net zero is essentially a target to negate greenhouse gas emissions caused by a business, for example. And if we look at, for example, the SBTi net zero framework, there's essentially 4 steps in that journey. Just for context, SBTi is a leading body that essentially sets emission reductions targets for companies across various industries in line with the Paris Agreement, so the goals of the Paris Agreement, so this famous 1.5 degrees compared to pre-industrial levels. And these 4 steps, to supplement what Michelle shared earlier, are measuring emissions, reducing emissions, removing emissions, and finally reporting on the progress until you reach that net zero journey. So the big prerequisite is essentially having the data and then understanding which methodology or framework you need to apply to compute emission in the way that is the most accurate possible.
Yeah. Marta, Michelle, anything to weigh in on there? Are you seeing folks start in a similar place?
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you the number of tech companies we work with where the CEO is like, I want to get to net zero. They don't know what it means. And then they hand it off to the CFO or the chief people officer. And there is a lot of confusion and paralysis, like you said. And I think the first step is just to start and not let that fear or paranoia hold you back and just measure your emissions. That's like stepping on the scale, and then you can figure out what to do. And I think the other thing that a lot of companies neglect to do is just measuring the full kind of supply chain emissions. So not just your energy-related scope 1 and 2, but what's going up in your value chain. So your cloud usage, your work from home emissions, like that is all what has to be measured and reduced. So that's the starting point, really.
I think just to add to that, I mean, I'm a newcomer to this, right? And I'm super thankful that you guys are doing what you're doing because we're in the actual removal space, right? We try to provide a service that removes the carbon dioxide, right? And we have a lot of demand from either platforms or direct companies. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. That's why I sound like this. So
Slush, well done, I guess.
Yeah, what I've discovered just in we started the company a year ago, and in the past year, what I've discovered is that companies oftentimes just don't really even understand scope 1, 2, and 3. Mm-hmm. And what that unfortunately ends up in, and part of the reason I ended up doing this company, is that there is a lot of greenwashing. Involuntary greenwashing is one thing, and that's where I think education can really help. Voluntary greenwashing is where I think it should basically be criminalized. Right, I'm pretty strong-minded about this, and this is where I don't really know where the border is. Right, I feel like what would be helpful to your previous question is, audit standards. It's not just about measuring and knowing, but it's just like, are you even measuring the right thing, or do we have the same definitions? That would, I think, be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think greenwashing is like one of the biggest issues, and it's an interesting distinction you make between what's voluntary versus what's involuntary. What's a result of bad information or a lack of data versus kind of intentionally saying something that's not true. And I think the involuntary and unintentional greenwashing is like the category that a lot of folks are unfortunately falling into at no fault of their own, but it's really important. I think we see this a lot. I unfortunately saw a lot of greenwashing in my time working in emissions reduction work with large companies. And I'm curious if there are steps companies can take to try to avoid greenwashing pitfalls, or like what you think needs to happen to help to avoid some of the involuntary or unintentional greenwashing. Michelle, I'm sure it's something that happens a lot with the companies.
I actually do think ultimately it will be regulated. We're starting to see, financial or climate disclosures starting to be regulated in the UK and the US with the SEC looking at it. So that will bring a lot more rigor to what people are reporting and measuring on. Actually, what I see is a lot of people are so afraid of greenwashing that they don't want to say anything. And I think if you're happy to learn in public and be honest and transparent about what you're doing, what you're learning, then that benefits the community. Like, I'm part of a task force in the UK called Tech Zero. That's a bunch of tech companies that have made a net zero commitment. Like Revolut's one of them, Wise, all the big tech companies, and we're just kind of learning together on what good looks like. And I think that you can think that there's some expert right answer, but net zero is such a new concept that everyone's figuring it out. But in terms of greenwashing, I mean, I really do think that not measuring your full scopes 1, 2, and 3, and again, like I hate all the acronyms and all the like new, kind of inside baseball terminology. I think that that's what makes people feel like they're on the outside, but everything that's in your value chain. So everything you do, buy, produce as a company, that should be measured, and that's one way I think to avoid greenwashing. And then similarly, buying durable carbon removal offsets. Those are the only high quality ones that count towards a net zero claim at your end target date. So there's a lot of greenwashing in the conventional emissions avoidance offset market, and that's a real challenge.
Yeah, which I want to bring everyone onto the same page. know that like some of these definitions or the terms we're flowing around, like we're kind of like stuck in the jargon, but like to the average person, it might be a little hard to kind of wrap your mind around. I guess like what is a durable carbon removal? You know, when you think about durable or permanent, and obviously there are variations also in the definition of durable and how people think about it, which is part of the problem. But how does each of you who are kind of deep in this space define durable?
It's a great. I mean, I think first making the distinction between avoidance and removal.
Yeah,
is the
that's a
first
great place
main
to
one,
start.
Right? Yeah. So in the conventional offsetting market, which is 95% of the credits bought and sold today, it's essentially paying other people to stop doing something, avoid an emission. So this is renewable energy project, clean cook stove to burn a cleaner fuel, protecting a forest. That may or may not have a place, but it doesn't help you as a business get to net zero, because the math of net zero is super simple. If you emit a ton, you've got to remove a ton, and there are these early stage technologies that literally absorb carbon dioxide and sequester them for a period of time. Now, durability, I think we've had a learning journey around that. Permanence isn't this like on or off flag, there's just a time frame, and what do you consider durable? And the way we look at it, or my head of climate looks at it, it's not my answer, is we look at the rate of decay of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and over 1,000 years, it gets down to 20%, and you need to remove an equivalent amount that stays sequestered for at least that length of time, right? So it is very nuanced and challenged, and I think the other thing about it is removals, science measurement gets updated all the time, and things change as people are doing more tests. So the time frames and the kind of the measurement of what's sequestered and how long also gets updated. But
Marta's itching to jump in here.
I want to interject because, again, as a newbie in this space, and you guys know way more than me, I just don't understand why 1,000 years. I mean, like, surely, like 200 years would be a good starting point, or something like that. I have a friend that does CO2 removal through biochar, and there is evidence of 800 years, and apparently that's not permanent. I mean, like, how? Why? Do you understand this?
I think the 1,000 years was initially, so Stripe, who's been leading, and I talked about the advanced market commitment earlier, in the charge and kind of getting private capital flowing toward durable carbon removal. I think 1,000 years is the target for it, and then their definition of permanent for their program, and so I think it has kind of like caught on in that way. But so Ryan Orbach on our team leads our carbon removal fund. We have a dedicated $350 million fund to carbon removal, and I think we're going to see some flexibility around that definition, or I think the buyer, different buyers are going to be looking for different time horizons, and so I think it's something that will evolve, and it's just new, and people have different perspectives.
The reason I bring it up is just because it's a bit of a ridiculous number, both that it's kind of short, and in our case, we turn CO2 to rock. I mean, it's going to be around for more than 1,000 years, but it's sort of like, why? And so I think getting some sense of different tiers of carbon removal will be so beneficial, because we need to solve this problem in the next decades. And that it's, again, I'm not an expert, again, in many of these fields, so I just ask the questions that I ask, which is like, why can't we be happy with 300, 200, 700 years, whatever? But anyway.
I think that this topic we're discussing, it shows how nascent or immature the space is.
Yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to. And if I look, for example, at what was announced last week at COP in Egypt around ISO net zero standard, this ISO net zero standard is very different from other types of frameworks or guidance out there, like the Science Based Target Initiative, which says that to get to net zero, you can use initially avoidance offsets and then eventually removals, while the ISO net zero standard only allows removals types of credits. So you can still see also how within the industry you have varying thoughts from what is supposed to be leading bodies.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the lack of standards or kind of coming and starting at different places is a problem across not only measurement, not only target setting, but then like the removals as well. The carbon markets obviously have a very important role to play in net zero. But are obviously flawed. And so I'm curious what your thoughts are on, what is working well in carbon markets, or why they're so important for this, but then also what are the gaps, what are the things that are missing, how can we make it better? David, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, sure. So just to again be on the same page, I think the science is clear across different types of report from different scientific bodies. There's no path to net zero without carbon removals. So I think even after businesses embark on these reduction journeys and meet the relevant industry targets, there will still be what is called unavoidable or residual emissions. And this is where we need to scale these technologies that absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The only thing is that when we look today at the percentage of removals credits out of the total market, I think it's around just 5%. So there's an enormous potential to scale this. And if we think about also today the production of offsets in circulation, I think it's clearly less than 1 gigatons. And the demand for these credits is expected to grow 100-folds to up to 10 gigatons by 2050. So we need to have the right building blocks in terms of speaking under a common voice from a policy regulatory standpoint, but also putting in place the right economic incentives for corporates to have confidence in buying these type of solutions.
Yeah, Marta, do you want to comment on that as well?
I was at a dinner the other day, and one of the hosts said it so well. It was actually kind of a I hope he's not here, or even if he is, doesn't matter. Kind of a depressing, welcoming speech. Mm-hmm. He said, and it was a bunch of climate tech entrepreneurs and investors and policymakers. And he said, "It's really great that you guys are doing everything you're doing, but it's not enough." And what he was trying to say, or what he said eventually, is that we need to do more. We need to get policy to act faster, because it's just not fast enough. I'm in Brussels quite a bit, working on, government affairs with regards to carbon removal. And we're in mineralization, so mineralization turns CO2 to a carbonate, again, a rock. And the fact that it wasn't written in the ETS, European Trading System of Carbon Credits, as an accepted category until now is shocking to begin with. When the science has been around for over 20 years, we're building on top of science that's been around for 20 plus, in fact, sometimes 30 years. But the next time they can define it, like bring it into ETS, so that our industrial emitter customers can use us instead of paying for ETS, is 26, 27, something like that. That was what I learned the other day. I just found that shocking. Like, how is there not a fast lane for this kind of stuff? Not just mineralization. I mean, just in general, technologies or pathways to get us to net zero faster. Similar for suppliers. We're in a global supply chain shortage of all sorts. We're really affected by it. And again, here I am, like trying to figure out how to get some like pumps. This is very clear things. And I had to explain to this management saying, you are starting to be a supplier in a pretty urgent category of businesses. Do you not have a fast lane? And I think that can be the first thing, is like, what technologies can really have an effect in the next decade, that need to scale in the next decade, that we can, again, prior process without risking biodiversity issues, ecosystemic issues of other sorts and similar. Mm-hmm. So that would be my say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michelle, any thoughts on what we can do better in carbon markets?
I mean, I think it ultimately has to be regulated, but I'm not holding my breath. It just moves, as you say, it moves so slowly. And I think what I've seen is that the voluntary commitments from companies are leading the way and regulations following after. So I don't know if you follow the TSVCM, like that's been around now, being debated and like whatever, working documents. It's like nothing's been said for over a year.
I'm going to do an acronym, police. What is TSVCM?
I'm not giving it. It's like something about the voluntary
scaling
the voluntary carbon markets. Yeah, again, sorry.
No, not at all. Yeah. Just
they still haven't made any decisions, and I just think we don't have time. We don't have a year to wait for these things to happen. I think businesses really have a lot of impact by being leaders, showing what good looks like, and then policy will follow. Actually,
Yeah, which is, I think. Oh, go ahead.
I want to applaud actually, Stripe to begin with for taking that huge step in becoming a serious buyer. And then being sort of the catalyst to the frontier vehicle, I guess we can call it. And I know people who've gone through that process of going through the RFPs with Frontier, it's grueling. It is really, really hard stuff. So I want to applaud that, because compared to some of the stuff I'm seeing that's regulated, it's very serious. So I think what would be really helpful, actually, this is coming out loud now as I'm thinking, is if there was an NGO of some sort that could be like the auditing body made up of scientists, basically, and then the private money coming in through companies saying, we need to set this standard.
That's what...
It's utopian, I know.
No, I mean, that's what the third-party certifiers are today, Vera and Gold Standard, which I think do a terrible job. They're NGOs, right, set up by scientists, and they do a terrible job of certifying, like, real credits. So I'm not sure.
But there must be something. We must do better. Yeah. Like, that's what I find myself saying a lot of the times. Like, it's not that we can't. We must do better.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah. I will say, as an investor, I am seeing some innovation in the measurement, reporting, and verification of carbon removal. I think it's like a very critical piece to the puzzle. So stay tuned, and hopefully a year from now, when we're back in these same seats, there will be a lot of innovation happening in that space and folks tackling that gap in particular, because I agree that the certifying bodies are not able to move fast enough. They're not set up in a way where they can kind of create that fast lane, as you mentioned. So I guess in your discussions with corporate buyers, David, because I know you talk to a lot of your customers are thinking about ways not only to do the measurement themselves, but also embed it in their own solutions. What are the biggest challenges for integrating? You know, we talked about avoidance credits, or avoidance offsets versus some of these more durable, permanent carbon removal. What's the biggest challenges that they're facing in integrating those into their credit portfolios that they're purchasing, or into their customers' credit portfolios, and how can we address them?
When speaking to customers, I think there are three things that are frequently mentioned. I think one is price. Mm-hmm. Secondly is the credibility, as we just touched on, or is this carbon removal verified? And finally, it's more, I think, the issue that stems is maybe an educational gap. They don't really know what to do with these credits versus the more traditional ones, which they can use for some sustainability claims. So if you look at price, technology-based carbon removals are notoriously more expensive than these more traditional type of offsets, which are affiliated with these registries called Vera and Gold Standard. And they're much more expensive by a factor of 5, 10, 15, sometimes 20 times more across different project types, the direct air capture, that maybe some people in the audience will be familiar with, to ocean-based type removals, to concrete-based type removals. So that's the first big hurdle. Subsequent to that, given that these carbon removal technologies or this market is so nascent, as we just touched on, there's a lack of established standards. And so as a result, companies don't really know if they can use these credits, for example, for a carbon neutrality claim or for a net zero claim, because nobody has really set the policy yet to say what you can't and can do with these credits. And there's so many different types of technology-based removals, and they're so different to each other. Some are on land, some are just pure technology that direct air captures, some use natural processes with rain, for example. And so a methodology and a verification process has to be developed for each of these types of carbon credits. And this is the work that's currently being done. So I think we're seeing now in some of these projects out like biochar, the first methodologies being published, but it will be a couple of more years so that we can cover the entire spectrum.
Yeah, what steps need to be taken, do you think, to get more corporations familiar with, durable carbon removal and kind of this distinction between avoidance versus kind of removal credits, and to kind of start to purchase them or support them?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we started out with tech companies as the buyers, because I feel like they're the perfect early adopters for carbon removal. They're comfortable with risk, they're comfortable with uncertainty, and they understand scaling. Like, they understand we need to buy now, send this demand signal to bring it down the cost curve and scale the technology. And I feel like I don't know if, you've probably found other sectors that are kind of eager buyers of it, but we've really been inspired and encouraged by that because they need to be comfortable with something being a bit shit and not as good, right? And there are more risk-averse, bigger corporate buyers probably that need things to be, have a track record and dot the I's and cross the T's. So I think it's finding those early buyers who are willing to take that risk and make a lot of noise, like Stripe, Microsoft, and Shopify, and then you kind of go down the it's like crossing the chasm, I guess. Yeah.
I think what we've seen as well is some corporates leveraging, if I can call them, traditional carbon markets to meet their sustainability goals and carbon neutrality claims, but then doing on a voluntary basis contributions towards, or financial contribution towards scaling carbon dioxide removal technologies. I think Microsoft is a great example. They pump millions every year into these technologies, but if you go on the sustainability report, I think you'll find more often than not that they leverage traditional offsetting markets.
Yeah, Marta, any thoughts?
Yeah, just to add, I think Microsoft, again, is a good example of a company that's gone a few steps further and has committed to removing their historical emissions as well. I think if we could get, 100 of the Fortune 500 or all of the Fortune 100 for that, or even 10% of that to do the same thing would come a long way. I think just getting those larger commitments and in something that can be measured and seen in the next 5 years could make a huge difference. The other thing I believe in is, and we're sort of in that market, is that decarbonizing heavy emissions industries is actually incredibly difficult. Let's take cement, for example. You have two sources there. Per ton of cement, you emit somewhere between 600 and 800 kilos of CO2 per ton of cement. Even if you electrify the whole process yesterday, you'd still have 60% of the problem left. So the problem is more in the material than it is in the process itself. And that's difficult. So if the voluntary carbon markets are able to help with the economic shift there, I think that could be really interesting. So, that's what we're trying to innovate within as well, is to help decarbonize these heavy industries through voluntary buyers as well that can commit somewhat to that.
Awesome. Well, we are very sadly running out of time. And I know folks want to get the after party started. We're standing between folks and getting to various things tonight on the last night of Slush. So Michelle, David, Marta, thank you so much for joining and for digging into these really complex and difficult issues. And to all of you, thanks for sticking with us, and hope you learned a little bit, that we helped demystify some of the net zero puzzle, and that you feel one step closer to either as your own company, for your customers, your portfolio companies, taking a step closer to getting to net zero emissions by 2050. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, for this last panel. And hey, we're done.
We're done. It's been a great time here on the Serene Stage, and thank you for following us for the last panel discussion here. Arto, what's going to happen next?
Well, I think they just announced the Slush 100 winner, so we missed that. But what we haven't missed is the after party, which shall start right about now, I believe.
Yeah, there's going to be great DJs, artists, activities around here, so please stay around and hope to see you in the large crowd.
Yeah, on behalf of both of us, thank you so much for being here and helping make Slush 22 a massive, raging success. It's been great hosting for you.
Great, and see you next year at Slush 2023.
All right, goodbye now.